how's chat doing? Welcome to day 5 of the Class Gauntlet cast, brought to you by Zizaran and Shopify Rebellion. Octavian, how you doing today, brother?
I am doing excellent so far. Had a full night of sleep last night, and it seems while I was doing that, our players were busy getting 6 links and dying and maybe fighting some bosses and all that sort of stuff.
All right. I think the new song, we changed the music a little bit so people couldn't hear me, but hopefully everyone's having a good day. And hopefully the change of music is a little bit of nice change. I know it was getting a little bit repetitive there. Everyone thinking they had to log on to Path of Exile because it was the login screen music, but can I turn up Octavian?
Well, testing. I just moved the microphone. It might have been mispositioned. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Let me see what we can do. I have him. Actually, yes, I can. There we go. That should be everybody back to normal.
Hello. Howdy.
Bit better, guys? Everything sounding okay?
Which frog is your favorite frog, chat? Show me your best frog.
Much better? Perfect. Okay. Awesome. Glad to hear. This is what we have. We have the top tier production staff that letting me know exactly the levels. I love to see it. We have some awesome content for you today, guys. Tons of bounties. We've got rips. We have clips. We have 6 links. We have fortunate and unfortunate souls in the gauntlet, and hopefully we can share that with you guys. Octavian, I think I'll pass it over to you then. What do you got for us?
Well, we'll start at the top of the list. I've got Kobe Black Mamba here as our first guest on stream.
I'm excited.
The full screen. It looks like it is a Uber Labyrinth that is an eye level 75 zone. Toxic Rain with some dangerous lab mods as well. Golems and Curses are 2 of the nastier ones. Oh, the barrage brings him down below half. Another barrage is neatly dodged. The Lightning Golem continually tickles him, and I think we might have seen this clip yesterday because that looked pretty familiar, the way that Slash slapped him into the ground.
My mistake. Oh god. Apparently I didn't have the. I transitioned to back to talk show, but we're gonna watch it again.
Oh, well, you guys got the radio cast version. But yeah, I think we did see this
Sorry,
clip
guys.
towards the end of stream yesterday. It was like towards the end of the day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still a fairly educational one to watch, as it shows a lot of the more dangerous things that can happen in the Uber Lab fight, kind of one after another after another. This is a Toxic Rain build, so a lot of the mitigation for those big one hits is going to come from Wind Dancer, but Wind Dancer was essentially down the entire time because the Lightning Golem just continually tickling him with little zaps. And then on top of that, there's Temp Chains keeping him slowed, and the increased damage aura from that totem up on the top potentially enhancing the damage of the Wind Slash.
Yeah, I mean it's. We're not sure if that was like what pushed it over the edge, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm actually gonna freeze frame it for chat. A lot of people don't actually know, but when you flame dash or you use any type of dash ability, you're actually, I think, for a frame or two in game, just because of the way like the how long it takes for the actual information to get to the servers and back to your client, you're actually in 2 places at once. Sometimes at times depending on his lag or his ping. So he might have still been at this previous point in his flame dash, and that's why he gets hit by it. I mean, he could have also dashed into it anyway. But if he is still at that point, as Octavian said, he would be inside the circle on top of just like, which just doesn't care. Izara's going to blast you. He does a ton of damage. It's Gauntlet. And he's actually one of the scarier bosses, I think, in Gauntlet. At least for me.
Yeah, well, and it's like, it's dual swords Izara, which is the highest damage version, on top of having the golems, which, excuse me, I believe the Lightning Golem makes his attacks faster, but the other golems, I think, just augment him with like elemental damage or something along those lines. But we do have other content to get to. We'll pull Terrence up on screen here. Oh, dang, he died at level 89 too, just before being eligible for the biggest draw. That's a shame. But we're going to pull Terrence up on screen here. And actually, I think this is one we saw yesterday as well. We might have a few rips that are still in the tool from yesterday then.
That's all good.
I'm just kind of going down the ladder here. But yeah, that one was just Piety landing a big, juicy, meaty crit.
Yeah. Just lots of damage coming out from, like, you know, you got to be careful which bosses you witness, especially before you get like those big defensive layers, before your gear gets really where you want it to be. Things can get scary really quick.
And yeah, in answer to the question in chat, wouldn't he have taken damage from the green trap for using a movement skill? There's 2 different kinds of green traps, if you want to refer to them that way. The one that he was standing within, which is the larger like larger green circle that's a slightly lighter green. I realize I'm not being particularly precise here, but that's because the design of them is not particularly precise, which is why this confusion comes up. But the larger one that's a bit lighter green doesn't damage you directly, but causes you to take increased damage while you're standing it. And the smaller circles that are kind of like a dotted line around the edge, those are the anti-movement skill ones.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Octavian, but the anti-movement ones typically have like multiple small circles, correct?
Yes.
Like it's more like over an area. Like there's 5 or 6 of them.
They're overlapping rings, like a little tiny set of Venn diagrams.
Yeah. Well, the one big green one, as you just described, is like the increased. Is it just damage taken, or is it just physical damage taken?
It's increased damage taken.
Oh wow. Okay, so
any source. Yeah.
Jeez. Brutal.
And it's similar to Zerker Ascendancy, except without the upside.
Except without the 40% more damage. Yeah.
I'm going to pull on the next one. This one happened off stream on Poc's stream, as the title of the clip says, and we'll see what the meat of the content is. He's re-rolled. Poc did have a rip. I believe he was like rank 2 or 3 necro at the time of his initial death, and yeah, Veritania did not take kindly to him hopping into this T14 map. I believe that's actually the Cyrus-dominated version of Veritania mobs too. So that is about as nasty as it could possibly get.
That's a lot of damage that just came out. Because for those that don't know, he's also MOM. So that does actually go through, let's see. Yeah, he was full ES, full everything. So, oh, he does actually activate his Herald of Ash right before fighting this mob. I don't know why it was off previously. Maybe it's on his catch when damage taken or something by accident. But yeah, 5,900 life, 173 ES, so about 6,000 life. And then, so, you know, we're looking at 8,500, just shy of just raw mitigation. Plus on top of block and everything, like, yeah, he has an endurance charge up.
Fortify times out 3-4 seconds before the rip. Yeah, 3 or 4 seconds before the rip, the Fortify times out.
Unlucky.
I don't know that it would have been enough to save him, as that is a pretty disgusting amount of projectiles that land. But there was at least one defensive layer down.
I mean, he's and the thing is, like, he's not playing particularly bad. Like, he's killing mobs in front of him. He's not sort of swarming into the packs, but it only takes one big crit from off screen, which is exactly what happens. Is I believe it's this mob at the bottom right that actually hits him. Like, she just spawns in and then hits him, I think.
And he is ally weakness capped. Just FYI, I did ask him about that. Yeah, he was ally weakness capped at this point, so the curse wasn't actually doing anything. This is just raw projectile spam.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, this is an 81 map. It's, weirdly enough, this is one of the highest maps we've seen players run so far. At least during the cast, right? I think a lot of players were just sticking around in early yellows or mid yellows for a long time, just gearing up and trying to get some decent XP, which is why they weren't in white maps. But yeah, that's brutal. And he's back on screen, as you can see, his bottom left. So he is re-leveling for third time's the charm, hopefully.
He's going again. He got back to 90, or no, I think it was like 85 or something, like in the same day that he ripped the first time he ripped. And he's already back to having a 6-link on this one, as well as a recovery on unblock shield and a min-endurance charge item. Okay. So he's got some of the core defenses back together again, and he's sending it back all the way up to red map soon.
Well, what's nice is, I mean, Poc being such an experienced player, an experienced Gauntlet player, he knows that at any point you might just get hit by a Cyrus mob or hit by a Veritania mob, right? So he does prep his gear. He saves pieces that might be like B tier, like equips his best gear, but then does get just pops it down. You know, just in his stats, just in case he has to reroll.
Oh, this is one we saw yesterday. Yeah. Oh, I don't even want to watch it again.
It's just brutal. He is actually re-leveled, I believe now, but this is savage.
Yeah, I don't want to watch that again. That one's so nasty.
For those that don't know in chat, Tornado Shot can actually shotgun you with every projectile. But since every mob is LMP, it's like a lot of cases. It's like so they're getting multiple initial tornado shots off, and then each of those tornado shots gets additional proj on the actual explosion. So it's like 9 times more projectiles or something like that. It's wild. Just crazy damage.
Will this run? Oh, it's working. The YouTube video is working. Let's go.
Thank you, Faderon, for all your hard work and dedication.
Oh, it's a Drox fight. That seems like he logged out of it already. Oh, was there an invisible animation still playing?
Oh, was it a banner? Wait, okay.
And there's 2 rips in this clip, evidently, as the second rip is to a sub-fizz pack there.
Oh, the double whammy? Oh, come on. That's brutal. Oh, you saw me Octavian right there. Let's have another look here. Is it an invisible fist?
I think it might be. Whenever you log back into, yeah, no, it's not invisible even. You see the animation there at the very end.
So
it's just very quick. But yeah, I feel like sitting still to take advantage of the grace period for like 5-6 seconds probably would have saved him from that particular rip. It was still a dangerous situation regardless, though.
I mean, that's just tough. But you're right though. Like the second you have to log out of one of these Conqueror fights, like they could, if their animations are ongoing. Like I know he uses multiple fists at once. It's best to just use your grace period. Let him finish that initial, the attack that he was undergoing when you initially logged, and then just let it play out and then go from there. Like reset the instance in a way.
You want to be 100% certain you know what's happening. So wait long enough that there's no unknown variables, and then the second rip is just getting stun locked by a sub-viz pack, which is pretty, typical. That's a rip we've seen a number of times at this point.
I wonder if his sorry I keep rewinding it. I'm giving, but I think does he not have chain on his exsanguinate? It doesn't look like it spreads to the whole pack, which that might have killed him.
Maybe swapped it out for the boss fight for a higher damaging link.
Yeah, like, okay. Oh, that's just damn shame. I mean, I could be wrong. I could have just not had the range to spread, but it didn't look like it to me. And we have a message from a fan favorite in chat, the Oddlog, that he's streaming and level 24, so obviously well past Act 1. Congratulations, buddy. That's huge. And maybe at one point we'll pop you on for at least a minute or two. Really cool to see your progress, man. Back at it. Love it. Love to see it.
The clips must go on as we have Rebel Shed here for our next broadcast clip, who's playing an Ice Trap build. I can't tell if this is a Raider or a Saboteur, though. They're both fairly viable in a level 77 channel as well. Very low HP for being in that high tier of content.
Yeah, I mean, this is... And Ward... Okay, so I struggle with Ward because it just isn't... It doesn't feel good enough, like in this type of setting.
Niam. Just deleted by Niam. Was that a cleave? It happened so fast I almost missed it. I think that was Niam's cleave, which is a very, very big physical hit. So, like even in non-gauntlet settings, that will one-tap people who are overextending a little bit. And 4.4k life, even with like Raider defenses, I think this is a Raider, but I'll have to look it up to be certain. Even with like Raider or even the blind from Saboteur defenses, that's just... That simply doesn't feel like enough for pushing to this level of content.
No.
Oh, it's not even the... It's just the spike. It's not the cleave.
I mean, even so, like, if you're in a 77 zone with like 4.5k life, like this is what I would do in a regular league, maybe. But really close to the 5,500, which doesn't sound like a big discrepancy, but an extra 1,100 life might have saved him, right?
It is Sabo, chat is saying. Okay, somebody looked it up. Cool. Thank you, chat.
So I'll play it once more for chat. Here we go. Oh god,
well done. Well done to get to this tier of content to get this far. Honestly, like that's a really good showing in Gauntlet. I mean, 100%.
And it's just outside. Like I think it's just outside the blind radius as well. So it just doesn't. Although I'm not sure if it's an attack or a spell. I always get confused with the big spears.
I'm not 100% on that. I have to admit I haven't looked that up ever. But it would at the very least, even if it's a spell hit, the blind would give generic damage reduction. But I simply don't think that's enough. Is Ward even worth it? Ward, I would say like the only time when Ward is worth it as a defensive tool is if you aren't scaling very well off of like armor or evasion, and maybe you can run an iron flask on your build, because the flask is what enables the ability to reset it consistently.
I mean, the reality is it could just be like a byproduct of just a nice pair of boots or a nice pair of gloves that he dropped, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's likely that's the case. I don't think he was choosing to invest in Ward, but overall I agree it's probably not worth it unless you go like take the full package, right?
Yeah. It can be pretty darn powerful in a Pathfinder with like invested iron flask and stuff. But that's not a very Gauntlet friendly strategy. And even then, you're not really going full ward in the way that a CI build goes full energy shield. You're still a life build. You just have that extra bubble on top of the ward.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to pull up the next clip here from Meshamon. Go to full screen with that, which is against... This is Core. I don't know what tier it is, though, because he doesn't have the thing up. And he just gets shotgunned, I think, by the bone toss. That was so quick, I almost missed it.
Yeah, that's... I mean, he's laughing, Mishaman, just like... he's like, okay, I guess that's what I get for fighting against Malachi. Yeah.
This is exactly what killed me in the first gauntlet I ever did.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pause on the frame. You see these sort of three... I mean, they're hard to see because of Piety's turn out, but these three little guys here, they do shotgun. We mentioned it during, like, the first cast when people were living through Act 4. Yeah, any sort of projectile with an area at the end of or if it explodes, generally will shotgun. So yeah, pretty damn spooky, and just gets crunched for like... I imagine like even if he had maybe 8,000 life, it wouldn't have saved him. Some of those things might do like 4,000 each, and then if you get hit by 3, 12k, good luck.
Yeah, it was just pretty darn hard to see as well through Piety's orbs and the spectral helix spinning around and the Maven effect. Like, there was a ton of overlapping visual effects right in the area where he tossed out the projectiles, and he like didn't really do a very big wind up for them. It was like kind of an underhand toss from Malachi. So I don't really blame him for not seeing them, to be honest. I missed them the first time I watched the clip.
Oh no, I think it's not the case of like I mean, visual clarity is an issue in the game. I think we're all aware of that. I think if you're fighting Malachi, you just want to, guys, pro tip, like, keep moving, because you never know when he's gonna do that attack. Unlucky, right? I mean, obviously spell dodge could kick in, or spell block and stuff like this, but yeah, I don't even think that's much of a misplay. Honestly, it's just it's a tough fight, right? It's very visually cluttered because of Piety there, because he's killing her so fast. Like, the balls are still out, but it's during like the transition animation, so it's just an awkward sort of set of circumstances.
And it's a side effect of going with the Spectral Helix instead of the Toxic Rain, which is why a lot of the Raider builds are going for the Toxic Rain, because you get the benefit of standing further away, more time to react to that kind of thing. The projectiles are going to be spread a bit further if you're standing further away from enemies like that. It's just... It's why we're not seeing a ton of Helix, even though it is a pretty strong skill, even in a solo self-found hardcore environment. It's just... it's let down by its relatively melee range bossing. But we'll pull up another clip here. I believe this is Apollicin, and this is during the story. This looks like Act 5 Kitava.
Yeah. Oh god, you know, a real barrier to entry for people. I mean, like, you feel like the second you get to Act 5, okay, the next stop, I'm on my way to maps, the second half of the campaign doesn't feel too bad, and then you just get slapped by Kitava.
Oh, okay. I think the correct decision there is to not turn around by the time you've made the mistake and you're walking towards the arm. Because if turning around, you run with it, and he takes like twice as many hits, maybe 1.5 times as many hits as he would have if he just walked through it and tried to live.
It's the same sort of idea whenever you get hit by I forget, not Hillick, the guy with Glacial Cascade early on in the game. Helric, thank you, Hillick and Helric. God, the first 2 bosses in the game, right? But if you do follow his Glacial Cascade, you're gonna hit again, or even like the traps in lab, like the little blade saws. I know it can feel counterintuitive when you're actually in the game, but obviously if you travel with it, you're getting dinged by it over and over and over again. So it's better to go against it, because you're shortening sort of like the distance that you're getting hit, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. You're going towards the area that isn't going to be damaged again. I mean, it's hard to make it sound clear. Words are hard, but hopefully, chat, you understand what I mean.
And lab traps are one of the first things that'll teach you that, with like the saw blades and the Roombas and all that. Do not run with. But I'm going to pull up a more happy clip.
Oh my! Finally,
from our.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't have to explain. It's Steel Mage, and he's using fusing orbs. You know what's going to happen.
That with the 6 fuse, and that by the way, that's 26 quality, which I mean I guess helps, but shouldn't help that much. God damn it, Steel.
We've mentioned a few times that the top end DPS of the Shield Throw Glad is nothing too crazy. It's consistent and it can get the job done, but it's not like Demolish Bosses level of damage. Whereas the Forbidden Right Totem build certainly can demolish bosses, even in a solo self-found environment.
People were saying in the chat yesterday that he is thinking of potentially re-rolling into it. So I guess that adds credence to that, right? He's just prepping his gear for the just in case rip, or maybe if like if RNG doesn't go his way, when is that ever gonna happen? But if he doesn't get the damage, if he doesn't get the damage on his bleed gladiator, maybe he can pop over to this.
You see him going into a defensive pose immediately.
He's like,
I didn't chat. Don't bully me. Don't flame me, man.
I think
Didn't do it on purpose.
Steel has spent less fusions this entire gauntlet on 6 links than I have on occasion trying to get a 4 link. that I mean, like what, he's like 20 fuse in and he's 2 6 links? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. And
that's outrageous.
Okay, in his defense, it was a 26 quality chest piece.
Oh,
so
okay.
I think it's pretty reasonable.
And I spent like 1,000 on a 46. This guy's just you know what? You know what? Usually I'm happy for Steel. Actually, kind of mad about that one.
Well, let's get some more wide people happy onto the screen for you.
Oh no!
Oh, that was quick. I didn't even know I got him. I was looking at the tool. The Rogue Exile.
I think this is rip number 2 as well. Oh, so sorry, bud. That's fast. Oh my god, what actually did hit him? It's.
I was looking away at the time. Was it the fire throwers?
Yeah.
Cannibals.
Yeah. Again, one of the scariest things in the game, like the cannibals you actually face in Act 1, right after you get out of Lionel's Watch. They actually have 2 modes. It's one of the only mobs in the game that have like these. They have a single-use attack where they throw like a Molotov cocktail. You can sort of see them carrying it, and those things are affected by LMP, and obviously they shotgun, and they do insane damage. Like they have crazy high flat fizz, which gets modified in multiple ways with the Gauntlet mods, and they can only use it once, so you kind of can bait out of them. But yeah, it does. Like I think Lighty said, it's like one of the, if not the scariest thing in the game, it's one of the scariest mobs in the entire game. So. Yeah, definitely need to be aware. Like the second your map has cannibals, some players actually do just re-roll the map. Like they're that
early
scary.
on, yeah.
Of course, yeah. I mean, this is a T1 map, right? So I'm assuming he's just gotten to maps. You probably don't have the defenses you need to sort of survive anything insane yet, and yeah, cannibals are exactly what you should be avoiding.
And not to harp on Peel Real here, but
no,
just to edify the I think one of the things that may have saved his life here was Bone Offering, as I don't think it's up at the time of the rip.
It does a fortify, but so
yeah,
but you really want your as I mean you're playing DD, you know better than anybody. I mean it hasn't transitioned yet, but playing that build, if you're playing Necromancer, like you need to have it on cast from damage taken and on use for this specific reason, right? And the thing is, he's probably making that transition as we speak, right? He's just getting to maps. So it's just really rough. It's just it's one of the scariest moments for your character, right?
Yeah. The only actual mods on the map, in answer to the question in chat, is less AOE and additional Rogue Exiles. All the other modifiers there are Gauntlet mods that are present in every zone.
Yeah.
So it was a fairly safely rolled map. No damage mods or anything. And the Rogue Exile is there, but he's just kind of watching. He's not really the cause of this death at all. He didn't do anything.
No. He's I think he's just part of the peanut gallery, just watching, like us.
This clip is simply titled Ancient Orb.
Oh, no. Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Don't get my hopes up here. If this isn't a headhunter, I'm gonna be mad.
We're gonna see what happens.
Oh, it's a flask. Okay. Into what?
Oh, writhing jar is what he was after. What is that useful for?
And this is for Lighty, I imagine, right? Yeah.
This is Lighty, yeah. You can tell by the really good gear and the being super high level.
I was gonna say, and Golden Guardian's gonna give it away too, but
needs it for fortify.
Oh, true, yeah. When he starts a boss fight, yeah.
Okay.
So like if you like log out like of Adziri, you're back in like that original phase, and there's no mobs. You can like proc fortify.
That's useful.
And,
cool.
Yeah. So it's some pretty cool tech. Yeah.
What do we have next? We have 2 more clips from Lighty's stream.
I mean, good for him. I mean, look, Writhing Jar can actually enable a lot of stuff, so awesome.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, this one starts with a +1 Dex amulet that he alt spammed into. We didn't see the alt process, but the Regal on it hits Leech as mana, which is not relevant at all, but the +1 Dex and 34 L attributes is still good, so this is probably usable.
I mean, I'm not going to say no. I mean, and the thing is, nowadays, at least in 3.15, gem levels is... If it's not the best way to scale your spells, like it's now, like it's gone up in relevance. It was already very relevant, but it's even better than it was, right? Because like support gems and stuff has just been the power on them has been turned down a bit. So yeah, if you can get your Toxic Rain up like 5-6 levels overall, like with your bow, with your quiver, with your amulet, suddenly you're doing a hell of a lot more DPS.
And the third and final clip from Lighty's stream is just after defeating some harvest mobs, and it looks like he's going for a 6 link and finds it.
Come on. Making it look easy, dude. It only takes 1 click.
And he still has 700 fusings left over for other stuff. I don't know. I guess if he dies, because that's his third 6 link now.
Yeah.
He's currently rocking 2 of them, but he's looking for a bow upgrade. The Mariketh bow base, assuming that's Mariketh and not the lower level tier of it, which has the same art, which I assume it isn't. Because
it is Mariketh, correct. It is
okay,
Mariketh.
yeah. Not Steelwood, that's the other one. But yeah, this gives some movement speed, I think up to 8 or 10?
10, yeah, I did pause on the actual, yeah, it's 10% movement speed. And the reality is, people look at like how many jewelers he has, how many fusings. It just speaks to how efficient his play is. And sure, RNG is a factor, of course. But when it happens league after league, gauntlet after gauntlet, that Lighty always has multiple 6 links, always has multiple currency, he's obviously doing something right, you know? Like it's not just like, oh, it's a coincidence every league. Like, Lighty is top of the leaderboard. No, he knows how to use all the tools at his disposal and leverage them into power for his character. Again, he's super fast at it and super efficient, but I'm sure if you checked out his stream or you just talk to him, like, you just watch his VODs, even just study up, and I'm sure you guys can level up fairly quickly, you know?
And that's what that's Steel's special skill. Is getting just crazy RNG every single time. Obviously.
Well, I mean, okay, there are exceptions. There are exceptions to the rule. There are exceptions to every rule.
Some people do just get stupid lucky, right? That's the narrative.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we have another couple clips to look here, though. We have an Uber Lab bounty.
Uber.
So the eye level 83 lab bounty from Huwu.
This is Huwu did it. Awesome. It is very scary, by the way, for those that don't know.
I don't know which one it was, but it looks like it's going to be the full run, which is great because the entire thing is dangerous. You know, it could have just been a clip of like the final boss kill. I'm glad we have the full run.
Is there music in the background, or can we play it?
I will check for you. There is no music in the background.
Oh, there's not. So you know what? So let's unmute him.
This is Gift to the Goddess. Okay, Gift to the Goddess is not the super duper traps one. Mm-hmm. So it's not, in my opinion, the most dangerous one. But the mobs in here are level 83, and they have, I think, is it 100% increased damage or 80, something like that. Izaro himself also has a massive percent increase to life, attack and cast speed, and damage. So this is an incredibly dangerous zone.
I hope. Let me know, chat, if this sounds okay. I just want you to hear the sound effects. Like if we can play stuff with sound and it's the MCA free, we will try. But yeah, this stuff like Izaro in this mode hits like an absolute truck. Like I know Ziz was farming it in Hardcore Trade League in 3.14 with like his Juggernaut Hoag build, but I mean that.
I mean the regular mobs are no joke. This is essentially a T16 version of like Poorjoys in terms of the damage mods on enemies. You can think of it that way if you've ever done that map in like on a squishier character or something. You know how dangerous that is. Plus, also there's traps everywhere.
Yeah, I mean everything just gets harder. Yeah.
He will get, what is it, 6 or 7 additional enchants as a reward at the end, which is kind of nice.
Or, I mean, you get 6 additional, so you have 7 total, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I really hate this trap setup. This is one of my least favorite ones.
And just to talk about it, this is what we're talking about. So those ones that have multiple circles, that is where you can't or you shouldn't use your movement abilities. Yeah.
He can't actually damage that one because of the bubble, but he can use it to chain shields to the other totems and eliminate some of the other threats. Like the anti-movement shield or the anti-movement skill zones, like we just talked about.
But even just the slow from the temp chains, you can see it's on a different level compared to usual, right? Everything's just a lot harder.
Yeah, I mean it takes like a quarter second for one of these spinning totems to bring him down to like 2/3 or half health. So you really need to take your time. You cannot rush through these traps.
Now, is he using, do you think, the Pantheon to reduce physical damage over time? Because that would be pretty nice, right? right one here?
It's either that or the Raslotha one for
Mhm.
Life Flask recharge.
Yeah.
Those are like the two typical picks for lab.
Mhm.
It depends on. Whoa, look at that! That was one tap from the move skill field and a little bit of damage from the traps. God, it's so spooky.
That's unbelievable. And again, this isn't Gauntlet, so like I think, do the traps inherit the 40% more damage?
I don't think so.
I don't think they do either. No, I think. I get that. That speaks to how much I've Gauntlet I've played this time around.
I think I would have noticed that while running lab if they had.
So,
it felt the same to me.
Yeah.
But that is anecdotal evidence at best.
No, yeah. If they were tagged as mobs, like I think we'd be very well aware. It feels like they do. We'll see. I hate traps. Yeah, they can be really scary in the in Gauntlet, right? Or in anywhere, sorry.
Who's that? The person we're watching right now is Huwu.
Who was rank one. Like, still is, I think, overall. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In terms of XP.
Correct.
And I think overall just as well, because no bosses have really been attempted yet, so XP is the only metric at the moment. Yeah, the traps do more damage here. Yes.
Yeah, no, yeah, I just meant overall. Yeah, no, but in the 83 zone or like the Uber lab, everything does more damage, right? I mean, Azaro is an absolute monster in this.
Oh yeah,
in this lab,
and he gets turbo too. Like not just Gauntlet turbo, but extra turbo on top of that. Azaro is going to move at light speed.
You're in for a treat, chat, because this is going to be some ridiculous content you're about to see. And you know what? You know what I really like though? Taking his time. I know it's a timed crank and it's kind of memeing, but there is no rush. Like no one else is in the lab. He's the first to enter.
Is he going for an extra key here though?
I hope not.
That looks like I think that's an optional side thing.
I think maybe
I'd be surprised if you go for those. You just want to get through this as quick as you can.
Maybe checking his PoE lab page on his second screen and being like, no, I don't need this.
Hey, I need that map. Can I have that, man? You gonna leave that behind? Can I grab that?
Yeah, he has the Mastermind, and he also has Delve Depth. It's either 183 or just about 200, but it's not like he's started Elder, Shaper, any sort of like the bigger boss grinds. So we'll see. Huwu, he's currently rank 1 on the leaderboard. A PoE hyphen racing.
Those bleed pops look so damn satisfying.
235, thank you.
This is making me want to play a Bleed Gladiator.
Yeah, this is a VOD. Yeah, so we do know he does it. Spoiler warning. No problem, guys.
He's got some pretty darn sweet gear as well. I think he's just like set in terms of gear to get all the way to 100 if that was his goal. I think 98 was the goal for the bounty though. I mean, outside of specific like influence stuff, which is maybe not a realistic option in a 10-day race, I think his gear's looking pretty solid. I haven't looked at his tree yet. I imagine he has some nice cluster jewels, but if not, that's probably the next avenue he wants to go into. And takes a lot of damage from that blast, really trying to keep all these dogs down. You do not want them to be activated. No buffs. Yeah, you do not want him to get powered up at all. You see how fast he's jumping around. Those slashes, those thunders are coming out real quick, but he's able to manage it all. He's already got double movement speed buffs from the fact that it's a gift to the goddess and also it being Gauntlet. Yeah. You don't want to give him the Quicksilver Gargoyle to help him out even further.
God, no.
Look at how quickly that slam lands. There's like barely any charge up time.
Unbelievable.
He tried Simulacrum today, but wave 20 Quosis. What the heck?
Unfortunate. I mean, that is actually really unfortunate because that's I think a $500 bounty or $250. It's a big money earner. Damn. Yeah.
I mean, especially if the Kosis had like extra proj or any sort of pen or anything like that, I can certainly see why you would back out.
Monkasteer indeed, my friend. Monkasteer.
Has he got a Dark Shrine here? It'd be really nice if you can get one that gives him some sort of big boy shrine or something. But it looks like, look at the minimap. There's no side zone here.
Damn, like he's just like asking, why have you forsaken me?
Yeah, there's a debate layout.
Yeah.
You can actually see the hidden side areas on the minimap. They're not very well hidden. Izaro didn't account for player minimap technology, I guess. But there's one over here, so he did find a Dark Shrine.
Bal's asking about Act 4 to Wager. We will talk about it after this, or after this VOD, but there are a couple strats that Octavian can share with you that are really going to help you with that Act 4 fight.
Not the ideal shrine, but a bit of armor will help the Molten Shell, I suppose.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with this, but I think you would prefer to get the massive or
Brutal or
yeah,
replenishing maybe as well. Replenishing would be great.
Replenishing is great for the traps. Yeah.
Actually, ideally, you want to get the traps are disabled in the Azaro fight. Really, I mean that's what you really want. But given that it was a shrine, yeah, like, brutal, massive, replenishing.
Pretty much any of the other ones it can give aside from Diamond would be better here. Diamond Shrine, by the way, does nothing when you have Resolute Technique, in case you weren't aware of that, because never beats always in Path of Exile. If you never do something and you always do something, then you don't do it. In pretty much every case. But yeah, as far as the Act 4 Doedre stuff, well, actually, I will get to that right after this phase with Azaro.
I'm surprised he keeps. You know what? Actually, I'm very surprised he keeps the mods open. Like it's just it's adding visual clutter to his screen and just. I don't know, like why subject yourself to less visual clarity than you have to.
I'm not sure. I personally do it as well, and I'm still not sure.
I mean, especially in the Azaro fight, where like I feel like he's all like whenever I die to Azaro, it's always like off-screen wind slash or off-screen barrage. But he's really handling it well here.
I actually questioned the strategy at the start there a little bit because he went for triple charge disruptor right away. And the way that this mechanic works is as you fight Azaro, he just passively gains charges.
Yeah.
And in order to eliminate them, you have to use a charge disruptor. And you only have 3 chances. So if you burn through them all immediately, that means that you can't clean charges off of him anymore. And if you don't kill him really fast, he's going to gain a few. So he has like 4 or 5 charges now that if he had left a charge disruptor for the very end of the fight to deal with, he might have been able to clean them off and make the fight safer.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Did I see like he's equipping Onslaught for the Azaro fight and then using Vicious Prods during the actual mapping? I think that's
possibly. I didn't catch it.
I think that's what he's doing, which surprises me. I mean, you know what though? Maybe he wants the movement speed and stuff just to be able to avoid the balls more.
Possibly. He might also have Onslaught on kill.
It is the other way around? Okay, it's the other way around.
That
Good.
makes sense.
Thank God, because I was... Onslaught for mapping. I assumed, but... Yeah, I just wanted to clarify with chat, because I was like... Did my eyes deceive me? Have I been playing the game wrong this entire time?
But, yeah, in answer to the question, this is Huwu that we are watching do a I-83 Labyrinth run.
And this is for the bounty, correct?
But for Act 4 Doedre, the arena that she's in will spawn with a bunch of spikes around the outer edge. Those spikes can act as terrain to block her projectiles, so most players, if they have a ranged ability, since the player said they're using special shield throw, will stay out the outer ring so that they can potentially dodge behind a spike whenever she tries to shotgun you.
Actually, you know what? I actually completely forgot. This is why he has his affixes open. It's so he knows what the Dark Shrine's given.
Technically, if you have the text, the voice lines or text lines memorized as to what does what, you can just look in chat. But like, what sort of pro lab runners know that stuff? Who has that memorized?
But do I sound to Tinny? Oh, we'll fix it after this. For now, we're just gonna watch him do the final phase of this trial. Hopefully, he can get it done. I believe he does, but you know.
And traps are disabled, so he's got a real clean and easy arena to fight him in. The only concern here is the fact that he's got a bunch of charges, which charges are really, really dangerous on Azaro. They give him increased damage and speed. And you can see he's going very fast.
It's just how fast his animations come out. It's just very hard to deal with. Thankfully, he's playing a bleed build, so his damage uptime is really, really high. And he can just sort of kite him around, but yeah, not if he gets hit by any of those big slams, I mean, he has a lot of block, but he could actually just straight up die from it.
Yeah, this is a dangerous fight. The charges, I think, also might give damage reduction, because Azaro seems a lot tankier in this third phase than the first two.
They do. Yeah. They act, I think, as semi-endurance charges as well. Which, obviously, against the bleed build, are really, really efficient defensive. So let's see. Let's see what he gets from the. Oh, okay.
Nope. No, not allowed.
Not allowed.
It's not part of the clip, apparently.
Oh, apparently Pak is offline. Do you have the same little screen there? Or?
Yeah. Okay. Let me pull somebody else on. See who's online. Not Quantric at the moment.
Well, awesome, guys. Claps for Huwu. Really, really cool. How's Oddlog doing? We can. Oh, Lily's on. So we'll pop Lily on. We'll check him on Oddlog at some point. But for now, we're gonna stick to some of the other streamers.
Let me find Lily on the list. There we go.
Awesome.
And I do think there is a couple more clips to watch before we go to live content.
All right.
So I'm just going to pull this one from Timmy on screen, who's listening to SCP readings while clearing, apparently. That's neat. I think he's in Act 10, it looks like, Defiled Cathedral.
No.
And...
No, it won't be Act 10. No, it'll be maps. It'll be like right.
Oh, is that the Defiled Cathedral map base?
Yeah,
Sorry,
it must be. Yeah, I think it's because it's a 70s zone.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I got it wrong.
I'm Exile is back also online, so we have actually a couple of gamers on, like really trying to push.
But the reason for the clip was the instant chance into Tinker Skin, and
huge.
Yeah, that's a pretty darn nice pickup.
Considering he's playing Exsanguinate Traps, yeah, I don't think he's gonna complain too much about that. Very cool.
Any other clips? We have... Oh, this one's DMCA free if you want to put on some volume. It's another slightly longer clip.
I'll see what I can do.
It's Huwu again. You guys paid $500 for this performance is what it's called.
Let me know if the sound sounds good, Mr. Madeki.
Did you really think this would work? I mean, this is what does I-81 translate to in terms of stones? Is that like a Awakener 3 or 4 or something like that? Like a middling.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Might even like be 2 or less. It's a fairly low level Awakener, but it is an Awakener in Gauntlet.
I mean, it is a 7-minute fight. Well, you know, it's the first Cyrus we've seen in the entire Gauntlet, so we're gonna let it play through. But generally, we are gonna skip to, like, the last phase because the first 2 phases shouldn't really pose a problem to all these players. But for now,
yeah, the only worry in the first few phases is the carpet bomb from Cyrus.
Yeah, exactly.
Which can it's semi RNG because sometimes he'll target it like way off to the side, and sometimes he'll just insta drop it on your head. And with the turbo from Gauntlet, that can be a real threat. But if you are cautious and that's part of it right there. Yeah. If you're cautious and able to move quickly right at the beginning of the phase, it shouldn't one-tap you.
Turns out LMP on Cyrus is pretty insane.
Yep. The clone during this phase can drop a carpet bomb-esque effect, and even low-level Awakener, that basic attack just, I think, crit and dealt like 3k damage to this man.
My god.
And yes, there's a surprise in the final phase. I don't necessarily want to spoil it, but it seems like Chad is pretty aware what the surprise is going to be.
I'm not sure his Corrupting Fever is actually up, by the way.
Yeah, his damage seems
fine without
more than acceptable.
Yeah. Please increase the volume. Okay. There you go, guys.
Nope, hide intent strategies.
So, for those that are unaware, there is a bounty for the Cyrus boss, for the Cyrus kill, that involves singing a theme song during the entire last phase. So, yeah.
There's the carpet bomb. Sidesteps that neatly.
I'm not sure he's gonna do it, but I'll be pretty damn impressed if he can pull this off.
I guess technically the meteor is one of the things that you have to be aware of in the early phases too.
I'm not sure. This is just the boss fight, right? This is for his.
This is Cyrus so far.
This
is just basic Cyrus so far. For the bounty, you do have to finish the song during the fight. Like if you stop singing before Cyrus is dead, you don't claim the bounty. So if you kill Cyrus too fast, like you basically have to stall.
No. Oh, apparently Gucci Prada just died. F in chat for Gucci. Oh no.
Oh. I think that's his second rip of the event so far.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. I know he's a fan favorite. Everybody loves Gucci. He was Steel's partner, still is for like a lot of events, and just is an amazing player in and of his own right. Damn, hate to see it. Our Singaporean friend.
Pretty darn clean Cyrus so far, though.
Yeah. I think a lot of players who there are a lot of players who struggle with this fight. And I hate to be sort of like that, but honestly, it just takes practice, right? If you have a really strong build, which is, okay, it's not easy to get, but you get really defensive, you go with Gladiator, get a lot of block, just try and fight this phase, these beginning phases, over and over again, right? Assuming you have the regen or the sustain, just get used to the mechanics that he uses and that he does, and you should be able to soon enough sort of trivialize these first 2 or 3 phases. The final phase, of course, a lot harder, but I'm sure that with practice, anybody in chat here can make it happen.
Oh my god, those projectiles are just so scary looking. Alright, here we go. Final phase. You'll notice the video still goes on for a little while. I'm not gonna keep talking though.
Tell everybody I'm on my way. New friends and new places to see. The blue skies ahead, yes, I'm on my way. And there's nowhere else that I'd rather be. With the sun beating down, yes, I'm on my way. And I can't keep the smile off my face. 'Cause there's nothing like seeing each other again. No matter what the distance between. And the stories that we tell will make you smile. Oh, it really lifts my heart. So tell them all I'm on my way. New friends and new places to see. And to sleep under the stars. We could ask for more. The moon keeping watch over me. Not the snow, not the rain can change my mind. The sun will come out, wait and see. And the feeling of the wind in your face can lift your heart. Oh, there's nowhere I would rather be. 'Cause I'm on my way now, well and truly. I'm on my way now, I'm on my way now. Tell everybody I'm on my way, I just can't wait to be there. With blue skies ahead, yes, I'm on my way. And nothing but good times to share. So tell everybody I'm on my way. I just can't wait to be home. With the sun beating down, yes, I'm on my way. And nothing but good times to show. I'm on my way, yes, I'm on my way.
Hey!
Awesome.
Claps for the man. Come on.
That's big content. Big. And he was able to finish the song.
You could hear at the end how like impatient he was getting with the repeating lyrics.
Actually fantastic. And you know what?
I'm on my way.
He does actually have to finish the song, by the way, for it to count. So he did finish it. It didn't count for points because it wasn't an eye level 83 or an area level 83 zone, but yeah, very, very cool. Awesome bounty, just so much fun. I'm so happy he was able to do it because look, he had a buddy. Props to the buddy actually DMing him the actual lyrics, because I think memorizing it might have driven him a little crazy while trying to race to rank 1.
Yeah, that was a good strategy.
Awesome.
And that was Huwu, again, the same guy who we just saw do the I-83 Uber Lab bounty. So, has claimed quite a few bounties for himself at this point. I think there's one further bounty to watch here, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see it.
And it's only a 15-second one, because it's just proof of reaching level 90. without ascending
Oh,
in the gauntlet.
awesome.
Well done. Very well done. Did it as a summoner build, it looks like.
So, guys, level 90 is possible. We're seeing it live, even without an ascendancy. You guys can do, even if you're just farming on white maps and stuff, and that leads me actually, Octavian, talking about level 90, to the rewards that these wonderful players in chat and anyone competing can receive. So I'm going to bring those onto screen. Boop. Alright guys, even if you don't, there's some wonderful prizes for you, but even if you don't think you can compete for the rank 1 prize, or you don't think, oh god, I'm not going to be top 5, I can't get those cash rewards, and some of those bounties seem insanely hard, don't worry. We have prizes for everybody, right? We have prizes just for reaching level 50, 60, 70, 80, and 90, and those include physical and MTX prizes, brought to you by Shopify Rebelling, and some of the mystery bosses brought to you by GGG themselves. So if you do reach level 90, you are entered in all of these. And there is a $3,000 custom PC build. Yes, even you, Malatorm. Even you, Malatom. Everybody. Yeah, and you can get all those really cool wings. You can get some armor sets, some weapon effects. You can look really fly when you're in Oriath before you head to your hideout. There's some really cool things for you. And yeah, it's a per character base. So if you level 5 characters to level 90, you have 5 entries into these draws, which will happen after the Zizaran's interviews on the final day of the gauntlet, which is, I believe, next Monday. Yeah, and even if you die in your character, they're still entered into these things. So yeah, just don't delete your characters if they're alive, but if they do die, feel free to. But yeah, you are entered into these draws, and it's really awesome that we're able to bring you these prizes. We want everyone to feel like they've have a chance at some really, really awesome content. And thank you, Vyro and Ziz, also for organizing all this and doing all the draws and making it fair for everybody. You'll love to see it.
And in answer to the questions in chat, you do not need to stream.
Nope.
The only thing, if you wanted to claim one of the bounties, you would need to record proof of that. But other than that, you don't need to stream or record to participate. And it is not class restricted. So you could level the same build to 90 4 or 5 times and get 4 or 5 entries into all of these different things. The class restriction is for the overall prizing. So, if you're really competitive and you're trying to push ladder in given classes and you want to try and push ladder for more than one class, then yes, I suppose that would be relevant. But if you just want to get entries into these raffle rewards, you can play whatever builds you want to these levels.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's really cool that everyone sort of has an opportunity to get these prizes. And look, it's a $3,000 US, by the way, $3,000 US custom PC build. I mean, if you can finally run mudflats on high quality, guys. That's what we're that's the kind of power we're talking about here. All right, insane levels. But we'll bring you back to regular quality, guys, so you actually have something to watch. We'll pop our faces on the stream as well, to the popular demand, and maybe we can pop Rise onto maybe Carves, onto Karn. We've seen a lot of Karn, so maybe we'll pop Rise with his unique War Chief build onto there as well. Thank you so much, Octavian.
And Rise is making a break for red maps today, as he's into, I believe 79 is a T11 zone, so he's pushing into early red maps on this build, and it's still trucking along just fine. He was doing a Maven invitation earlier when I full screened very briefly, made it through that without any worries, and is handling some of these T11 map bosses pretty darn well. I wouldn't say his DPS is making them look like they're made of tissue paper, but he also is made more out of concrete blocks than tissue paper. He's a very tanky boy.
Yeah, 70 300 life, with tons of armor, like fortified, huge amounts of regen, endurance charges. This man is going nowhere. I mean, even skitterbots, right? People laugh, okay, skitterbots defensive layer, but being able to chill enemies by about, I think it's 15% by the time of level 18, level 20, the gem, is very significant, especially considering in a gauntlet, every mob is like 30% faster because they have turbo. So being able to just slow things down a little bit, get back to normal, is really nice. I think this is Gucci's
rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a clip of that in the tool yet, so we can watch Rise watch Gucci's rip. And it's to the ballistas in a
oh no,
heist. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah,
those get the extra proj too. It's. I actually almost ripped to that myself yesterday because it's something that you really underestimate because it's not usually much of a threat while running heists. They don't do very much damage and you can usually run right past them. But with the extra proj from Gauntlet mods, they become very dangerous.
I mean, what's wild there is that's a T1 heist, by the way. That's a level 68 zone.
Yep.
So they they hurt. They really and to the question in chat is, does anyone name their Skitterbots? Yes, Will and Farrell. Of course, come on.
Farrell is in like actually Will Ferrell's last name, or is in like Feral Rat?
You know
Feral
what?
dogs.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think it depends on the day. How I'm
He's the
feeling.
aggressive one.
Well, I mean, like you gotta name your shock drone something spooky, right? or Pharrell after the singer, maybe. You know, I'm gonna let that be the mystery of Will and Farrell. You know, let that little be a little mystery for chat.
I never thought to name mine. Maybe I'm just inhuman. I'm a monster.
You just don't play enough trap builds, dude. Get on it. Get some Exsanguinate going. It's Will Smith and Pharrell. Okay.
I love trap builds.
No,
I haven't played the Fizz Trapper though. I dropped a cold iron point yesterday on like my 5th map that I ran, so I have a reroll if I die.
That's actually kind of insane. Actually, like for those that don't know, it's very hard to replace cold iron point for any Exsanguinate build actually. And in a lot of cases, I know in softcore trade, a lot of the times you actually run 2 of them, so you can lose your shield. I mean, granted, you lose survivability, so Gauntlet probably not the best idea, but it does let you squeak out that extra, 500,000 to 1 million DPS if you really need to. Which sounds insane, but the higher you get with those damage numbers, the more 30% more actually does, right? So, yeah, pretty damn cool.
Someone in chat is asking, how is Trickster dot better than Raider, by the way? I'm assuming that's in reference to Carve and the fact that he's swapped over to his Trickster at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I think the advantages are twofold. Trickster has more damage scaling from the Ascendancy, so it can push higher DPS values for like bossing in the endgame.
Yeah.
And then is capable of making the swap to CI. So now that Carve has geared up for that CI swap on his other character, which was the Raider that zooms a lot faster and works better as a life-based build, he can swap over and get like 8k plus energy shield and be tankier and higher damage. Just all around better.
Yeah.
It just takes some take some time to get that gear together. Pardon me, something in my throat.
No, me too, by the way, coincidentally. But it's one of those things that because the points for this event cap out at 95 for your level, he's not. I mean, like I thought about it because yesterday I was saying like, why is he doing it? But because it caps out at 95, leveling one character to 92, 93 doesn't really matter because Carve knows he can get that second character to 95 probably in 2 days anyway. Considering that he's already progressed his Atlas, he's in the higher tier maps anyway. So having this early game option available to him in Raider makes it get safely all the way, can gear his next character. It's just a really strong option, and I think a lot of players wish they could do that with their characters, but sometimes you just don't need to. Like Lighty is running a Raider with his Toxic Rain. That's just strong the whole way. That's the best option the entire way, but CI can be a bit of a struggle to get going, especially early on, so it's nice to have that character that can just cruise with life as you can with the Raider, right?
And I think a large part of it as well is not necessarily just a comparison between dodge and energy shield, though those are relevant, but also that like Raider kind of caps out in terms of how much DPS it can output for endgame bossing. Raider struggles with Cold Dot to get more than like 1.5 million DPS in a Gauntlet environment, which is like technically enough, but you'd need to be a really mechanically good player to survive that lengthy of a boss fight.
Yeah.
Whereas Trickster can more easily push like 2 to maybe even 3 million single target from Cold Dot.
Oh, Carve's actually in chat. He's listening to us, I guess, through the stream. Yeah, we love having you on stream, buddy. I can spell block Cap with ES on block shield, and that's without glancing. Okay, Carve. That's actually kind of nuts then.
Yeah,
okay,
I imagine that's through clusters, partially, with like the spell damage, spell block clusters and stuff like that.
That's awesome. Then, like, if you can get that kind of spell block, then there's no need to be Raider anyway, right? I mean, you're getting the defensive layer, like the dot. Okay, I know dodge and block aren't equivalent. There are differences, but for the sake of argument, let's just say like you have one or the other, especially in a Gauntlet environment. If he can spell block Cap, which is like the scariest thing for a lot of these bosses, like your Uber Zuris, like your, especially for your the hidden and the formed, where you just get barraged by all these different spells. That's kind of insane, especially because his overall life total, I imagine, will be higher going ES as well. And he can use Frost Shield. He can use Frost Shield as well. He does. It enables a lot of different things, and as you said, just higher DPS. If you can make the boss fight take half as long, or even like 33% shorter, That's a huge defensive layer in and of itself. Right?
Cyrus in particular, spell block cap is an invaluable tool because literally nothing Cyrus does is an attack.
Yeah.
Blind, evasion, attack dodge, entirely useless in the Cyrus fight.
I mean,
actually, like literally nothing in there.
Yeah, you're right, 100%. Yeah, I never even thought I knew that, but I just never like sort of thought of it like that. You also have even with Raider though, as you said, like you're only bringing. I mean, you're bringing some elemental damage to the table and some cast speed, but really you're only bringing the exposure, which you can get from Frost Bomb anyway, right? Or even Hydrosphere, depending on what you want to use. Most likely Frost Bomb though, but yeah, I just really like the Trickster overall. And honestly, Ghost Routes. Like, Ghost Routes are great, like, just taking less damage overall per hit, because if you're not getting hit very often, and obviously they don't fall off when you block something. So, yeah, there's some really cool tech, and you can have crab barriers if you need, or anything. So, yeah, apparently we actually do have the Gucci clip as well, Octavian, so I'll let you pop that up. But, yeah, I love the decision to go Trickster. Really cool decision by Carve.
Do I need to refresh the tool, because I'm not seeing the Gucci clip in here? Or is it not in the tool, is it in the Discord?
Oh, it's in Discord. Sorry, my bad. Might be.
Okay, we need to watch it manually on stream, yeah.
Don't worry, I'm just refreshing my player just in case. Blast screen of death there, only for 1 quick second. Oh, it doesn't, because it doesn't work in the tool. Oh, okay. So I'll grab it then. No problem.
Oh my god. I didn't see the details because we just got to witness it on Rise's stream secondhand, but he has 7k HP, and this is an eye level 68 zone. Respect the goddamn ballistas. Jesus Christ, those things hurt.
Can I just copy this thing here? Yeah. Sorry, just bear with us for 1 quick second. Hopefully I can get it on screen. Yes, I can. The screen's gonna go black for 1 quick second as I full screen this, but hopefully we can have it over. There we go. And 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, actually. That's
just like that's almost an unbelievable amount of damage for T1 content to put out.
He has 7,000 life, by the way.
Yeah.
He has 6,000 life.
Some dodge, though his Fortify isn't up right now, but like yeah, I wouldn't have expected that to do that much damage to me either.
Excuse me, sir? Yeah, so as it turns out, guys, shotguns do a lot of damage, by the way. And I imagine they're doing chaos damage too. I mean, it just looks like it. I mean, it might not be.
Yeah, in this tile set, there's a lot of chaos damage in the scientist, in the Waluigi scientist tile set.
So I think he gets hit by 2 or 3 in this frame, and then just like again, like then 2 or 3. So he's hit by like 9 or 10 of them in the span of like a second and a half.
Yeah. So the lesson to be learned here is always turn off those traps.
Yeah, or just like dash through. Like you want to be out of. You don't want to be in this situation. I mean, it's not worth. The thing is, like, what's he gonna get out of those boxes, right? Like armor, scraps, blacksmith whetstones. Like, I mean, the thing is, like, Gucci's very confident, right? Like he's probably done this content over and over again. This hasn't happened, but yeah, that's brutal.
Something worth mentioning is that since they are they're not targetable entities, they can't be blinded. So that means that they are not getting the straight damage reduction from blind that Sab usually has, and also Fortify isn't up here. And the endurance charge count is only at 1 because he hasn't killed things recently. If he has a endurance on kill ring, I'm not sure that he does, but you know, if he does. So most of the mitigation that this build would have while clearing and against regular monsters is not available here.
I mean, apparently he had 7% chaos reds and 60% spell dodge. So, I mean, unless these are... I mean, so then he probably has a lot of attack dodge as well. That's just... I guess that's why in this first instance, he's not chunked down, right? He gets... It looks like overlapped by, like... In this frame, it looks like it's hit by, like, 7 of them, but only 1 or 2 get through his dodge. But then this next volley, I guess, like, he just gets RNG'd, right? Yeah, so he gets shocked from the original hit. I think that's a chill, actually. That's not shock.
Yeah, it's a chill. I think
that's a chill.
I think all of the physical mitigation that this build has, except for that 1 endurance charge, was down here.
Yeah.
Assuming that he was considered to be moving, and so Arctic armor wasn't up. I don't know whether the game's considering to be stationary right now or moving.
He was the last few frames there. He was moving towards the right. I think he was trying to click away and maybe dash or something. But
so like Fortify, blind doesn't work on these things. He was moving, so he didn't have Arctic armor, and yeah, he only had the 1 endurance charge. So just kind of a really unlucky confluence of every buff being down or not applicable, and not respecting the overlapping shotgun from the traps.
Well, damn, Gucci.
I mean, which I don't blame him. Again, this is a T1 zone, and he has 7,000 life.
Yeah. Like, just... yeah, that just sucks. But at least it's not to a DC or something like that, so I guess we all learned... You know, Gucci's the one that died to the Petrify last time, too. So the last couple of gauntlets just being brutal for like sort of learning new content and stuff. So.
He's finding those strangest ways to die.
Pretty much, actually. Yeah. I'm gonna swap us back over to the live content, but damn, that was interesting.
Lily got a 6 link. Neat. Congratulations, Lily.
Congrats. I mean, that's huge, right? An extra 30-40% DPS. Pretty
was that
nice.
From Rog or something? Because she's interacting with vendors right now, or was that just spamming fusings? I don't know if anyone in chat knows if there's a clip or anything like that. It doesn't seem like we have it at the moment.
I mean, she could have also had it like stashed and now she's just like transferring over to it, right? I doubt she wouldn't equip it earlier though, because considering she's doing like she's level 94, she's probably in like early red maps, maybe even mid-tier red maps. I'm not sure. I think a lot of people have been stockpiling their reds and they were just like grinding out those yellows for a while. So hopefully they can just sort of bunny hop a lot of the content into this later stage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was manually fuse spammed. I don't know. I can't say that for certain.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the offering effect chess piece that she had earlier. It's just a very nice life and res chess piece with actually that crafted mod that is showing up in a lot of the Detonate Dead builds. It's quite a lot of ES regen, and you get ES Leech potentially as your 6th link. It's a solid enough 6th link because it scales both the spell hit and the corpse hit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you don't want to run Inspiration. That's a toss-up that I've seen. Either Inspiration, Fire Pen, or ES Leech as your last link, depending on which ones you have in your 5 link. And if you can get that mod on both the belt and the chest piece, and you get ES regen from the Ascendancy, so you end up having really good ES sustain.
That's awesome. I think, like, look, people don't understand, but like ES regen is essentially just like life regen. So yeah, it's 120 life regen. That's probably like 2 to 3%, like overall, right?
Yeah, and if you look at it in context of just the energy shield bubble, like you're gonna have
huge. Yeah, it's like
a 1.5k, 2k ES bubble in this build at the end. So 150 is 300 between both mods. That's huge. You know?
Yeah. It's nice because it's always up outside of like obviously chaos degens. It's always gonna be affecting you, right? Because let's say you get dinged by a couple things, your ES is down, you can't get it to be back up. You know, your ES regen if your ES regen is ticking all the time, it's effectively permanent regen, right? Even if you don't have, because when your life is full, obviously you can't regen life. You're not going to out regen like a degen, but it's just a really nice stat. I like it. Mm-hmm. I think it's really cool, and it's another defensive layer. So
it may look conditional with the while a rare unique enemy is nearby, but honestly, there's pretty much always a rare unique enemy nearby in Path of Exile. I mean, if there isn't, then you're probably not in a situation where you need the defensive layer most of the time. I guess the only situation where you'd want that regen, but there probably isn't a rare nearby, is while doing like lab traps or something.
Yeah, I mean, like the reality is the time when you're most scared is when there's rares and they're bringing auras to the table, or during a boss fight, right? Whether that's a map boss or like a big boss. And actually, Rise does have a Legion General coming up just here. I mean, sure, it's just on a map, but always nice to note when you see that big purple line under the Legion tower or the Legion pillar. It points you in the direction of a general, right? If it's there, if she or it is present, so or he, I guess.
And it's going to be the Eternal boss, whose name Lioneye. Marcus Lioneye?
Yeah,
Marcus Lioneye? Something like that. Does have a few rare mobs near him too, and Rise's DPS isn't enough to insta-kill these, so they'll get a few attacks off, but they don't seem too keen on doing any spear tosses, which is good, because that's the most dangerous thing they can do. Marcus himself, I think we saw, I don't think it was last Gauntlet, I think it was Gauntlet before that, he took a life with the overlapping proj from his like Rain of Arrows volley, but other than that, he's not too terribly dangerous.
No, I mean the obviously like he benefits from LMP and stuff, but he was actually it might have been last Gauntlet with like the AoE overlap maybe from some stuff. I'm not sure, but like he can output crazy damage, especially if he crits, which I mean goes without saying if something crits, like obviously you're probably gonna die, but he can be, if you don't have physical defenses to mitigate him, like good luck. Just be aware. I mean, look, if you see a unique boss on your screen in the Gauntlet, just be prepared for damage, incoming damage, right? I mean, even if it's just a math boss that you think, oh, this is trivial, it just Glace from my beach map, Actually, he uses Glacial Cascade. As it turns out, benefits from all the physical as elemental. So, yeah, just be careful out there, Exiles. We believe in you.
And the reason you'd want to go for these Legion bosses in the first place is probably to try and target a timeless jewel, as your odds of getting a relevant one on most builds are actually pretty good. Huwu, I believe, had a Divine Flesh jewel. I'd have to look up his profile to be sure, but he had a little bubble of energy shield that never moved even when he was hit by lab traps, which is indicative of Divine Flesh, causes all damage to bypass energy shield. The only thing that doesn't bypass it is darkness damage, because darkness is weird and special. But it's a little tiny bit of trivia that's not really too terribly relevant. And I imagine Rise is probably going to want to go for, like, if nothing else, just a Karawi jewel to try and get some Fortify effect or Fizz taking his fire or reduce damage from crits on his tree.
I mean, it's unlikely he's probably going to have the Chaos Res for, like, Zabak or anything like that. Like, I mean, maybe, but it's just unlikely with, it's Gauntlet only. There's only 10 days, right? It's hard to set up a character like that. Or even Transcendence or anything like that. Like, there's a lot of things he may want, but are unrealistic in this sort of 10-day event. And Mr. Madiki, thank you for linking it. He did post a link, the Imgur link. That is the Legion general, like, wave or line. So if you check that link out, you can see exactly where your what it looks like and how you can identify if your Legion pillar has a general or not. Just wanted to bring that up because we do have a lot of new players in here. Hopefully we can help you out with this stuff because there is a lot in Path of Exile, Octavian. I think there is a lot.
Yeah.
There's just all these little pieces of information, like literally like the general pillar thing that if you just don't know, like you might just be oblivious all the time. Like, oh, I could have had so many more splinters. I could have made farming for my jewel a lot easier. Like there are tools out there to help us, but just hard to find sometimes.
There's a lot of little things that you take for granted. Like my rant yesterday about Harvest, about how like, I played in Harvest League and I've played for tons and tons of hours in every single league, so I know which beasts might pop out of a blue seed patch and try and murder me instantly. But unless you played back in Harvest League and you know which seed art correlates to which kinds of potential beasts, you're never going to be able to figure that out in game without probably dying a good handful of times to it. I'm going to keep ranting about that at some point, I'm sure, but we exhausted that particular topic yesterday. Yeah. Briefly, I want to congratulate Carve on breaking 8,000 energy shield.
Awesome.
Well done.
No, it's,
well
it's,
done.
It's definitely a feel good. It's not the same.
May 9,000 be in your future, Carve.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some tricksters, and maybe this was back in the day, but you can get. I've seen tricksters with like 11 to 12,000. I think that is before the nerfs, to be fair. But even getting to 8-9K is just, like, you really want to hit those thresholds, right? Like there are some things that just hit you like a truck in Gauntlet.
In every league, I see a post on the Path subreddit about someone who didn't know about shift clicking things, or about what you mentioned yesterday, where quality works differently based on the rarity of the item. So if you're qualitying rare maps, it'll take 20 chisels, but if you quality a white map, it'll take only 4 chisels to reach 20 quality. Yeah. Math is hard.
No, yeah, I mean, but that's a big deal, right? I mean, I've seen players like spend 20 chisels on a rare map when they're like, oh, they alk first and then they chisel. You want to chisel first, then alk.
It's like, how are people making currency doing this?
Well, they're not. That's why they're all poor.
Mr. Streamer told me to chisel my maps, but it takes 20 chisels per map. Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, it's these. I don't want to say little things. I mean, that's a big thing, but it's you add up like that time, like 100 different times, right? All these little pieces, right? Oh, we know which supports are best. We know where to get them, and it just makes a much smoother experience. Right? Like knowledge is power, right? So talk to your friendly neighborhood streamer. Tap them on the shoulder. Hey, how did you do this? How do you do that? I find the Path of Exile community in general suffers from one problem, and that's we have too many great content creators. And I mean that quite. I actually mean that quite sincerely. Like I have a problem trying to because I limit myself to only a couple subs. I'm like, oh god, who am I supporting with my Prime? And then I'm sub to Ziz, and it's a struggle. I mean, there's too many good content creators out there, but they're all generally incredibly helpful, incredibly friendly. I can speak about Octavian and Ziz, like the channel we're on, and literally the guy standing next to me. They're always very helpful. Like I have questions all the time. Even though I am on this channel preaching about the game, I ask a lot of questions still, and they're always very, very, very helpful. So it's use the resources that are available to you guys. Check out their YouTube, check out their Twitch, sometimes Twitter if they're feeling pretty spicy about a certain patch. But yeah, hopefully we can help you out, guys. Yeah, every league you have to look up the plus damage wand recipe. Me too. Even though I've done it like 100 times. Me too. It's
I think like hardcore in particular is more of a knowledge game than almost anything else in Path of Exile.
Yeah.
Like mechanical skill comes into play, and particularly in boss fights, things like Cyrus or Maven, where a lot of it, if not all of it, can be outplayed. That's where the mechanical skill of a player like Lighty is really going to shine. But in terms of surviving the kind of just rapid fire content that endgame maps are going to throw at you, much more of that comes down to preemptively dealing with things and having the game knowledge more than reactively dealing with things. Or just having the game knowledge to be able to react because you know what a martyr ghost looks like, or you know what a substantial physical aura looks like and what it does. And like those seemingly small things. Did Karn just get a count? Karn just got a Count's Heart. Sorry, I got distracted. Karn just picked up a Count's Heart off of Gwen, and he does have a 6-link weapon, so he could use that if he wanted to. It puts him at almost 9k life.
That's you know what? That's actually a big decision. Let me.
Yeah, because the links in his chest piece are. Oh, it's even got like he's an Oni build, so he uses the damage too.
Yeah, he uses fire as well.
Like the links in his chest piece are his Rage Vortex, which is a pretty big deal for helping out with single target. So it is a substantial loss, but so much life. Oh, it's a hard choice.
I mean, it depends if he's res capped with his chest or not, because his chest is given like 100 and something res, because of the implicit, right? I don't know. I feel like rare chests these days are so good, especially if you can get like ES as if you can effectively use it like ES added as. Oh
it's a spooky looking chaos res with the Count's Heart on, man.
Spooky looking lightning res, 38 lightning res. That's a yikes. Yeah, I don't think you can afford to do it. And then the thing is, you'd probably want a pseudo 5 link for your Rage Vortex. So what do you drop, right?
Yeah, I mean the helmet seems the easiest thing to swap out of in terms of res. I think it only had 1 res roll and 100 something life, so you're making back that flat life you put on the count. But
that's a tough choice.
Chaos res is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, that's not easy. I mean, you don't really want to swap over to like Arakali or anything like that for like reduced chaos damage taken, but yeah, not an easy choice. Wow. Actually, we'll leave Karn up for this now.
Are we in the bottom right corner right now? Or?
Not just now. I'm gonna leave Karn up because I want to see his choice. But no, yeah, I mean, you bring up some great points, right? Like hardcore, because you can prepare yourself for the content you're about to do because you know what's gonna come, right? Or whether that's mechanical or just knowledge based, right? Like, oh, I know I need 5. Like, I want 3,000 life before I do Merciless Lab, or 4,000, whatever that number is for your character, right? While in softcore, it can devolve sometimes into, oh, if I just get another 500,000 DPS, I can just ignore all the content, and if I die once every 2 maps, big deal. And I think GGG wants to move away from that in general, and I think because I think that by this league, it got particularly bad. People were running around with like 2,000-3,000 life, and not every character, but a lot of characters are doing that in softcore trade, because they were saying, well, okay, if I can't get the damage I want, I'm just going to sacrifice literally every defensive layer, and if I die once a map, no big deal after I hit level 92 or 95.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the survivability in hardcore comes down as well, like to being able to recognize what some of the more dangerous, not extremely well telegraphed things are in the game. If I'm entirely honest, like I'm a player who really enjoys hardcore, and I like accruing and using that knowledge, but it could probably be more well telegraphed to the player, like what a martyr ghost is gonna do.
Yeah.
You can tell that it's a martyr ghost by the animation that they flash off screen as they're moving. They flash like a little circle on the ground that causes detonations if there's any corpses, and they'll even do that if there isn't a corpse to target sometimes. So assuming that happens by the time you're moving towards the martyr ghost, you can tell it's a martyr and not run into the pack. But if they just don't happen to use that, or if you're going too fast so that they can't do it before you get to the pack, you die instantly when touching it.
Yeah. Especially in Gauntlet, where like again, it's based off corpse life, I believe, as well. So yeah, you do not want to mess around with that with martyr ghosts in Gauntlet. I mean, and at any point, but especially in Gauntlet.
The touched effect on enemies looks the same, and the ghost itself looks the same as every other ghost. It's the only thing that you can tell differently is that animation that it'll play at you. Yeah.
Just another fun tip, or pro tip: avoid martyr ghosts if possible. Try and off-screen them. Just if you see one pop, also just leave the pack, right? I feel like players, I do this a lot too. Can fall into this habit of feeling like, oh, I need to kill everything in the map. I have to complete all this content. Oh, there's an abyss. I got to do the abyss. if it's not content you enjoy, or you feel it's like too scary for your character or something like this, you can just not do it. I know that sounds kind of crazy in an SSF environment where you want to take advantage of everything, but if it's going to cost you potentially your character or your enjoyment of the game, especially if you're not pushing for like rank 1 or something, then like you feel free to ignore it, right? Especially if you're in a trade league where you can maybe buy those pieces, but Gauntlet can be can definitely make you feel like, oh, I have to do everything all the time. Oh, there's 30 mobs left on the map. I got to complete them. I need that map drop. Take a step back. I'm sure you have some other maps like you're gonna fix those problems eventually. Just don't subject yourself to something that maybe you don't need to.
We have a fresh hot clip.
Oh my!
Straight out the presses. And it's from Terrence.
No, come on,
who has 6.7k life here on his slinger and flame dashes backward into Stygian Revenant's corpse explosions. That is a classic rip.
It is.
I cannot tell you how many times I've seen that. I don't blame him for it. It's a very, very deadly situation.
I think you know what, Terrence. This is probably been his roughest gauntlet yet. It's been like just so punishing. So I'll freeze frame it here. So if you see in the middle of the screen this guy. This big purple guy with you see them in Blood Aqueducts, like the kind of spider-looking insect thing. They have Detonate Dead, or a version of it. And if you see these red beams that are next to him, those are his Detonate Dead. They're on about a second or 2 to 3 second timer, and it was casted. He dashes backwards because he didn't complete the first mob pack, and then they just pop.
Yeah, one of the really deadly things about this mob type is how delayed the damage is, which makes this kind of death happen to them really, really often.
Yeah.
Because you think an area is safe because you have been through there and it wasn't dangerous for the last 3 seconds, but that's because the only way these detonations happen is if you kill an undead monster, then the Revenant revives it, then you kill it again. After that, it leaves behind a corpse explosion that takes like a second or 2 to go off. So it's not immediate damage that you've dealt with, but you feel like that area that you just came from was safe. So you feel like you can run back into it, and then boom, haha, you have big corpse explosions. You get screwed over, man.
That's just brutal, honestly. Yeah. I mean, like Revenants have been in the game for ages, but like if you've died in BA and you've wondered what the hell was happened, it's probably because of those guys right there. Yeah, very scary. Turns out corpse explosions one of the scariest things in the game. Same thing as Martyr, right? Same idea.
And all of the red beast that he ran into is what scared him backwards, and I don't really blame him for backing off from it.
No,
because it had a physical thorns effect.
And the sad thing is, if you actually hover over, when he stops like that, mob is, I mean, he's obviously attacked it, but it didn't get all the way down. It's about like 3/4 life. If he had just taken a little bit longer to push through and kill that mob, he lives. Which is just really upsetting. I mean, Martyr is not the same. True, I know, but I'm just saying, like, they cause corpse explosions. Or, well, I mean... The
Revenants are...
The type of damage is the same, is what I mean.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to paint them as unfair, necessarily, just dangerous because the damage pattern from them operates differently from a lot of other monsters. So it can sort of lull you into a false sense of security if you're not on high alert because there's Stygians in the map.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just gotta be, like, I don't want to say be aware, but... It's a kind of it's the same idea with cannibals, right? If you see them in your map early on, you have to be aware that, okay, this is something I need to be careful of. I need to be aware of. I need to make sure all these guys are dead immediately. I got to avoid the cannibal throw. You know, that's what Gauntlet's about, though. It's again, it's knowledge based. The more you know, guys, the more you know.
Correct thing to do there is double flame dash. In that particular instance, the correct thing to do may have been to run past the red monster. But the problem is you don't know whether there's something super dangerous on the other side. But yeah, that's sort of getting to my point about how they are more unintuitive to play around than some of the other mob types that you might find as basic mob types in a map. Mm-hmm. Because the backtracking towards packs that Stygian Revenants have resurrected is so dangerous that oftentimes in a map with those mobs, running forwards through monsters to try and find a safe spot is usually correct, but that is itself a more dangerous thing to do. So there's not really a 100% safe choice when you have Stygian Revenants in your map. Yeah, I mean, like, look, you can kill them when you see them, so that like you can avoid those things entirely. But I think I honestly believe Terrence thought that guy was dead. Like he had already attacked him. He said, okay, moving on. But now we do have DS Lily fighting. I think this might even be a 6-way. Yeah, it could be. We're down to the last few bosses, so she's already done she's made some short work of the initial few. Mm-hmm. Vol Detonate Dead, probably very useful for getting some of them gone, and doesn't seem to be having any trouble with I don't remember this man's name, but Moon Temple boss.
Yeah. He has one of these really long, like something about like a point or something like that. It's like 30 characters long. I just know it's the guy from Act 7 that prevents me from going to the Harbor Bridge right away.
Sebert, the Crescent's Point.
Ah, there we go. Oh, okay.
Not a very memorable name.
Obviously, I'm so sorry for forgetting that one, Octavian.
Yeah, how dare we both?
How dare we? Oh my god, what an iconic Path of Exile character.
And just I want to briefly check in on Karn because I think he is committing to swapping to the Kamsar. He's changed some jewelry around. I want to see him. Pull up his character screen. See what his res is.
You know what
he does?
You know what? Though he could just be like testing if he can make it work. Like he's like okay, I've equipped it now. Let's see if I can. Like with the gear I have currently in my stash, let's see if I can get my reses fixed. How much life actually is it?
Casual like 140 res boots and double T1 res gloves. Okay, okay, Karn. I see you. Karn. Sorry.
Similar names. Unlike Mr. Moon Temple over there.
I forgot his name already.
I did actually. Yeah, I saw the name thing in chat, and I was like, yeah, it's very, very forgettable. So
yeah, I guess the bigger question is like, do you lose the Rage Vortex?
Yeah. Well, thanks. Silver K29 has actually mentioned his res is fixed, but he just doesn't know if it's worth losing a third of his damage. Do we know if his Chaos res is okay? Silver K. It's hard for us to like go into his profile just now, but.
Yeah, since things are changing so rapidly, I don't think the profile would update continually.
Exactly, that's what I mean, yeah. But you know what though, for losing a third of your DPS, having like an extra 1,000 life might be worth it. I mean, it depends what it's dropping from, right? If it's dropping from 2 million to like 1.2, then it's probably not worth it. But if it's dropping from like, I don't know. I guess the bigger the number, the bigger the loss, right? So if it's like 3 million, you're still losing a full million DPS. I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough call either way.
Given the goal for Karn, from what I've heard, is feared, it'd be rough losing that much damage.
Let's start with Elder first. How about that? How about we start? How about we start with the easiest boss in the game? How about we start with Elder, and then we'll.
Elder's easiest? Yeah, I can see that.
At least
I can see that.
Historically, in the Gauntlet, Elder is not the problem a lot of players face. I'm not saying he's an easy boss by any means, especially if you don't know his mechanics, but because he's been in the game for so long, a lot of these players are very, very familiar with the fight. And it's sort of seen as a precursor or a stepping stone to the Uber Elder fight. So if you can't kill Elder and you can't kill Shaper, then how are you going to be able to kill the super version of each, right? So it's not that he's easy. I don't want to trivialize the content, but generally for the top competitors, he is considered one of these stepping stone bosses. And it's reflected in the points, so he's only worth 2 points compared to, I believe, Uber Elder's 4 and Uber Ziri's 5 points. So pretty significant difference there. It might be good for just mapping / delving, more defense since most of the average mobs don't need much DPS. Maybe swap. That's a very good point, Suichira. I mean, he could just keep both setups, right? I mean, and then if he's doing the bosses, swap to the DPS version, but while he's mapping, just... I mean, you don't want to lose the Oni, right? Before you actually get to the bosses and everything like that. All this hard work he's put in, that would be that'd be terrible. And I think we've had Terrence on screen. I mean, it's not Terrence. I know it's... Oh, it's Jungrown.
No, that was Rise watching Terrence's rip a bunch.
And he hosted Jungrown. Okay, then. Okay.
No, I swapped to Younggrown to see if he was online, but we can pick up Steel Mage, who's doing more lab. Is that level 6? Is that Merc lab that he's in?
It is, yeah.
Is he going for a glove enchant, maybe?
It must be a glove or boot enchant. Maybe he has new boots and gloves or something like that.
But I don't know why you wouldn't do a boot enchant and Uber lab, because the stronger versions are... Like, his character is way more than strong enough to do Uber lab, and, like, the stronger version of the boot enchant is probably worth...
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, this content should be pretty easy for him, considering he was farming Uber Lab yesterday, and like his character is just absolutely insane nowadays.
Oh yeah, he can crush Uber Lab without worrying. So, yeah. I'm a little confused, but I'm sure Steel has some sort of specific goal here. He's a very his plans are always pretty darn well thought out.
Yeah, and he does look. Well, we talked about it before, but Steel is the is like the slow, sort of grind up your character type of guy. He's not gonna just like rush into bosses unprepared. Unless he feels forced to, and it's like day 10 or 9. But by then his characters should be ready, right? He really wants to gear up. He always puts let other people kill themselves. Let them throw themselves at content. I'm just gonna be sitting here grinding away, using my unethical RNG, and then getting to that finish line at the end of the day.
No, stalling is such an ugly way to put it.
No. It's preparing.
It's patience. That's what it is.
It is, yeah. Stall mage. I mean, look, the thing is, it works. How many level 100 races has he won? How many solo self-run races has he won? Like, proof's in the pudding, right? Like, his strategy is, it works. Awesome. And I think in about a half hour here, guys, we have some, in a half hour, we're going to play some highlights from the last day that was made to you by none other than Skraya. And I'm gonna just teasing you with it now. It's coming. It's upcoming content, guys. Just don't worry. And then maybe Octavian and I can have a little bathroom break or something. Yeah, we'll see where we go from here. But DS Lily still making her way. Has tons of scarabs, by the way. I always find that fascinating. That in a gauntlet event that you can stock up so many scarabs. Like, I would be using them as I sort of got them, unless I was looking for something really specific, or maybe waiting for a like a Maven like Atlas passive to proc some of like the Harbingers or something like that. But I feel like using your content early like really sort of gets you to the finish line a lot faster.
Yeah, for some of them you're gonna want to like target certain base types, perhaps with like your Shaper and Elder Scarabs to try and get higher level bases. So you don't want to waste those early on. You know, something like a Bestiary Scarab, you'll want to make sure you have the Arthane points assigned first, because you might end up needing a Ferric Beast, like a Ferric Lynx or Ferric Wolf Alpha. We'll see. No, this isn't the final phase. I thought this was the final Azaro phase for Steel Mage. I wanted to see what sort of enchant he was going for here, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer. Actually, probably shouldn't take too long, though.
While we talk about that, I'm actually going to replace Karn here with a racing ladder. We'll do a proper ladder check in a bit, but I do want to just see Steel's profile.
Okay.
I want to see like sort of what he actually is. Yeah, so his boots... No, his boots have 2% regen. Yeah. And his gloves are a Commandment of War, so maybe going for Commandment of Light?
Yeah, or the Reflection enchant is also pretty nice.
I very much doubt... Okay, just so chat knows, like that is not Spectral Shield Throw projectile speed, that is just Spectral Throw projectile speed, but...
Is that the second Spectral Throw enchant he got? Because he had Spectral Throw damage earlier.
Yeah, I think
it's the second Spectral Throw he's gotten without getting a Shield Throw. I mean, serves the man right? With all the RNG he's gotten, screw him.
screw this guy. 20 views, two 6 links. Jokes aside, though, he does have a really, really cool mod on his helmet. And I want to bring a lot of attention to it. 173% duration of ailments while he's focused. So the second he pops focus, his bleeds are going to last essentially like forever. I mean, at least maybe 6-7 seconds, which for bleeds is pretty damn big. And for bosses that maybe he can't have high DPS uptime, he can't throw his shield a lot, considering he's using Crimson Dance, he can stack up really quick, leave that on the boss for ages, and then by the time the boss is targetable again, his focus is probably off cooldown again. So a pretty cool tech. Does require a bit more macroing, but I'm sure Steel Mage can handle it.
And that chess piece, the multi-mod on it, would make a min-maxer in like softcore trade cry.
Yeah.
The Exalts spent to multi-mod a chess piece that has 40 strength, 80 life, and 31 lightning res. I mean, it's a good chess piece for Gauntlet. That is, you don't have to upgrade that. That's a consistent chess piece right there.
Yeah.
But like, would you pay 3x for that in softcore trade or any trade league? No, probably not.
I'm not sure I would even... I mean, just for the base type maybe, so I can split it and then sell that again. But no, I mean, spending the 3x to just get 5% attack 5% attack block. Well, I mean, like, look, you really need the avoid elemental ailments and the avoid being stunned, but I mean, like, you got to do what you got to do, right? Is he going for helmet?
He's actually going for helmet chance here. Yeah.
Oh, he has it twice enchanted. So that's why he's running the lab, I guess.
But why? I don't know why you wouldn't just wait for Uber Lab offerings. It seems like it's kind of wasteful of the twice enchanted to use it in Merc Lab.
Does he know he's not in Trade League? He can't sell these items.
I'm not the expert here, I guess. Well, what is the Merc Lab version of the Shield Throw enchant anyway? Is it like 3 extra proj? Does it even exist at Merc Lab?
I believe it does.
Like 3 would still be a big deal. Don't get me wrong. It's just.
Let me have a.
It's surprising to me that he's prioritizing this as hard as he is.
Let me have a quick check here.
He's looking for Spite Glove enchant mostly. Okay, that's the Chilled Ground Glove enchant, I believe. So that, if that's the primary goal, that does make sense. Oh dang, those are some nice boots that he has. He unveiled the Onslaught move speed onto them.
It is. So to answer your question, Octavian, it does have a merciless version, and it is 3 additional shards. So
Okay.
Which is still insane, right? I mean, 5
Yeah,
is
that's
better,
good.
but 3 is more than enough for all content. Like 5 always feels like overkill, but hey, I guess with Crimson Dance, I guess you do want as many prods because you're stacking like 8 bleeds at a time. But yeah, and if he hits it, it hits it, right? But
yeah, if the primary goal is the glove enchant, then I can understand why you'd be going for this. I don't know that I would prioritize the glove enchant that high to spend the time doing it, but as we said earlier, Steel is a very patient player, and he has a really clear idea of every tool that he wants. And the glove enchant is just another one of those tools in his arsenal that he needs to get set before he's willing to go and do some endgame bossing.
yeah, I mean, look,
Every little advantage you can get, you know?
I mean, but that's Steel in and of a nutshell, right? I have popped this back on screen, by the way, but he is he's definitely that player that he really wants to prep, right? And if he has no other source of chill, which it doesn't look like he does, having a 10% action speed slow just makes things a little bit more safe, a little bit cushy, right? Especially against some of these bosses, because if any bosses on chilled ground, unless they have immunity, which is I don't think a lot of bosses do, you're just creating content for yourself that's a little bit softer, a little bit easier, right? It gives you more time to react to certain things. So I like it, but again, as you said, I'm not sure it's worth spending like an hour hunting for this thing, right? Or 2, who knows, right?
I'm taking a moment here to briefly check over some of the other top players' gear just to make sure there's nothing that we missed. As we mentioned earlier, Lily did get herself a 6-link, and we saw it briefly on screen, but I just want to double check it. It's got 145 life, as well as a high int roll and that ES regen per second while rare unique enemies nearby. So no influence mods or anything, but just a very solid rare chess piece with room for the very powerful crafted regen mod. The belt doesn't actually have the crafted regen mod that I mentioned earlier, because you can double up on that, but it's a pretty darn good belt regardless with, let me do some quick math here. I think that's 112, maybe 115% total res,
Nuts.
as well as 120 life and 63 mana. It's just big number of good stat. Like, there's nothing fancy on that belt. It's just big number of good stat.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to talk about the belt. It also has 16% increased flask life recovery rate, which is, I know, look, okay, meme me all you want, chat.
He's gonna go into this.
He
did it yesterday. He's doing it again.
Meme me all you want. It is great to have a big boy life flask. Being able to recover half your life at a time. I know she is using a seething rather than a recovery flask, but I mean, life flasks are affected by like a multitude of different mods, and you can actually get some of these life flasks to recover like 6,000 life or something, like 5,000 life. Like it can get ridiculous, and it's actually a pretty big damn defensive layer. Because I know the second you get to like your 7,000 life, if your life flask healing you for 600, like who cares, right? I'd rather have Enduring Cry. Like that's not gonna save me in most cases. But if you get a couple of these mods, even though they are throwaway mods, but maybe scattered around your tree or scattered around your gear, suddenly Divine Life Flask is looking pretty nice. Looking pretty good. Yeah. I mean, to me.
No, I ain't gonna interrupt you. This
there was a
box. I'm gonna let you stand on it.
This is a hill I'm actually not prepared to die on, but maybe fight for.
I do like Panicked Flask though.
Oh no, okay, look.
Mataki. I might fight Mataki on this one. I like Panicked Flask since the low life changes personally.
Okay. I'm not saying this is advice. I'm saying it's nice to have. It's a good quality of life. I'm not saying go chase this. Like, don't remove life from your gear to have this on there. Like, oh my god. But it is nice, a nice stat to have, especially considering she is using a Seething Divine Flask of Staunching, right? If it can heal an extra 300 life a pop, and you're going to pop it 3 times usually, or like twice at the very minimum to regain all your life, it's just a nice option to have. Of course, I'm not saying you should like ignore like res on gear to get like life flask mods, but if they just pop up and the rest of your gear is pretty good, I'm not gonna say no. Stop them. I'm breaking the meta. Okay.
I want to look around at some of the other gear in the top players though, so I'll check in on the background and see if there's anything cool. The headhunter is still there, by the way. Just real quick, the guy who got the headhunter, and we were memeing about how he had a headhunter before his 6-link, he's got a 6-link now. He got himself a 6-link astral plate that looks very similar to the 6-links that we've seen from some of our other gladiators. It's life res multi-modded with block and Ellie Ailment of Void. Did also get a real nice pair of hunter gloves with I believe that's a total of 90 plus life and then 16 fizz dot multi, which is a great damage tool for the shield throw. So I imagine he's going to have a pretty easy time climbing up the ladder from where he is. He's already rank 5, doing real well.
Actually, you know what? Why don't we actually bring up the ladder? Like just like overall, let's. So I think we have Lily on. Oh no, we have Carve and Disley. But let's pop the ladder on. We'll look at the top 5 of each class, and let's have a bit of a deep dive. I think chat would really appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah, Semaril Hajid was the character I was just looking at.
Yeah.
Who has improved up to a 6 link now, gotten some hunter gloves, and even a 2.6k armor shield. So honestly, I think the gear from here on out could probably just be untouched, and you can do all your bossing and whatever leveling remains with everything that he's got. You don't really need to improve from there.
No,
that's about as good as it's gonna get.
Yeah, so it's 16 plus 18. You're looking at what 34, and then has a 17. So yeah, so you need at least 50% avoid elements. He has 51% to get maxed capped with the nodes on the tree, like with crystal skin. That entire wheel. So he has ailment immunity capped as well. Yeah, just good gear. 132 left on the helm. Wow.
And hey, all of our top 10 are currently alive. Yay!
Yeah, I think that's the first time probably all league that this has happened. And Steel actually in 10th, creeping up there. I know that, look, there are a lot of gladiators, we know, like, but as we talked about it before, lower barrier to entry, at least into the early sort of endgame stuff. But I personally think they're going to struggle for some of that without really good gear against some of those top tier bosses, like your Uber Ziris, like your I level 83 Cyrus, maybe like Uber Elder. I think it's going to be tough for some of these builds. But we do have Huwu, again, the guy who was singing the song, got $500 for that one. Has claimed 3 of the bounties for a total of 800. Plus, he's gotten to Delve Depth 200. Then his Mastermind I level 83 and a Ziri. So he's sitting at a cushy 100 points. While Darky just only killed the Ranger, but has done the full Delve Depth. So he has finished Delve off. He's at the Delve Depth 300. And is probably prepping for a lot of these bosses today or tomorrow. Because his gear is absolutely insane. I don't see it getting much better than this. Has a Mariketh bow for the increased movement speed, which again, as we talked about, is a huge defensive layer. It's +3 bow as well, with crafted 35% chaos dot multi, which is pretty insane. Attack speed.
Oh my god!
And just damage over time. It's actually really good.
That's a nutty bow.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
That doesn't get replaced very often. And he was also nice, he has the two he actually has the 2 white sockets, so he does allow him to like hot swap during a map and stuff, or for bossing setups, which is really cool.
And he did end up multi-modding that amulet that we saw, which, you know, also has a casual, what is that, almost 60 all attributes on it. I'm sure that's really comfortable for solving any strength or int problems that he might have. This gear is so crazy.
Actually,
he does it every time, man.
According to chat, Sunila said that Darky's gear is done. He said, like, he's doing bosses as soon as he gets the fragments, and maybe, I mean, I don't know, but maybe a level or 2. Oh, he's level 96, so probably not. Probably just gonna go right into the bossing. So we could be this could be the gear of our champion here, and actually has, by the way, a good enchant as well. A despair duration, which is just nice. No
glove enchant though.
No.
I mean,
you can go for that commandment of spike. Come on.
I don't know. It might cost him here.
It might cost him the 10% action speed. Look, 45 chaos res is actually insane on those as well. So, yeah, even getting at Zuri's steps, right? Like, I think it was only off his first or second at Zuri. Insane.
Discuss Ward helmet, please. I don't know that there's like a ton to discuss. Ward is a decent tool, like.
First at Zuri.
On a raider build where you're going to be getting hit very infrequently, Ward is going to shine the most. But it's not that big of a deal over like an evasion base or something like that in this slot. I don't know. It's at most a minor benefit. It doesn't really have much downside either, as I'm sure he's going to have a decent amount of evasion from the fact that he's using a Ziri step, which is a huge pair of evasion boots. And he doesn't even seem to be prioritizing evasion very highly because he's got the Apothecary's gloves that don't bring any. It's a damage over time roll there instead, so he's sacking evasion there for damage. And he's gone for intelligence for equality on his chest piece to solve stat problems. Maybe that's something that he might swap eventually, because I'm assuming his int problems are solved by the amulet now that he swapped that in. So yeah, evasion bases don't seem like a huge priority for him. Maybe a lot of his flat evasion is just coming from the Jade Flask.
Look, I Look, I also think it's just a really well rolled helm. Like, is 170 ward nice? Sure. Is it gonna save him? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. Like, right, it's not gonna be the make or break difference, but it is a 90 res, 90 life helmet with the an open prefix, so we can craft the 8% physical damage from taking his fire, which is the important mod on this, right? So probably just found one. It was really nice. Got the enchant on it. Okay, easy peasy.
Yeah, the affixes here are the strength of the item. The ward is kind of an afterthought. As ward is often an afterthought in most builds, there's very few setups that build into it like real hard. You know, if you're doing something with Night Grip, you might, but...
Apparently he exalted the 5 ward, so he had a spare X and was just like, okay, let's just slam it and see what happens.
Neat.
And, yes.
I see.
Yeah, so Scribe brings up a really good point, and I haven't mentioned it today, but in the past, every past Gauntlet, or at least the past 2, we have actually had declared a winner by now, right? So the Gauntlet, the balance changes we experienced in 3.15 have really shaken it up, right? And to the point where we haven't even seen people attempt like nearly any of the endgame bosses. I mean, we've seen Hugo fight Katarina level 83, but haven't seen like an Uber Zeri, haven't seen an Uber Elder, haven't seen the Formed, haven't seen the Hidden, haven't seen some of these bigger boss fights, which we're expecting to be incredibly deadly this time around. So players are cautious, right? I mean, you have less damage, our defenses are a little bit worse. If everything just feels a little bit harder to get, and it's shown like if these players aren't doing it right away, for good reason, right? So hopefully we can see in the next day or so that some content popping off, and the second the first person starts, we're gonna see a bit of a cascade where people feel rushed or pushed towards like starting. And I already imagine like Hubu starting with his Katarina, getting to depth 200 has already started that phase for a lot of the other gladiators, but I think the second Darky starts popping off with some of his invitations and stuff, we're going to see a big change in how people at least are playing the game right now.
1 sec, I'm trying to mess with the tool a little bit in the background.
Do you think?
Oh yeah, I got it working, cool. As Chad is mentioning, there is a clip to watch.
Oh my.
Don't want to spoil it though.
Oh no. No, come on.
Blue harvest mobs. You know what's happening here.
Okay, Bryce. My God.
The stuns. He's got 7.3k life. He's not easy to stun, but blue harvest mobs can do it. That's for sure.
You know what? I think the chat just got ads as well. So let me.
Really? Timing, man.
We will pause. Don't worry, no content.
Okay.
Loss.
We can play the clip again once we have people back here.
That's made me sad though.
Still in the tool, we can play it again in just a couple minutes. Sorry, we cannot prevent the auto ads from happening.
Yeah.
Our apologies.
Well, we'll mention it in I think it's like 2-3 minutes. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but yeah, I agreed, Scry. Like his lack of damage just played a huge role there. The fact that he just couldn't get the mobs down fast enough, and they were able to get off like 4, 5, 6 attacks, and they still looked really healthy by the end there. I don't know what mods were on that map, or like if he was in content that he just shouldn't have been, maybe like eye level 83 or 84, not 84, 82, 83. But that did not look pretty. Damn. And that was the worry, right? That we had like day one, is that we thought maybe in these higher tier maps that the War Chief totems might not be able to compete outside of maybe like big strength stacking or like crazy facebreaker stuff, but that's more of a softcore-esque build, but that did not look pretty. I'm excited for his reroll though. I know Rise isn't going to give up. So
yeah, we'll see what he goes for,
yeah.
Whether it's a repeat of the Chieftains, or I think he did have some Fizz Trapper gear sitting around, so it might be a swap to Saboteur for him. We'll find out. Hopefully soon, maybe not today.
Yeah, and we see Steel with a cheeky grin on his face, and it's starting to upset me now. The RNG is getting to me, but I'm not even playing the game right now. I'm just watching. But 2 6-links with like 30 fuse, yeah, Scrya. Shit, stuff's pretty crazy. Pretty insane.
I think we can play the clip again, for those who missed it earlier.
Is everyone out of ads, guys? Or are we still... Any...
I mean, I guess they wouldn't be able to hear us.
Yeah,
so.
sure, that's I'm gonna type it up, yeah. Any ads left?
We good to go?
Nope, no, we're here. Okay, awesome.
Good.
Back with 7 ads. Oh my, 9 ads guy here, are you done? Done ads here. Okay, so let's show the clip. Yeah, so no spoilers, I guess, chat. I mean, maybe you saw it. We do see
Blue harvest seeds. We don't need to spoil much.
I mean, they know.
We've seen this a few times. I don't think we can hear it because of DMCA potentially.
Yeah, so we can't play the music.
Yeah, there's music.
Well, I'm gonna keep rewinding because this is, and again, it's not even the Blister Lords or anything like that we're seeing. It's just like the spitters, like those kind of archer-esque attacks. I'm gonna pause it right here, right when it happens. Yeah, it's these guys right here. These little. Or is it the Blizzard Lord? No, it's not. It's the like the Roa things, I think. Yeah, like the Spinebacks or whatever they're called. Primal Rexes. Thank you, ZTV. Yeah, just.
He says multiple times after the rip. He says, "Really? They killed me that fast? Really?"
I mean, one hit, but the first hit got him down to 4,100 life. So that's a 3,200 damage hit. That's through Molten Shell, by the way. That's through 4 endurance charges. Does not have Fortify up. He didn't have Fortify, which might have actually saved him. Yeah. Maybe not. There was 2 more coming right away, but because when he died, there was still 2 more traveling towards him, but still, yeah, no flasks as well. Just brutal. Damn.
79 is tier 11. It's either 10 or 11.
I think that those are. I think actually the Rexes are tier 2 seeds, right?
Yeah, no, in terms of the map tier.
No, I know. Just someone in the chat was asking. Yeah, so it's a tier. Yeah, that sucks. I still have a chance. It's a T12 map.
Oh, 12. Okay.
With T2 seeds. So yeah, Blue Harvest is just scary, and we actually see Carve entering Harvest right now. Gonna do some golden seeds though. Hopefully he can avoid any crazy content. Yeah, okay, ZyTV mentions, Primal Rexes in a T12 just insta-log, yeah. Like, Blue Harvest, guys. Like, really scary. And I know sometimes you need them for your build, but at what cost, guys? At what cost?
Yeah, I don't know what craft he was going for there, because I can't imagine the defense rerolls are crazy relevant on the Chieftain build. Then it's more the, like, shield throw glads that would be
physical?
Really interested in running all of those.
Or maybe...
the Fizz, I think, is yellow seeds.
But it could have been a... Maybe like a fragment swap or something like that. Maybe he needed something for bossing. Who knows? Or like a color swap. I'm not really sure either.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what he's going to reroll. Because I didn't expect the Chieftain reroll the second time around. That's for sure. He seems to really like the build. Maybe we go for 3 of 3.
I mean, do you? If he's struggling to get damage, like, because look, if he had damage there, those mobs get wiped out. He no problem. But I mean, it's only a T12. It's only a T12 map, right? I'm not trying to rag on Rise, like God Gamer, right? But that, like, the damage just wasn't there at that point in, with like 2 or 3 days into that character. I was talking about a Scion build. Yeah, okay.
Maybe a Slinger, like we've seen. I think the majority of Scions we've seen have been Exsanguinate Slinger so far, with the Younggrown kind of leading the pack on that.
Yeah, I mean, Younggrown he's playing like a maniac. He was rank 1 day 1, died at level 69, claimed the bounty, coincidentally, by the way. And in his like first zone, he got an albino Roa and got that one too. So Junggrown has had some crazy RNG. Even his death was lucky because he got the bounty from it. So hopefully he can keep pace and stick with his rank 1. I believe he's still rank 1, ascendant, and just push on through.
Yeah, Younggrown still is.
He is.
The competition he's had has been Terrence for the most part, who we just saw a rip from. So yeah, I think Younggrown has rank 1 in the bag still.
Actually, he actually has 3 bounties. I apologize. He got the albino Roa feather, first to level 69. And first to slay at Ziri as a Scion. So Junggrown actually, claimed $300 already, regardless of his placement. Awesome.
And his Rise insta re-rolling. I just want to check.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's into town.
No. Your boy Pac is in chat, my friend. That message is for you.
Oh, okay. Do you mean the one earlier against the Veritania mob, Pac? Because I saw that one.
Okay, the Veritania. That was actually brutal. Pac.
And don't worry, Pac, you can never disappoint me.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lifetime fan over here, Pac. I mean, we're both big fans, but I feel like Octavian squeaks me out on that one. He's
My character name is Pac's #1 fan.
There you go. That's my point. It was rough though. Yeah, so just to clarify, were they Cyrus dominated or Cyrus influenced Veritania mobs? Because we couldn't. I mean, people were speculating in chat, but we weren't 100% sure from the clip. Either way, insane death. Like, you just got chunked. Get
Looks
a
like
room.
Rise is deliberating. He's got an Aegis Aurora. That's a rather nice tool. Victariones. I imagine he's hemming and hawing over what build to reroll. He has a Lionized Shield. He could go Shield Throw. I don't think that's the Rise QT way, though. He's got to play something a little more off meta.
Oh, that's really unlucky. Pock is saying that they were Cyrus influenced, but the first Cyrus line came after his death. So you were unaware. Damn, that's actually really, really rough.
So, I'm assuming that wasn't the first round of like endgame conquerors, right? So it wasn't the guaranteed influence.
Mm-hmm.
Rise died. Yeah, Rise just died to a pack of Blue Seed Harvest monsters.
Yeah, you just log out when you see the Cyrus influence. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, I am getting a note from production that we have some curated ads and content for you guys. Don't worry, these aren't too long. But then, right after these 2 ads, we do have a video made by the one, the only Scrya. So tune in for that, guys. And here we go.
Hi there! I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.
Salutations, Exile. We're back again to bring you updates of the Iolite Gauntlet, Path of Exile's deadliest event. Brought to you by Zizaran and Shopify, the Gauntlet brings together all the exiles aiming to earn points and have their names in the annals of history. As a reminder, this event runs on hardcore solo self-out rules and includes modifiers to players and monsters on every zone to make it more difficult.
What?
Get rolled, Zai. The higher you aim, the greater the fall. We've seen a couple high-profile deaths again as our exiles battle through the endgame.
Alright, well, Gauntlet's over for me. What the fuck?
No! I'm actually so bad.
I mean... I mean, like, dude, if you need to walk backwards, you look out.
Can he keep getting away with it? In a display of indecency, Dead and Doom removes all his clothes and runs through the aqueducts in pursuit of a bounty, racking up $150 for his shamelessness.
And we did it.
Hillick does not take it lightly when others try to take away his precious talking sword.
Nice. GG.
Dr. Dexter, Dead and Doom, and Lighty take down Adziri to claim the first Witch, Shadow, and Ranger kill bounties, earning $100 each.
Nice.
Oh, boots, nice. I was just here for the hundy.
Hu Wu took it upon himself to dispatch Varana, one of the new endgame expedition bosses at zone level 85, claiming $100. Cat Post put an end to Ulthred's life, claiming $200. Hell Demon earned $150 by finding the legendary Stink rare monster. Carve saw his life flash before his eyes after a real wake-up call from these Veritania-influenced monsters.
Oh, that.
Our exiles are still in need of upgrades to their equipment, a much-needed step to face the threats in their journey.
Wow.
This is not gonna be good. Wow. That's fucking retarded for my exsanguinate character.
Can I color this? Can I make this work? I might be able to make this work. Let's fucking go.
I don't remember. Salvador? No! Why? Can I do that? But I think I can do that. Okay, well, we'll start harvesting it. Oh, I got a 6 thing now.
This edition of the event seems to have finally turned over a new leaf for our most ill-fated contestant, as he finally catches a break.
Come on, 42. It actually worked one time? Holy fuck!
Never mind.
I fucked up. I wasn't focused. I looked at chat.
What? Okay. All right, we got some lionized fall tech. Wait, that's lionized fall, right? I mean, the Twitter lip, sorry. That's good. 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 Okay, that needs an annul. That needs an annul. That was easy. Okay, that's the luckiest 6 link I've ever had in PoE, ever. Like, ever.
Turns out he can keep getting away with it. Not everyone is as fortunate,
Close my eyes.
and resort to superstitious practices to see improvements to their equipment.
3.15 is not even that bad. You guys did okay job balancing. I knew it! I fucking knew it, dude. All you need to see is this. Easy game.
Everybody wants to see some rip clips, but nobody wants to die.
Oh, I died. The fuck? I just got rolled, dude. Holy shit. Well, I'm dead. I got fucking rolled, dude. Oh my. Okay.
Wow. Go back.
Was? Was?
Don't forget that there are plenty of prizes for reaching different levels and delve depths, and that you can have multiple entries in the raffle by leveling multiple characters through those thresholds. The Gauntlet is an event free to join for everyone. You need only click on the Join button under your character selection page. A special thanks to Shopify Rebellion for doubling the prize pool and providing the physical goods that are up for grabs. GGG for working with us, and Redbull Gaming making the shoutcasting possible, contributing to make the Gauntlet an even bigger and better event. Anyone fluent in 13th century Polish?
What is that? Yo, cat. Somebody wanna...
Hello. Are we back? We go again? Video twice?
I think we are back. Yes, we are back. Hey guys, I'm unmuted now. Don't worry. Took me a couple seconds. I had to mute all the things, then unmute all the things, then get production. I had to go to a judge, get it okay for the mic. It's a whole thing, guys. It's a lot of steps for us. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video. That's thanks to Scry and Yosis, or Josis, however you want to pronounce it. Did some amazing content. Thank God we have these people on the team. Such a cool video. I always love watching it. Hopefully we can get one every day, and because that's pretty cool. Or every other day. You know, I'm greedy. What can I say, guys? What can I say? But yeah, Scrya, amazing job, dude. Fantastic editing. Awesome. Now we're back. After the high that was that video, it's like, oh, now we're all all we're doing now is watching live content. Now we're watching it live, dude. But no.
Yeah, we can watch some of that Shield Crush G-Cry. Pulled that on the screen since Rise is busy theory crafting some of his reroll, which may not be the most entertaining content to watch without commentary from Rise himself. You know, just out of context path of building might not be the most interesting thing to witness. Instead, we can watch a Berserker.
Yeah.
Who has almost 8k life.
Okay, I love this build. I actually do. Like after we ended the cast, I just like headed over to the stream, just like watched it a bit. It's so much fun. Like I love General's Cry. It's such a cool skill. Such a unique playstyle, and it just allows for all these different little cool interactions. And that's my favorite type of build, when it's like, oh, like this little piece over here where like there's like that, oh, I can use a utility skill for my Cyclone, I can get Fortify and Blind on it, or I could do a like get on hit. Like I really like having these options that allow me to play the game that I want to play, right? Or like cater my build to the content I'm experiencing. Oh, I'm against bosses, maybe I need more sustain. Oh, I'm in packs of swarms of mobs, maybe I want blind on that, right? I think that's always like just a fun, or even Culling Strike for bosses, right? For Agreement Gem Swap, but it's just really fun to have options. I keep saying option, but that's what this build feels like, right? Even the skill of choice is an option. Do you go Blade Flurry for maximum DPS? Do you go Sunder because you like memes? Do you go Earth Shatter because you want 0 FPS? You know, like there's tons of different things you can do with this build, and it's really cool to see that Shield Crush was the option they chose, and it's really working out.
Yeah, the damage looks fine. I don't think we know what tier of map this is here, as the tab screen to have the eye level information isn't available. Considering Lolligate was just doing Uber Lab yesterday, my guess would be maybe like high tier yellows, so like maybe T9 or 10, something like that. And for that tier of content, I would say that this damage is perfectly acceptable, considering the boss also has some endurance charge gen from the map mods.
Actually, I wanted to see how far up the ladder they were. But Lolligate is actually the rank 3 alive Marauder. So it's Quantric and then Fight Gar, and then Lolligate. Obviously, dead characters still do count in the leaderboards, but it's early enough on the league that I think they should like Rise's 2 Chieftain Deaths, and I think there is another Berserker as well. Should be overtaken soon enough, but yeah. So putting on a hell of a show. Really, look, using a build that maybe others either ignored or didn't think had the they wouldn't get the gear for, didn't think was an option. Just which is exactly what Rise did, by the way, with the War Chief totems. And maybe it's fallen off near red maps, but maybe you just need to get that lucky craft and harvest, or maybe like there's different avenues you can take. But it's cool to see that there's different builds coming, like rising to the surface. So next Gauntlet, which again is maybe a bit, it's gonna be a bit crazy. We're not sure even what form the Gauntlet is gonna take, and then we know there's tons of balance changes coming in 3.16. But it's gonna be pretty cool to see that which build rises to the top, right?
That's a really neat claw. That it looks like Lolligate's vendoring it, but hesitated a little bit doing so. It was double corrupted, and one of the corruptions was Frenzy Charge on hit. But the problem with losing the claw implicit is you lose almost all your sustain. You can't leech off the damage the generals are doing, since that is not your damage. It is being done by a different entity. So you do have to rely on that claw implicit for sustain. And yeah, it's actually some T11 maps. So this G-Cry build on a 5-link has broken into red maps in Gauntlet, which is very impressive.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's something many folks would have guessed going into the league, that one of our earlier builds to break into red maps. Like, this is the time where, like, you know, the top of the ladder is starting to push into red maps. This is the transition point for a lot of players. And one of those builds transitioning to red maps, along with the leaders of the pack, is General's Cry Berserker.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, the reality was Rise broke into red maps, but it just couldn't either sustain the map pool or just couldn't squeak out the damage to make it comfortable, and then went down to like, what was it? He died in a T11 map, T12 map, and which is still a red map, and just got crunched by Harvest. So
the G-Cry build, I think one of the reasons why it didn't get many people trying to even bother like theory crafting it is because it's such a puzzle to figure out in the early game. Because you need to figure out exactly the inflection point where you decide to swap over to going General's Cry and how you're going to level up until that, and like whether you want to prioritize some of the Warcry nodes early or you want to leave those till later and then maybe need to find some regrets. And if you're not familiar with it, I could see yourself getting stuck in this no man's land where you're trying to level with some other setup and it's starting to fall off, but you can't swap to General's Cry for 10 or 11 more levels, and it feels really, really awkward and unpleasant, and maybe you die in the story as a result of that.
Yeah.
So practice and familiarity with it is paramount.
I mean, look, the reality is you get 20 regrets during the campaign. And because we have access to 2-gen, you can probably safely say you can have 25 by the time you get to, like, maps. Like, just, like, tier 1 maps. Maybe 25, 26 regrets. I feel like that's enough.
Yeah, no, it's obviously very doable.
No, it is. Like, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying, like, it is... You do have the regret points necessary if you want to start with, like, a slam build and then convert into a General's Cry later on, right?
It's an unproven concept. It's a solid concept on paper, but it's an unproven concept, and it takes some bravery. I was going to say something else there, but it takes some bravery to go with that in Gauntlet. When, you know, there's things like the biggest example would probably be Shield Throw, Glad Bleed, which are just very straightforward to level, very, very well explored, even just over the course of this league. And even last league, there were some Shield Throw builds. They just weren't nearly as powerful, but the fundamentals of how they worked were the same. Like, Shield Throw didn't... It just kind of got big number buffs, and you don't need the Threshold Jewel anymore, which catapulted it into the meta with the nerfs of a lot of other things around it. But, like, the basic concepts of how it scaled were still the same. So Shield Throw is a much more well-explored concept in this kind of environment than G-Cry, that's for sure.
Oh, agreed. I mean, look, even... It's ironic, because we're talking about General's Cry being untested. And not only is Lollagate using General's Cry, but using Shield Crush on top of that. Which seems like a great option.
Yeah, true.
But adding another layer of, like, unknown, untested waters for the Gauntlet, right?
For the Shield variants of General's Cry in particular, you didn't want to use Red Blade Banner, Kakashi, because you're getting your damage scaling off of your shield, and Red Blade Banner only has like a few hundred armor, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So given that you couldn't use that anyways, it's certainly not a core option for the General's Cry Shield Crush or Shield Charge builds, and so that makes them more solo self-found friendly. I still wouldn't personally say solo self-found friendly, like, as a rule, but obviously if you are familiar with the build, it's doable, as Lollagate is proving for us here, into red maps already.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reality is, obviously, Red Blade Banner is insane for Berserker, just as a whole. You get crazy amounts of rage, like, super strong. Really strong option, right? But, and it can actually be farmed in Lighthouse, but is it going to take you 70 maps? Is it going to take you 270 maps? Who knows? And the fact, it's just not easy to make that call in an SSF environment, right?
The other thing as well is that going for the shield scaling variant, I would argue that it's easier to roll a high armor shield than it is to roll a high PDPS weapon, especially if you're going for a PDPS one-handed weapon, which is what you would do on like a Blade Flurry shield, G-Cry build with a Red Blade Banner as your shield of choice. So this, even, you know, discounting the fact that you just can't use the Red Blade Banner because you need the shield scaling for armor, this still is probably the easier way to go, because you have a very easy to roll main hand weapon in the form of a basic stat stick to get you started. Like, I don't know if it's been upgraded. I'll have to look at Lollagate's profile, but yesterday the claw Lala was using was literally 2 mod. Like, it's the implicit for the life gain on hit, and I think there was like a blind mod, and that was it. Like, that is so easy to roll.
I'm actually currently looking at it. So it has the implicit 44% life gain on hit by enemy attacks. It has lightning res and blind enemies on hit.
Yeah, that's the same one from yesterday.
Yeah.
So like, that is enough in the main hand weapon to get you into red maps, you know? The shield is the much more important thing. I think it was like 2.6k armor
actually,
or something.
This is
quite thick.
2.3 right now.
Well, there you go. Even worse than I remembered.
Yeah. I mean, it does have 24 life on it, but who cares, right? I mean, and 35 life when you block, but like the damage can only go up from here, right? Especially if you can get like a 2600, 2800 shield. Let's say 2600 conservatively. That's an extra like 10, 20, 15%? 15% more DPS, maybe 20?
Yeah, and you can get a lot more DPS out of the main hand too. There's a few uniques that are quite good. One that's often used is the Dark Seer, for the Malediction buff, which is just a really generically powerful buff. But if you don't happen to get one of those, which in a Soul Summon environment, it's not that rare, but you very well could just go the whole run without seeing one, you'll often go for a Hunter-influenced main hand, as that can roll Warcry CDR, and quite a lot of it. You can roll up to like 50% or something like that on a one-hander, and I think it's like 70% on a two-hander. Not that that's relevant with the shield build. In theory, you can even get Warcry CDR on a shield, because I think it's a suffix, so you could get a shield with like triple armor and Warcry CDR, but that is very hard to do. So unlikely that Lala Gate even tries for that. I mean, if you get lucky and you drop a Hunter-influenced Colossal base, I guess you start rolling it. Maybe it happens, but it's not going to be a priority target just because of how hard it'll be to get.
I actually have a couple questions for you. As someone who's played the build a lot, Octavian, if you got a Shaper Explodey Mace, it doesn't it won't proc, correct? Because it's your images.
No, I don't think it does.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the only Explodey effect that the build can take advantage of is the gloves, Temporal Chains gloves, Asenath, because that causes enemies to explode if they are cursed, which you then curse them with your Cyclone, and so that would cause Explodies.
Makes sense.
But something like a Shaper Mace, I don't think it's inherited by your clones.
Actually, yeah, that was actually about my only question, and but Lala Gate is also running on 5-link, by the way, so there is like 40% more DPS just coming our way, which is kind of insane, right? I mean, it does not look like the damage is the issue in this at all. Look, it is a slower playstyle. It is more like Herald of Agony. I mean, just a little bit slower going, but you know what, though? In the Gauntlet, where, again, the Tortoise is maybe the favorite in these scenarios rather than the Hare, not a bad option in the slightest.
Yeah, it's never... Unless you... There are some ways to improve the mapping clear speed. You can get pseudo-link setups, so like you can get a something like a Conk Effect helmet, I guess, or a Hypothermia helmet if you're running Skitters, that sort of thing, which this is a Blood Magic version, I think, so it's not running Skitters, but in theory, you could go for a mana-based one if you have like minus mana jewelry to solve mana problems. And then you can throw your own shield charge into those links, and then you can like clear maps with your own shield charge or your own shield crush, and then just use the G-Cry for tankier enemies and bosses. But that is a variant of the build that's a lot harder to get off the ground in Solo Self-Found. It's probably why Lala Gate is collecting the Carnal Boot bases, because if you can manage to get the Corpse Walkers, which spawns corpses around you as you walk, pretty aptly named, that makes it a lot easier to automatically summon your shield crushes while also shield crushing or shield charging yourself, and it would probably double or triple the map clear speed.
Well, at the very least, you've removed 2 links from your Cyclone, right? You don't need Castle and Channeling Desecrate.
In theory.
I mean, you technically could get away with it. You might still want it on there, but technically you might not need it.
So what I did on the variant that I played a couple leagues ago is I dropped the Cyclone setup entirely, but I was a champion, so I had permanent Fortify, which you probably wouldn't do that on a Zerker because you need to hit with something to get Fortify. But I dropped the Cyclone setup entirely, and then in boss fights, I would just self-cast a Desecrate to make sure I had a bunch of corpses at the very start of the fight. Because the boots actually don't generate that many corpses. You get like 1 per step or something, so you have to run in circles for a little while to get enough up for maximum power. And you do want maximum power because, again, you're not doing the Red Blade Banner version of the build, which means you don't just get it automatically, so you need to have a good number of corpses around in order to summon the maximum number of clones.
Oh, it must also be... I mean, with your tree, you're probably grabbing like plus power for enemy. Like, you're trying to really scale that up as much as you can, right? So, because if you are going to go coursework and you don't have the consistency of the cyclone, well, I mean, you might still have it anyway, but you can probably scale that up anyway, like with your tree, if you grab all like the Warcry nodes. So
the other thing that's really important for G-Cry are clusters, and I haven't looked at Lala's tree, so I don't know the state of the clusters, but there are some crazy good cluster jewels for Warcries. You can get a Warcry cluster jewel that gives you Intimidate for free. You can get, well, not for free, it's point investment, but you know, you can get Onslaught permanently because you get Onslaught whenever you Warcry, which it doesn't look like Lala has that because I'm not seeing an Onslaught buff pop up. You can get Charge Gen, but that one is pretty much solely used with Redblade Banner because it gives you Charge Gen based off the amount of power from the Warcry, which would give you 1 random charge guaranteed every time you Warcry with Redblade Banner. And then there's ones that just give straight up like damage, just real solid damage. You can get like double damage and stuff.
Yeah. So we're not seeing any. I have it up on screen for chat. We're not seeing any threshold jewels or anything like that. Sorry, any cluster jewels. So
yeah,
maybe.
So this damage is essentially extremely scuffed compared to the DPS this build can put out. It's not on a 6-link. The weapon doesn't have CDR rolls. Like, there's no DPS value from the weapon at all right now. The shield is only 2.3k armor, which is fine. I shouldn't say only there, but you know, you can get like 500 more armor out of that even in solo self-out with enough grind. We don't have, well, Onslaught would just be for map clear because it wouldn't scale the shield cries, but you don't have the double damage jewels. You don't have Intimidate potentially, unless there's another source that I'm missing. There's so much scaling left on the table for Lala Gate's build right now, and Lala Gate is doing red maps in Gauntlet despite that. Like, it's kind of crazy. Well, it's understandable because you're getting, what, 90% more damage out of your Ascendancy for this build? Because, again, every attack that a General's Cry clone does is always considered to be exerted for purpose of % more and % increased damage. It's not exerted for Warcry effects, so you can't get guaranteed double damage from Intimidating, but the 50% more exerted damage on the Berserker Ascendancy, that works. And so does the 40% more generic, because of course it does, it's just a damage multi. So yeah, you're essentially getting 2 links worth of damage out of your Ascendancy, which is pretty darn sick.
Yeah, that's just crazy, right? I mean, it just lets you be so greedy with your defenses on tree, right? Like, she's grabbing all life. There's like only a few more points, right? There's only one near Life and Armor Juggernaut. So go ahead, I'm interrupting.
You can argue you're getting more than 100% or like 120% more damage from Berserker because it's also what enables Berserk. That's your rage gen.
Yeah.
So that's what another, is that 30% or 20% more damage? I forget precisely how much.
Is 20%.
Yeah, so yeah, the Ascendancy is essentially enabling 120% more damage, but in 3 different multipliers, which is even better than a straight 120% would be because they multiply off each other.
So I think it's like 1.4 times 1.4 times 1.2, which is like 1.92 or something. So it's nearly double. It's literally nearly doubling your DPS.
Yeah,
which
is
pretty
good.
Just crazy.
You saying he's doing anything wrong or everything right so far? I don't think anything's been done wrong. I think it's just some of the gear hasn't, been found yet. No Hunter Claw base has been found. Probably doesn't have the right cluster jewels. Those are things you definitely want to incorporate if you had access to them. It's solo self-found and we're only a handful of days in, so you just don't have those yet.
I really like the use of 2 amethyst rings on top of the fugitive boots. So just grabbing like a ton of chaos rays because they can, right?
Yeah, from bases guaranteed.
Yeah. Because like it can be really hard to just roll chaos on an item. I mean, as I say, that does have it on the chest, but yeah, definitely if you can try and maybe not even cap your chaos res, but get like 50% at the very least, it's like the game's just gonna feel a lot easier.
Yeah. If you want to go a super tanky version of this build for hardcore trade or just hardcore in solo self-found, if you're willing to grind a long time, you can get a Hunter shield with max chaos res on it and go Divine Flesh. Like you can get like 8.5k life and Divine Flesh and some block investment and Fortify and Berserk. Like, the defensive layers on it are also crazy. This is just a great all-around build. Its only real weakness is the mapping clear speed is not very fast.
Yeah.
But it's really tanky, really high bossing, and it's very safe mapping, even if it's not that speedy.
I actually really love the reduced effective shock on the helmet. Because, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing shock immunity anywhere else. No, so it's just there's on a flask, but it still is nice because you're getting shocked all the time in Gauntlet because of the the elemental added as physical, or physical added as elemental. So every mob that's hitting you with a physical attack or physical spell or anything has a chance to shock you. So, yeah.
Oh, is Max Chaos as a prefix? I might have misremembered. If so, my bad.
I'm not.
Let me double check that.
So now
I can
let's can we? How do I click? Do I just click X there? How do I get out of the screen?
Oh yeah, Max Chaos is a prefix. I misremembered. My bad. You could, I mean, you get Warcry CDR and the Dream Shield, I suppose.
I think I think I've broken the tool here. I'm not trying to get out of this.
Are we? What are you looking at?
I got it. We got it.
Okay, cool. Because I wanted to full screen Lily here.
Yeah, we got it.
Since we have some 5-6 way boss fight. This is an IL80 zone, so this would be 6 or 7, I think. But already part of the way through the fight here.
6 or 10, you mean? Yeah, 6 or 10.
Yeah, sorry, 6 or 10. And I forgot it jumps.
No, yeah, I forgot all the time too. I just thought I was like, just mention for chat. Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty smooth. Like obviously that block really putting in the work, not really falling too low. And this is where you're seeing the regen you were talking about, Octavian. Like you see her ES, even though she's getting ticked down, constantly refilling. So it's an effective 1200 life most of the time.
Yeah, it's a nice little extra bubble. I'm jealous of that like actual life pool as well.
Yeah.
Getting 6 point something K life on this build is a little rough while maintaining a good light or mana in ES pool. But Lily has some very quality gear, so she's been able to do it, and it's going to make you a lot more resilient to things like stuns.
I mean, even just the 1800 ES, right? So she's walking around. If you include the ES, which I tend to, especially for one shots, with what 76 plus 18, you're looking at what 9400 ish, off the top of my head. Oh, sorry,
yep.
Cams.
More than anything.
There we go. Yes, it's Lalagate is the General Cry player, which is rank 3 alive Marauder. A rank number 47 or 48 on the overall ladder, I think. Actually, Ziz is rank 41, by the way, so he's put in work. He hasn't died on a mapping character all league yet. I don't want to jinx the guy, but
yeah, he just died in the early acts of the stories on like his mule a few times, so had a bit of a setback in Act 1 and 2. But Carve is fighting some blue seeds and is doing his best to off-screen them with the creepy frost.
Yeah, I mean, look, if that's what it takes, do it, because those things are terrifying. Those like vipers on the top right, they can output so much damage.
He's making use of the fact that the creeping frost slowly moves around after he casts it. Like he's casting it next to the monster and letting it creep its way underneath it.
I love the use of the frost shield too. I think that's such an underrated or underused skill, especially if you have like a big enough ES pool. Like I'm surprised like Lily doesn't use it, especially because she has the ES regen. Like Frost Shield would just be such a nice extra defensive layer on top.
Yeah, this is riveting content here.
No, from
Sorry. I don't mean to. I don't want to be too spicy. I'm gonna go full screen if you don't mind. Let's watch this boss fight in action. Oh, he did it! Wait, we missed the end. No.
Oh my. Oh, it was high octane gameplay. A high octane for Octavian. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey. Who got Headhunter? One of the gladiators. Rank 5 overall has a Headhunter. Not someone who's streaming at all, though, so we don't have a clip of it dropping or being chanced or from Gwen or wherever it came from. We can only speculate.
Oh, well, no, I think I speak for the both of us here, Octavian, but I think we're both doing pretty well, Oddlock. We didn't get a chance to check you out. There's been too much content here, too many rips, too many clips to watch. But hopefully you've had a good day gaming, my friend. Catmaster got a Headhunter as well yesterday.
Oh, neat. Do we have a clip of that one? He streams, so hopefully.
That's I always find it fun like someone gets like the god to your item in Gauntlet where it's SSF. You can't trade it. I mean, you can. Okay, so Gauntlet will end and then you can convert it to your trade, like softcore trade or hardcore trade. No, you can't make it softcore trade, but you can bring it over to hardcore trade if you so choose at the end of the league. But yeah,
I think so.
So it's worth keeping like some special items if you do find them and you want to like use them on your trade character. But yeah, no problem with that. I mean, look, if someone's gonna use it, if you're gonna drop a Headhunter, I mean, you gotta use it, right? I mean, like I'm all for selling it, but if you haven't tried Headhunter at least once, go for it. It's a ton of fun.
Headhunter and Glad got a proper 6 links that are into last maps now. Yep. As well as some really nice Fizz.multi multi-gear from last we looked. Amulet and shield, or not shield, gloves.
And
it's like a shield, but for your hands.
And they are ailment immune as well, yes. So for those that are unaware, to be ailment immune via the avoid elemental ailments route, you need at least 50% on gear, and then the wheel on the bottom, crystal skin. If you take every node, grants you 50% overall avoidance. I mean, there are other ways to do it. There's some other jewels and stuff, but if you just want to take that cluster and nothing else, you need at least 50% on gear, which you can achieve through the crafts if a little difficult, right? But it's possible.
And I think in the Discord we do have Catmaster's clip. It's in a different format than a normal clip, so I can't load it into the tool. But we can
on
just
the Discord here.
Yeah, it's a fairly short one.
No. Oh yeah, I can pop this on stream, I think. Let's give me a quick second here, chat, and I will hopefully be able to grab it for us.
There is music though, so
yeah, I'm
muted, I guess.
Yeah, I'm pre-muting. Yeah, TDI for the heads up though. All right, chat. Give me 1 quick sec. I know the screen's gonna go black. Don't worry.
Don't panic. Don't panic.
No panics. Here we go. And play. Click it. Click it. I think his brain just short-circuited there, my friend.
Like, he didn't have much of a reaction. He just said, okay.
Like, what?
Since you had it muted.
He's listening. What?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yep. Yep, that's cool. That's a headhunter, I guess.
Accurate. Awesome.
Does not compute.
I think that's pretty much what went through his mind. Like, excuse me? Now I get a headhunter? Now during this event when it's probably the least optimal time to actually have one, because like I'm not gonna have enough damage to kill rares fast enough to keep out the buffs. Now you give it to me? GGG.
He does have some rampage gloves too though. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of them.
Rampage, really nice buff. Gets that generic damage, can scale a lot of things, and honestly the procs on Rampage buff, really cool. It's a lot of fun to play around with.
Yeah. I mean, one of them will proc on any kill, and one of them only procs on rare kills.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's pretty easy to tell which is superior here. Is Headhunter any useful in Gauntlet? You do get points for levels up to 95, and it's pretty darn powerful for pushing those levels. So, yeah, I'd say so. There is also a bounty for dying at level 98. So for people who are towards the top of the ladder, we might see some competition for that. I think Hulu was the one who was really targeting it, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the man is racking up bounties already, and now, you know, as we said before, like Hulu. Okay, we're guessing at his strat, but it's likely that, you know, just gonna push for maybe 98, maybe try and get that bounty as well, like dying at level 98, but probably gonna attempt content before that. We know we already tried Simulacrum, but it saw level 20, or it was wave 20 Kosis, so just noped right out of there, which I don't blame them for, considering he's not level 98 yet. So maybe getting a bit more confident in his abilities, and hopefully can tackle some content. And maybe get first place. Who knows? That'd be pretty damn awesome to have crown a brand new champion out of left field as well. The dark horse, Hulu. The man who sung at Cyrus and finished in first place. Now that's a storyline I can get behind.
And in the background here, I'm just popping up Rise's stream to see if he's decided on a reroll yet. It looks like he's still considering. He's got a helmet with a seismic trap duration enchant. And I think he also had some, like, Fizz Gem weapon that was pretty darn well rolled. So he has some tools for that. That's what I would lean towards were I in his shoes. But at this point, I imagine he has a lot of gear for potential rerolls.
Oh yeah, I mean, Rise has been saving gear for ages, right? I mean, like, we call him the reroll king for a reason, right? Mr. Reroll Richard, but the reality is he understands so many different builds, like, implicitly, and how he wants to gear them. So when he's leveling these other characters, like his Warchief Totem, he's keeping key pieces of gear that he finds that he knows, okay, this could be good for Detonate Dead. This could be good for Exsanguinate, right? And When he does eventually reroll, he looks at what he has in his stash and makes an executive decision. Okay, I've got 5 out of the 10 pieces I need for this. But I've got 9 out of the 10 pieces I need for this build. Okay, let's go with that. You know, barring just wanting to play the other one. He usually makes a very informed decision, and at least in my opinion, it really makes a hell of a show out of it.
Oh, hey, Lalage got an exalt from Tujin. Neat. I wonder if there's any use for that's planned. Multi-modding a weapon might be good, because there's not really that many mods you really want out of the Hunter mod. Like, you have that core of the Warcry CDR / Intimidate. You can get one or both of those, and then multi-mod from there if you get the base. You still do need the Hunter Claw base, though, and I don't think that's popped up yet.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, you don't know better than I, but there are a lot of different options, but you just do need to get those bases, right? Like, a lot of them are influenced, so, maybe a few more days of grinding, but I think that's expected when you choose to pick up General's Cry anyway.
The really sad thing is when you drop a Hunter-influenced Claw finally out of a map, and it's a Leech implicit instead of life gain on hit, so you can't use it.
Mr. Matic, could you grab that clip for us? Can you, because we've been following the progress of someone in chat for the last couple days, and I think this is the 52nd or 53rd character, and finally beaten Weaver. I mean, it did get to Act 4 at one point, but then ripped and back at it, so if we can show off the Weaver fight, and actually we can comment on it. I know there were people asking before how they can get past Weaver, how they can avoid the chaos damage. Hopefully we can sort of analyze this fight for you guys, and hopefully give you some tips and tricks on how to get past sort of this raid boss that is Weaver, right?
Yeah. Relatable Weaver gameplay.
Very, very relatable. I like that. The thing is, like, we like to joke, like, oh, just like, not joke, but there's the tips and tricks, but I have died to Weaver on multiple occasions. Like, a lot of these racers have died to Weaver on multiple occasions, especially during the first few gauntlets. Nowadays, they're more practiced. They're doing practice leagues before the event. You get into the mindset that, like, what you have to do, at least for leveling. But if this is your first gauntlet or second or third, and you're just not putting as much time into it as some other players, it's expected that these bosses are really difficult, right? There's a reason why Ziz has a full guide on what to prepare for Gauntlet, and like certain bosses in particular, like Weaver, like Doedre and stuff like that. So, yeah, if it's enough to make content on, it's pretty tough. So don't beat yourself up too much if it's if you're struggling with that type of stuff.
I think my first character to get past Act 1 in a Gauntlet fell to Weaver. She's nasty.
Yeah, it's just really, really hurts.
It wasn't my first Ripon Gauntlet. My first Ripon Gauntlet was to Hillock, as is tradition.
Well, of course. Come on.
I was starting a Templar. Killing Hillock and Gauntlet with Glacial Hammer is hard.
There actually, that's the thing. Like, there actually are some in Gauntlet, like Templar. Who else? Is it like Witch is okay, but like Marauder is not, like, Heavy Strike's not super easy either. Like, he can one tap you. I have popped a clip into the viewer, so maybe we can go full screen for that.
Sure
and I will turn off our cams for this. Oh, this is the Val Oversoul. My mistake. Maybe not. This was the Val Oversoul. Well, okay, still not an easy fight.
Yeah, this is past Weaver already. Weaver is old news. Looks like it's Shattering Steel. I don't know if this is a duelist or a Marauder. It looks like a duelist.
Duelist. I see the red shirt peeking out, but congratulations, Oddlog. Definitely like a fan favorite over here. This is legitimately like 6 days and 60 deaths in the making. So, perseverance is king. Congratulations. On to Act 3, my friend. Good luck. Act 3 it feels a little bit easier to me than Act 2, but don't underestimate Gravicious. Like, honestly, I maybe just even ignore him. Just run around him, because he is...
Yeah, unless you really need a gem from Gravy.
Very, very scary. Yeah.
Avoid the Gravy.
Yeah, avoid the Gravy. No kidding. Imagine your cholesterol's too high, you just can't do it. Yeah, just avoid him. Jokes aside, like, especially as a physical build using Shattering Steel, like, those Molten Shells can truck you. So, good luck, buddy. Keep us updated. I'd love to hear from you, man. I see Carved is doing some, is that a twinned twin boss? I don't think his ES is actually moved, so obviously...
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Like, huge amounts of block. Yeah, just...
damage.
Yeah, I love it. I love the Frost Shield use. I love the huge amounts of block. I love that Vortex. Like, because he has so much chill effect on, like, just generically on his tree and on his gear, I'm probably using Bone Chill on top. Like, the slows are incredibly powerful versus these bosses, so they're only getting maybe half as many attacks as they are, or like 60% as many attacks as they normally would be. So that's a huge defensive layer on top, so he actually has time to regen in between each attack. Love the build. I actually love the choice. And Carve does have a guide for his build. It's either on Reddit. I think he pinged it on Twitter as well. And I'm sure he has like a link in his chat. So if you go over to Carve Veruscu, who's streaming right now, and you can, if you want to look at his build, like he has a full detailed guide on how to get there. So good luck.
And he has very, very well thought out guides. His characters are planned out and built to the very last detail. But any other tips? I'm just getting to Brutus. For Brutus, there's a number of tools available to you early on that are going to make him a lot easier of a target. Decoy Totem is the biggest one. If you're playing a class that doesn't have access to Decoy Totem, something like Witch, it often will pay to mule another character to the point where you can pick one up. I think Ranger or Champion, or not, sorry, Duelist are the picks for that. For the most part, steal skills with Duelist or just split arrow with Ranger in order to get past Mud Flats and get a Decoy Totem. But if you're playing a class that can just buy one, even better, just go get it from town. And one thing that I really like is Bear Trap to slow him down as he runs through choke points.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if you're doing Witch leveling and using Stormblast Mine, because then it's also a damage increase.
Like, it's not an easy fight. Like, it is actually a nightmare having to kite him around. So, like, don't feel bad about like struggling with it. It's really hard. Just sort of take what Octavian said, give it a go. And honestly, look at some VODs. Look at Ziz fighting Brutus. Like, find a class that you're playing, whether it's Witch, Duelist, Marauder, Templar Scion, or Shadow. You know, just go have a look at what these other players are doing, how they did it, and maybe try and emulate it, or try and like take. Okay, well that's they kited him down here. They used the decoyed him when he did that. Okay, you know. And the thing is, Brutus is a new fight, right? He drastically changed at 3.15, so nobody's really used to him. So it definitely is a bit of a raid boss in this gauntlet, to say the least.
Holy Flame Totem and Ballistas are also both very useful for that fight if you're not going to be bringing a Decoy Totem. If you are going with Holy Flame Totem, I highly recommend a Flame Wall. The Holy Flame Totem's ability is projectile based, even though it might not look like it initially. So if you drop a Flame Wall in front of it, you'll get a good chunk of extra damage for the Brutus fight.
Yeah, like look, the more, especially early on, because you don't have the support gem sockets, individual like damaging spells like your Holy Flame Totem, like your Ancestral Protector, on top of just your main skill, just provides you with a huge DPS boost, which is why you see a lot of players usually use like Orb of Storms and Stormblast, but you really don't want to be that close to Brutus this time around. So if you can have a totem at range or something like that that can really provide cover for you, probably the best way to go.
Carve is once again slowly ticking away at the life on this boss. It's just so in flavor for the cold dot builds to have this like really slow and draining kind of playstyle against tankier enemies, where it's like Carve is this immovable wall of 8,000 energy shield and great recovery and good avoidance. And, you know, maybe he's not killing the boss the fastest, but he will win this war of attrition.
For those wondering, Ziz will be live on this channel, which is actually his channel, in about an hour and 15 minutes. So he takes over. Every day we have about a 4-hour cast, and then he comes on and takes over from there. So that's where he isn't, like, he does need sleep, the man. I know he works, he is a workaholic, and we love him for it. But he does actually need Ziz time. Alright. You know what? I'm actually a little bit surprised that Carve's damage isn't a little bit higher. I mean, he can clear packs like crazy, but those bosses. Oh, was it a Beyond boss? Actually, what was that? Because that wasn't the map boss.
Legion boss.
Oh, okay.
Same one that Rise is fighting earlier.
Makes a lot. Okay, that makes a lot of sense then. Because I was thinking like he's not. It's not going down that quick. Like, why is this map boss not like moving? Turns out it's actually a Legion boss because it's only level 70. Well, 79 zone actually. So it's a T12, I think. Yeah, T12 map. So it's actually getting pretty high up there. Actually, nearly breaking into those higher reds.
Lalagate is trying to 6-link a Elder Astral Plate that they found. Going slowly with the fusings though, so maybe willing to stop on a 5-link.
No.
We'll see. Hopefully just a 6-link pops up, so you don't have to worry about stopping on a 5-link.
And there you go.
I'm rooting for the
5-link. He rolls over the 5-link though, and a 5-link again. Oh, testing the patience there. For those that don't know, quality does affect how quickly an item can link, or it increases the odds of it linking. So they did craft quality from their unveils onto the item, which does in fact make it easier to get 6-linked. And if you use Hillock from Betrayal, you can actually make it 28% quality base, or you can use is it not Pristine False, Perfect Falses on a common white item or rare item, and it'll make it up to 30% quality, and then you can add quality. Oh, is that?
That's a 6-link.
It's 6-link, huge. Grass
On an Elder Astral Plate. That is amazing. You can get percent life there. You can get. I think block is craftable. I don't know if block is a actual rolled mod. Let me look up what else. You can get base crit, but this build I think is RT.
Why? What are the colors for? One green. What for? Faster attacks maybe?
Impale support.
Impale, yeah, no,
It didn't get nerfed this league.
It's 100% impale. It's got to be, right? Because I think right now it's not. I don't think Lala gets capped. I think it's only the 2 wheels on the tree, which is I think 40%. With that, that'll make it the full amount.
My guess for the Elder is going to be the defensive tools on prefixes. You can get either percent life or Fizz taken as fire, and Harvest Fire rerolls are going to give you Fizz taken as fire really, really often.
Yeah. Actually, I'd love to see that, right? Just more Fizz mitigation, like that would be fantastic. Oh, I actually have some big boy. You know what? Let's actually full screen this. We keep talking about how to roll items and stuff like this. So that they're using the Screaming Essences of Greed, which guarantees, as you can see on body armor, at least 90 life. And granted, that isn't the highest roll you can get, but it's a pretty damn good one.
From what I remember of the changes as well, that Essence of Insanity might be used on the chest piece. We'll see, because it, I think, gives you a Fizz taken as Ellie mod in its own right. Oh, just some Scour Alking, though. Hey, Fizz taken as fire. It's T2 and bottom roll T2, though. Not really what you're after.
And, I mean, as Chad knows, since this is SSF, Chaos Orbs aren't as valuable. They are primarily used for the Zana mods, as well as just crafting gear and maps. But maybe not as relevant in a 10-day event. So just willing to sacrifice maybe a handful just to see what you get. See what the RNG wheel spins.
Yeah, you might hit multiple influence mods every time. I think that's the first one that didn't have an influence mod on it, which is pretty neat. Percent dex is not really what you're looking for here. No. Again, high life, percent life, Fizz taken as fire are the really, really good mods that might land. Plus support gems is technically an option, but not great for this build.
Oh yeah, life on kill obviously will not affect the this build much at all.
Pristine fossils and scorched is probably the play if you're going to be doing fossil crafting, as that will highly encourage both life and Fizz as fire. It does lock out any armor rolls, but that's probably fine, especially because this version of the build didn't go for the Defiance Ascendancy points, so armor isn't quite as important. I mean, it's still just nice because armor is nice, but it's not as like core to survivability.
For those that don't know, you can actually buy resonators from Nico with Azurite, which look may not seem appealing early on, but if you do get to like the 400 to 600 depth range, you acquire a ton of Azurite, and you can just buy them en masse and either sell them or use them for yourself. And they actually made a wonderful, my favorite change. I mean, I think it was 3.14. You can control, is it shift click, fossils into resonators, so you can like mass spam, like mass fill resonators, which is such a great quality of life change.
Not exactly the rolls that they were after. Oh, that's life, percent life, and life regen, but the life roll is so low. That's so close to being really good.
But do you take it just for now? Like
it's bricked up with 2 bad mods too. It's got literal one life regenerated a second, and then 25 thorns.
Yeah.
But the percent life is really, really strong. So the res is fine. Like it's an acceptable chess piece. It's good enough, but it's not great. And
so we apparently have auto roll ads as well. Sorry guys, we can't. This is live content, so we can't pause. I know they can't hear me, but I will just type in chat for them. Heavy hands auto roll ads. No. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not great, but the thing is, we are in an SSF environment, right? How picky can you be? Oh, you know, I guess maybe it wants chaos res.
Yeah, chaos res is on the current chess piece, and it can be a hard problem to solve. Oh, it's horror, not insanity. But yeah, that's the Fizz. Okay, horror guarees Fizz taken as cold, which
huge,
is pretty nice.
Well, if you get that and the influence mod, you can get like 25% of Fizz taken as elemental, which is just insane.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll check on Craft of Exile and see if they're the same mod group. See whether they lock one another out. I think they're both mod group 7, so I think that means that they can't exist on the same item.
I see. That makes sense.
But it's still a way of guaranteeing it.
Oh, Lala was 23% over capped on Chaos Res. Oh my god.
It's maybe not as necessary to get it on the chess piece, but hey, you don't hate it. You don't hate having it. The prefixes are like the really big deal here. As you really...
No life.
You could craft life and use that. Again, it's like usable, but it's not great.
It just depends
I would
on,
keep going.
Yeah, it just depends on all the gates. Like, is the chest needed for like resistances in general, or not? Because if so, like you really want life, percent life, right? Like that's the whole point.
I like the Veiled Chaos Orb rolling. You could get like Stun Avoid or percent life Unveil.
I mean, that's not bad. Like T2 hybrid, right?
Yeah, and some strength for a little bit of extra life. You see what you unveil here.
Fortify.
I mean, at the very least, you always take the unveil because it'll make progress towards things that you need. You know?
I mean, 50% fortify effect is not bad at all, honestly.
Yeah, I think you roll over this, but
yeah, I know.
There's no reason not to take the veil progress.
The free the free progress.
Unless you're just that mad at the chess piece for rolling badly.
Yeah. I mean, we can go back to the 2-screen, but I mean, this was just really interesting content because we kept talking. Oh, that's really nice.
What do we get?
97 life, just a bit of cold res, and some regen. I mean, it's not great, but I'm just like...
The percent regen is T1. It's perfect T1, but I roll past that.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think percent strength is what you want either. You just... See, this is fire so infrequently, which is a little unlucky. It's not that rare of a mod.
Okay, so maybe we'll pop them off the big screen here. We'll keep an eye on it though. I was checking all the mods for the fossils, seeing what he can sort of like leverage into something stronger. But for now, we also have Carve and Lily. I think is Lily doing an iceberg map? I thought. Okay. For some reason, I thought it might have been the Veritania, like castle, just like from the corner of my eye. I was like, oh, it's all white. You know, Veritania's about to come out, but sadly, no bossing content just now. And I'm gonna pop us back on screen here. The Rise is AFK.
35 vols in, no vol DD. I'm sorry, friend.
Brutal.
That is really quite unlucky.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, like sometimes you just get blasted by RNG, right? Nothing you can do about it. Sorry, man. Good luck, though. Good luck on number 36.
Yeah, you got this.
Easy. Lily has... I think Lily's played a lot of different builds, but Lily isn't K Gaming, if that's who you're thinking of, who makes the Spectre builds. They are different people. I know maybe the avatar for K Gaming looks maybe is reminiscent of DS Lily, but they are different people. But she makes some awesome guides. Yeah, you were thinking of K. Okay. Carve back and harvest. I don't know how he's finding so many harvests. Must have taken all the nodes on the tree, but hopefully... Go for the yellow one. Go on, Carve. Yeah, and also just the cold modifier. Maybe get some crazy cold wand. Because last time I checked, his wand was like okay. Right? I think it was +1 with just some like spell damage on it. So hopefully we can get some...
I can check on that.
Yeah.
Give me just a moment and I'll let you know.
Yeah, he's specifically looking just for like +1 stuff, yeah. Just using, even using the attack rolls on it too, just... Because it's essentially a free Chaos Orb, right?
He's got a decent enough one. It's about 100% increased spell damage, which does apply to the damage over time from things like Vortex and Creeping Frost. They do scale off spell damage. +1 cold gems and trigger, along with a bit of flat fire dispels for LE equilibrium purposes, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit of crit for spells, which helps with LE overload. But I imagine even without that mod, LE overload wouldn't be too big a problem.
No, I mean like the crit's nice, but it's not. I mean, I imagine like with Stormbrand or Orbistorms, like the uptime will be nigh permanent anyway, as long as it's not like, as long as you're not taking less critical damage modifiers or anything like that, which I imagine he's not, right?
I like the use of Rainbow Stride. It's a pair of boots that I haven't seen used in a long while. They're a little bit low on energy shield, only 89 ES, so that could be improved massively in the boot slot. But they do come with a bit of spell block, and he's got a couple spell block clusters, so that's just pretty darn great.
Well, you mentioned, I think he's spell block capped actually, like with his clusters and stuff. So yeah, the Rainbow Stride coming in the clutch.
Yeah, it's only a 4% roll in and of itself. So I'd imagine the goal would eventually be to swap to rare boots, but they are solid enough for what they are.
Pretty big. And as
Lala has swapped to the 6-link, so we can hopefully pull up that profile soon and see exactly what's rolled.
I think I saw them craft just the percent life, percent mana craft from Betrayal on there, so maybe happy with like hybrid plus flat. Oh, Carver's can tap. Not yet. Oh, he's not capped yet. He's 51% right now. Does he need the second cluster set up for that? Okay. Well, thanks for the info, Carver. It's nice to know that you're listening, bud. Yeah, we're big fans.
So, settling a little bit on the chess piece from Lala. It doesn't have any influenced mods, but it does have 113 life and room for percent life, as well as some generic fizz mitigation. And obviously, is a 6-link, so that's pretty darn nice. But yeah, there's no Elder mods on that, so it may as well just be a regular rare 6-link Astral Blade. But like I say that like it's a bad thing. That is very strong already.
You know what's kind of wild is Carve's not only replying to his chat, but replying to our chat and us while mapping. I mean, like, the guy's confident in his build, to say the least, and it's pretty cool to see. Yeah, awesome. That's why I was gonna say that's pretty like. We're seeing players die just reading the chat. He's listening to us and reading to chat. So guy's a monster. Love your work on Last Epoch, by the way. Right. No death by typing. Very true. And I think Rise is settled on his reroll, or at least the base class. He's rolling a Marauder. We're not sure if he's going with the Chieftain trap setup, or if he's going to reroll another War Chief totem build. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Be real spicy. The Chieftain Ascendancy does have some decent synergy with the fizz traps, things like either explosive or seismic if you go Avatar of Fire and thus convert the seismic fully. But the main concern is always throwing speed, and trap throwing speed, if anything, is a more valuable and more like necessary stat for these cooldown traps than it was before, since they changed it for most of them to scale off throwing speed now. Not that cast speed was something Chieftain got a ton of before, but arguably it was easier than throw speed, most of the sources of which are on the complete other side of the tree. We'll see whether he just reruns with his Chieftain boppy sticks build. Totems. That's what
boppy sticks.
Yes.
Oh my. Okay. Yeah. I mean that's the best.
Would be proud.
That's the best nomenclature I've heard for that ever. Oh, that's awesome. And I'm sorry to hear that that you died to a DC Zanza, but you're back up to level 28. Awesome. Love the grind. Good luck, my friend.
We go again.
We do indeed. Actually, how was your gauntlet push? For those that don't know, Octavian, well, I guess not off stream, off the cast, but on his own stream, is actually pushing a little bit and doing really, really well. When I tuned in yesterday, I'm not so sure.
I am level 85, and I have not had a die yet. Just been slowly grinding it out, trying to set up my Tyrn's End for invasion boss nodes to get a 6-link.
So if you're level 85, you are actually, you know what? Let me have a look here.
I'm a Necro DD, so be
you're
rich.
Rank 360, by the way.
Yay!
So you're in the top 361.
Yay!
But like, no, that's pretty damn impressive, actually.
Goal is to push for 90. And then re-roll and push for 90, and then re-roll and push for 90, and then re-roll and push for 90 until either the event ends or I explode.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, fair enough. I mean, you know what though? I think that's really damn impressive. I mean, maybe you're taking all the tips and tricks that that's coming from me, but I don't know. You're getting first-hand information, but it's really, really damn cool. Especially with like the reduced timeline that you have because you have this and you have other responsibilities. It's pretty damn impressive that you're able to push that well. And obviously a big Pac fan, so learning from the master himself, I guess.
Next character is probably going to be Fizz Traps, because I did drop a Cold Iron Point. Yeah. A Frosty Dagger.
I actually love that. Like, it's just such a simple, unique.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Plus
it's great when you can. It's great when you can achieve like an interesting / strong / useful unique with like very little design text.
Yeah.
You know, because Path of Exile does often run into the problem where you have this paragraph of information. I mean, just look at Vault Cold Snap, where the information for the gem can literally go off the screen when you hover over it. So to see something straightforward like Cold Iron Point that's, still makes for some interesting decisions in your build making and what build you choose to go for, it's really, really cool.
Yeah, it's not just like, hey, look, this is just raw power, but you're sacrificing a fair bit too. So make a decision. But it's similar. You know what? It's okay. don't shoot the messenger, but I think it's similar in a way to Cam's Heart in what it achieves. It's just like here's just raw stats, but there's obviously a downside, right? Like you're just getting damage. You're not getting like any sort of utility. You're not getting any sort of defenses at all, right? And if you're dual wielding them, then you're sacrificing even more. But then maybe the rest of your gear can be tailored very specifically towards those defensive layers which you've since sacrificed, right?
I think that's
no,
sorry.
Please don't go for it. Please.
I think that's Path of Exile at its best, where it has these like elegant but defining little corners of design. Like some of the best examples of those are generally keystones, things like Resolute Technique, where it's just those like 2 lines of text, always hit, never crit. Like that alone is pretty defining for a lot of the builds on the left side of the tree. It's a big decision point as to whether you want to like try and actually scale accuracy in order to access crit as a damage multiplier, or do you want to just take the couple points easy route to getting the guaranteed hit? You don't have to worry about it. Like at this point, it feels a little weird to be praising the design of something like Resolute Technique that's been in the game for forever and a day, but the fundamentals of Path of Exile are what make it a great game.
Agreed.
Fundamentals of things like the currency system and the gem system and keystones and the passive tree. That's what everything else is built off of, and it makes it a really, really well designed video games.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, you see it time and time again, right? Even if something falls out of the meta, it does sometimes, without even being changed, come back, right? Like we're seeing blood magic, which I mean, I think was touched up like maybe 18 months ago, maybe 2 years ago. They buffed like some of the they gave you like a free aura and like a banner, I think, right? But still wasn't used at all. And now we're seeing, okay, well, mana is now a bit more of an issue because rightfully so, because it was too easy to ignore. Come back into the meta, like we see like Lava Gate's literally using it. We saw most Bleed Spectral Throw builds are using it, and just simple. Hey, look, you don't have mana anymore. You use life. Like that's a very easy concept to understand, right? But it can change entirely how your character is played and how you build everything, really.
Why invasion bosses for 6th Link? What is the pro here? The invasion boss nodes in Tyrn's End specifically are great for getting 6th Link bases. I believe they're called exotic goods. It's 4-point investment in the Atlas tree in Tyrn's End, and it causes invasion bosses to drop valuable items. And valuable items, the pool for that includes 6th Link items. So they're, you're not going to be raining them every single map, but maybe every couple dozen maps you run, you'll have a pretty good odds of getting a random 6th Link base. It might be a bow when you're playing a one-handed shield build. It might be a pure armor chest piece when you're playing a build with 5 blue support gems. So, there's still RNG involved for sure, but it's one of the better ways of trying to get a basic 6th Link early on in solo self-found.
I mean, but even if it does drop you one of those, like a bow or like an all strength, all armor base, but it's still a free divine then, because for those that don't, you can sell 6 links to a vendor for divine, right? So it's not like it just lost currency. Like, oh, it dropped me a divine. Like, I mean, sure, it's not exactly what you wanted, but it's still pretty damn good.
And they drop plenty of scarabs and sextants and general mapping materials as well. They'll drop piles of 5 fossils or 5 chaos. Or I had one drop like 3 divines at one point.
Nice.
Like, even in the context of a trade league, if you're wanting to do like middle to low investment mapping strategies and maybe early on and you don't have a build that can do like super high investment stuff, it's decently profitable.
It's actually one of my favorite nodes on the tree. I think I just like bosses in general. I keep talking about like Metamorph and stuff like that. Super scary, don't do it in a gauntlet, but I like that type of content. So even if it didn't give me the rewards, just adding like invasion bosses to my map, like that's fun content for me. Which is why I really like also like the add 20 exiles one. I know it's only a chance. Like I think like, is it great for gear? I mean, actually it can be, especially if you're like hunting for bases, because we know exiles drop like at least like I think like 20 different bases or something like that. But like even when you get the rewards on top and then you tack on like, oh okay, I'm gonna roll my maps with exiles. I'm gonna use prophecies to give me exiles. It can get pretty great, like 30 exiles in your map, and I don't know, that's such a fun and unique experience. Like you can't get outside of that zone, and I really hope they lean into that sort of stuff and keep it valuable, right? Maybe because we are going down to 4 quadrants from 8. So if we don't get more points per zone, I personally would like to see like more impactful nodes, like make like the invasion node like one thing, invasion bosses in your map plus and the rewards. Maybe that's asking too much. Maybe that's a bit too greedy. But I'm a Path of Exile player. I mean, if I'm not greedy, then who is, right?
We have another clip here, though.
Oh my.
It just says tanky build in all caps. Don't know what it's gonna be. Let's find out. No, honestly, zero clue what this is gonna be. About 8k life shield crushing though, so yeah, I'd say that's fairly tanky.
T2 map, by the way.
8k life, almost in a T2 map. Oh,
that boss
okay.
is not. Oh my.
Yeah, he's max block with Reckoning and probably some recovery unblock potentially. Yeah, he does not give a darn about his wolf.
Is he killing it with Reckoning? Oh my god.
Yep.
Herald's of Purity.
In more DPS. Well, he's not attacking. He's like purposely just standing there and waiting for Lycius to kill himself off the Reckoning procs.
Good god.
I feel like his damage would probably be higher if he used an ability. That's the secret.
I have an inkling as well that you could be right. This clip was named "Am I Doing Gauntlet Right?" Yes. The answer to that question is yes. Is a resounding yes. Who cares if your boss takes 10 minutes to kill? Oh, and I think he has Culling Strike there.
Yay!
Awesome. So it might be playing I imagine it's Gladiator, but could be a Slayer. Probably not though.
One final point on the Tyrn's End discussion with the invasion bosses. You can even roll Watchstones to get chance on an additional invasion boss, and you can get like 5 invasion boss kills per map, which can get pretty darn good. However, that's not part of the strategy you employ early on because you won't have access to rollable Watchstones. But if you like really want to go ham on it, you can do that. And I guess technically there's also the prophecy that spawns an invasion boss, but that doesn't sound worth buying in bulk.
No,
I don't know if people even sell this.
That feels like a bit of a chore, if being honest with you. And we did have a couple questions in chat. Someone asked, when is it a good time to grab Mortal Conviction, which is like the blood magic nodes on the tree. Personally, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Octavian, or if you don't like doing this, but I like actually saving 4 or 5 skill points, however many I need to grab the full chunk, the full line of blood magic all at once. I don't like I don't like going into one. I'm like, okay, well, if I'm gonna go blood magic, I'd rather save 2 or 3 extra points, especially if you're like right after you're in Act 6 or you're in Act 7 or something like that, and you just handed in all your like Ralakesh quest, your Tukahama, you just get like, I find there's just points in the campaign where I just have 5 skill points at once, then I grab it.
The thing you gotta be cognizant of when you swap over to blood magic is whether at that point, if you're doing it early, you were like relying on a couple of heralds for a lot of your flat damage. You're probably going to want to replace that with like flat damage 1s or a better DPS weapon if you can. So try and time it with a DPS upgrade somewhere else, as you're probably going to be losing damage auras, unless you were running all defensive auras, in which case, so account for that. And maybe try and find blind somewhere else if you were running Flesh and Stone. It's all going to be, dependent on the setup you had while leveling. So there's not like one hard and fast thing you do every time, which is often the case in Path of Exile. But just try and, before you make a big change like that, try and take stock of exactly what's being lost so you can account for it.
I think there was another question further up. I'm scrolling back up because I missed it before. Are there any specifically scary invasion bosses with the Gauntlet mods? I mean, but except the obvious answer, all of them. There is one particular that at least scares me. They did remove the Porcupine that had Reflect. Thank God for that. But the ice guy, I'm not sure if his name is. It's not Glace. I know that's the map boss, but it is one. He looks just like that, like Hillrake. And every time you hit him, he procs like an Ice Nova. And if you get closer, you're using like an attack that like hits really, really fast. That damage can get out of control really fast.
I think they did add an internal cooldown to that, so it's not.
Oh, perfect! It's not a bad.
Like literally going to instantly shred you if you're attacking super fast with, I don't know, something like a Cyclone setup. But it can still be pretty nasty. The one that I would recommend looking out for as well is a giant. The Chaos Spitters, I forget the name in game.
Oh yeah.
Vol Construct, a giant Vol Construct bus called Shrapnel Bearer, because like many things in Path of Exile, he has a dangerous on-death effect, which will fire out projectiles from where he died in a Nova. So if you're playing a melee build and standing right on top of him when he dies, it is possible to get shotgunned by like 4 or 5 of those projectiles as they spawn.
I think there's
And
also...
it's chaos damage, which is also scary in Gauntlet.
Yeah, chaos damage is insane. I mean, that's what we keep repeating. Like, if you can get it on, like, your amethyst rings, if you can get it on your boots, like, fugitive boots, please do. Like, try and... even if you can't cap it, try and get it to 0 or a bit higher, like maybe 25. It's going to really help.
And Ocean Cradle is absolutely right. The Dead Crab is still a thing.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of it, but the the crabs in Act 1 where when you kill them they transform, or that might be in later acts, because in Act 1 I think it's just the ranged ones. But the crabs that when you kill them they transform into a ranged variant. There's a big invasion boss that is that same kind of crab, and after you kill him, he can cast old school Vol Detonate Dead, as in the Vol Detonate Dead that
boxes have as well.
Mammoth has, boxes and Mammoth have, except without a charge up time. Like, Mammoth has a charge up time to his. He has an animation now where he like punches the ground and causes the DD to happen. Crab doesn't do that. Crab just goes boom.
So to answer your question, yes, there are lots of invasion bosses that are scary.
The way you tell the crab, because he can be kind of hard to spot because the character model for the enemy is not very large, is it will cast Frost Wall. So if you randomly see Frost Walls popping up and you're running Tyrn's End, be afraid of corpses. There might be a Detonate Dead crab nearby. It might also be the Rogue Exile that uses Frost Wall, but like, it pays to be cautious.
Yeah.
The invasion bosses are just so weird, by the way. Like, yeah, let's make a crab boss that explodes corpses and casts Frost Wall.
Why not?
Let's make a monkey enemy that has a giant bubble. Let's make a giant chaos spitter that explodes into projectiles on death. Like, they just went full off the wall, throw everything at the boss for invasion bosses.
Yeah, but I kind of love that though. Like, I think that's why I enjoy them, because I kind of like, I do like engaging with content. Like, that's why I like bossing in general. So having to the fact that I can't ignore them, like a lot. I mean, sometimes sure, but there are those moments where okay, I need to play around this a little bit. Like, there's ice walls. Like, I make sure I'm not on top of a corpse. Make sure I'm not attacking this guy because the ice novas are coming out. That's fun and interactive gameplay to me. I know a lot of people just like zooming past the map. Fair play to you. Like, this, you should play this game how you enjoy it. So, and if invasion bosses is the right thing for you, power to you.
And oftentimes the invasion bosses are relatively easy to spot because they'll all spawn with a pack of monsters that's similar to their own mob type. So if you're in a map where all the mobs you've encountered so far have been, you know, like Lunaris mobs or something, and then suddenly there's one pack of porcupines out of nowhere, it's probably the porcupine invasion boss.
Yeah. He's, I'm really happy that they removed the reflect on that, though. That just felt so...
He was nasty before. Not nearly as dangerous now. Honestly, more dangerous is the mob pack that spawns around it because porcupines.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm happy they've sort of toned down reflect in general. I mean, now you have it on Aziri and you have it on maps in general. But it just felt sort of really cheesy that at times, like, when you were just cruising through a map randomly, like a mob had to reflect or something like that. So I'm really happy they sort of changed it to that... like barrage, I think it's called, like elemental or physical barrage. So if you hit them,
of some sort. Yeah, I don't remember the actual name.
It's like a catapult. You know what I'm talking about, exactly. Yeah. So.
Oh, and there's an invasion boss in the top right on Carve screen. Good example. I think he just dropped a 6-link from it. It was a 6-link steelhead though, which is not the most useful base.
No. Again, nice divine. And again, if you are looking to fill out your pantheons, and you're like, oh, I'm not dropping any divine vessels. They did add in a divine vessel recipe this time around, which is 5 flasks and a divine vessel. And a divine orb. So you can fill out your pantheons if you so choose, right? And 5 is the amount you need, I believe, or 4 is the amount you need to fill out your full pantheon, right? So it's 3 for your major and then 1 extra. So I guess you have 1 spare just in case, which is pretty nice.
And the pool of rewards. We can stop talking about invasion bosses soon. I just want one last point. The pool of rewards for them does scale with tier of content. So you're more likely to get higher level currency drops, higher amounts of currency, and more likely to get things like 6 links if you're able to do higher tier maps in the zone.
I actually didn't know that, and I mean it's one of my favorite pantheons. I just didn't know it scaled. Really cool. Thanks for the tip. There is a bounty, yes. Fakuya. There is a bounty to fill all the pantheons. Yes. It might have been claimed. I'm not 100% sure. Let me just check for you. Find pantheon. No, actually, it's still unclaimed and is a $200 bounty issued by Steelmage. So, yeah, I'm sure someone's going to be claiming that really soon, and will 100% be using that recipe because nowadays you just don't find that many divine vessels anymore. I know when they initially released them, there's a you got them quite often, but nowadays, I only find maybe a dozen or two a league.
I still wish that they would do more with divine vessels, but that's a very long.
Yeah, that's a whole
long dead argument.
I mean, they might be changing pantheons in the upcoming year or so anyway, so we'll see.
There is a vendor recipe for divine vessels now, yes. And evidently, Foundry boss is one of the ones you need to kill for the full upgrade. Hey, look, there's a 6-link base.
That's you're not wrong, ZTV. Yeah, so Foundry boss is pretty spooky. So good luck to everybody who's attempting it.
I would say maybe the most dangerous of the new bosses added recently. It's either that or the Bramble Valley boss. I'm not sure which one of them is more dangerous.
It's close, right? And honestly, I think it might depend on your build, but like pretty much all the new bosses. First of all, love them, love the design. Like visually, I think that like the GGGR team is doing an amazing job with all the new assets they're producing. Like, even the bosses this league, like Uthred and all these guys, amazing. But they feel a little bit out of tune compared to some of the other older map bosses. But I think when they're doing this pass as they're doing with Act 2 and Act 3, and they're going to keep doing all the content, we might see a lot of these Act bosses touched up as well. Maybe that's like after they finish that campaign, hey, let's look at the map bosses and upgrade them as well. Although I think like a lot of the bosses did get like updated models as well, right? So like Hillrake in maps now, which is Glace, is the upgraded version from the Act 1 revamp, I think.
Yeah, he's replete with voice line spam as well. Just constantly as you're fighting him. He's really into the combat.
Freeze! Yeah.
Freeze! The Fire Fury does that too now in whatever the name of the map that she shows up in. It's Crater.
Crater, yeah.
I wonder if the invasion boss version of Fire Fury shouts a lot.
I'm not sure. I try and
I've
just
not
avoid
encountered her.
Fire Fury just like Firestorm does so much damage. Like it just if you don't have block or spell dodge, like I feel like I would just get so chunked by that skill in maps. But yeah, so if I can avoid her, I do. I'd maybe kill her once or twice a league. But that's not a map I like farming in particular. Next door lurkers. I'm asking if like I'm not always mentioned not looking forward to the reworked Malachi. I would really doubt Malachi gets touched. Maybe like updated visuals, but probably not even then. I think Malachi is like an amazing boss fight. Maybe change the heart phase a little bit. Maybe that feels like a little bit repetitive, but I think Malachi is one of the best boss fights we have in the game, honestly.
Do you want to test your Malachi knowledge?
Oh, okay. I'm not saying I'm good at the fight. I'm not saying I'm good at the fight, brother.
Do you know where the cold damage is in Malachi's fight?
Oh, it's the tentacle.
Yeah,
thing, right?
there you go.
I knew that.
Because tentacles are very chilly.
Yeah. Well, they're chilling, right? They're so scary. They chill your soul, dude. They chill. I think they just probably wanted to add freeze to the boss and was like, okay, how do we do this? Tentacles. Okay, let's go with it.
They are 50% converted to cold, for those of you who are not aware.
Which makes it very scary in this, right? Because they're fizz conversion, so just more damage.
Something that I learned recently from Rise is that the traps have a 50% crit chance.
I learned that today.
That's why they can occasionally, and I mean more often than occasionally, just chunk you super hard, because they are very likely to crit.
I don't like that. I don't like that one bit, actually.
There's a lot of little tidbits about bosses like that can actually help you a lot in the playverse, them, but are not necessarily evident in game. Shaper's orbs. This is quite a much later boss fight than Malachi, but Shaper's orbs, for instance, have cold pen, which is part of why Divine Flesh is so powerful versus them. Because if you convert part of the cold damage to chaos damage, then the cold pen doesn't matter because it's not chaos pen.
Yeah. And for those unaware, the pen, it doesn't matter about your if you're overcapped on cold. It's based on your actual cold resistance. So if you have 75 cold res, and you get penned for 20, you're down to 55, you're not taking nearly double damage from those balls. So, yeah, very scary. And people are asking about the Malachi traps. It's when he makes those little, like, red circles on the map, and you like, I guess when you walk over them, they pop. If your minions walk over them, or you pop your totems on top, those have a 50% crit chance. Yeah, 20% pen is huge, right? So which makes max res, and as Octavian mentioned, like conversion to other elements or conversion to chaos or anything, like really valuable.
Mm-hmm. The other tool I guess you could use is the timeless jewel that makes you take other elements as fire.
Or as chaos, right? Zabaqua?
Yeah, that's divine flesh that I mentioned earlier. There's a Karoi timeless jewel as well that causes you to take lightning and cold damage as fire. 50% of it, I believe.
Oh, true. Yes, there is.
And taking cold as fire would also nullify cold pen.
You could also I mean, this is very different, but you could use Transcendence is obviously a good option too, right? If you have crazy armor, like even though they're penning you, like you still have like this huge chunk of mitigation at least.
Mm-hmm.
Not easy to get, of course, especially now with like the flask rework, but Transcendence is still like an incredibly strong option if you can get that armor.
I remember back in the days of Delve when Lore Weave was used on like every other build, and it felt like GGG was like, all right, fine, screw you with your Lore Weave builds, and then added Pen to Delve nodes because Pen actually affects Lore Weave res as opposed to minus max, which doesn't. Yes. And maps have minus max, not pen, so it wasn't something that players would encounter very often before it was added to Delve. It shows up in a lot more places now. They've certainly made use of that tool more often. You can find pen in synthesis boss fight zones. You can find pen from expedition remnants. There's probably other sources I'm forgetting.
I mean, those are the big ones that I can think of. There might be some there might be some Legion bosses or something like that use it. I don't know. That's me guessing, but I'm sure there are other bosses in particular that have it. And you are right. I'll let Italomi. Max res is less effective because the higher your res, the more effective max res is. But it is just one way to mitigate pen. Is what I was trying to get across. Simulacrum, yes, that makes a lot of sense. Pen and Delve, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just reading the names. I thought it was a funny name, Mathophile. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, the glory days of Lore Weave. I remember them fondly.
Taking up every ring, just storing them up. Yeah. What a time to be alive, honestly.
I went for its weird demonic cousin in one of my builds this league where I used the grasping mail. Let me tell you, getting 60 breach rings is a pain, especially when you have to do it 7 times before you see the mod you need once.
How was that? Did you just farm like did you do mostly like breach lord farming, or did you just like do breaches and maps?
I did Lyra Arthane breach nodes quite a lot. I did a bunch of Tujin haggling because he actually sells breach rings pretty often. And heist with breach boxes.
That makes sense. Okay, yeah, the heist breach boxes. Heist, Octavian? Heist.
Yep, the heist is so good for like almost everything. But we don't need to harp on that. The thing to remember though, if anyone is going for a grasping mail, which is a chess piece that you get that you vendor 60 breach rings, and it gives you the rare base grasping mail. It will only roll the breach related mods on creation. You cannot alt spam into them, or essence or alch or whatever. So if you're trying to get a grasping mail mod, do not alt spam on your grasping mail base. It is literally impossible, and you are wasting currency.
Yeah. So the only way you can sort of like craft them is get the mod you need, hope you don't annul everything, maybe multi-mod. I mean, like you can use exalts and stuff like that. There's tricks you can use, but it's not easy.
The safest way to isolate one of the mods that you really need, assuming you're just building around one powerful breach mod, is usually to split it.
That makes sense.
As that will never remove the mod you need and will probably free up the affixes to continue crafting it.
Yeah, or fracture. True, you can fracture. I imagine you can fracture it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Huh. Doesn't a fractured fossil... Well, oh, you mean trying to fracture the roll itself in
Correct.
place? Yeah.
Correct, yeah. Should be fine.
And then from there, it's basically like a rare chess piece otherwise. So like you can influence slam it, you can then awaken orb something. Well, that would randomly reroll it, so that's probably not a great idea. You can do harvest rerolls, like reroll keep prefix or keep suffix, or you can metacraft it, that sort of thing.
Actually, this sounds like ridiculous. I've just never... I'm not like a big time crafter, but if you have a fractured mod and you're using an awaken orb, but that's your target one that's influenced, so you're bringing the mod over, does your fractured mod stay?
Well, you can't have influence on a fractured item.
Oh, true. Yeah, they changed that.
So if
yeah.
you go the fracture route, you won't be getting any influence
they've changed that, yeah.
rolls onto it. The one that I went for the global defenses stat because I was doing a ward stacking build, and there's very few % increases to ward because you can't get % ward anywhere. You can only scale it with % global defenses because it counts as a global defense. So you can get that from Talisman Implicits or from the chess piece mod on a Grasping Mail or that one unique Skin of the Loyal. And given it was in hardcore, I couldn't really wear a Skin of the Loyal because it doesn't have any defensive rolls on it.
That's really cool. So how did you get your what did you get your ward up to? Like 1,000 or something like that, or a few hundred?
2.4k, assuming
wow,
flask
okay.
were up. And it was a Pathfinder, so the flask was always up. I was using Night Grip though, which made the ward 75% of damage bypasses ward, but I got a ton of damage based off my ward. I was getting like 600 flat damage or something from my ward. It was lots.
That's pretty dope. Actually, that's a really cool interaction.
It was a fun build. Yeah. I mean, I certainly wasn't the first person to think of it or make use of it though. I don't want to take that credit. It was a fun character.
Can't you increase ward with Faith Guard and increases 2ES? I mean, you could, yeah.
It's also just kind of lacking defensively, but it is an option, yeah.
I don't know. I feel like ward just missed the mark a little bit to me.
It's a really interesting core mechanic that I think has a lot of room to be powerful, but it doesn't have the tools.
Yet. I feel like in its current iteration, I would have just liked the idea to be slapped into like unique affixes for ES, being like, oh, your ES now only lasts 1 hit or 5 hits, and then it's set to 0 for make ES into an Aegis effect or something like that. Like your. Mm-hmm. I mean, look, that's an entirely different thing, but I feel like there was room to add uniques that added special effects to ES that we don't have, versus sort of this half-baked isn't the right word because that's way too harsh, but just sort of this set of tools that we just don't we don't have all of them. We have the nails, but we don't have the hammer, or we have the hammer, but we don't have the nails, right? I mean, we're missing something to make it really pop off.
The flask is extremely core to making it worthwhile,
yes.
Because of the behavior of the resets with it. When you use an iron flask, it gives a few hundred flat ward, but on top of that will reset your ward. So you can take a hit and then instantly reset it. If any of these players were lucky enough to get Verana's flask, that's also a pretty solid defensive option, as it's one of the few sources of debilitate in the game, which is a very powerful defensive debuff on enemies.
And look, Suichiro could be right. They wanted to add ward in its current iteration, see how effective it is. Because look, they can only test so much. Let's say they have 30 players, 40 players, even 10 players, whatever their number is, right? Testing everything. The second you give it to us, and there's literally millions of players, we're gonna break things. So maybe they wanted to give it to us in this weaker iteration. They didn't want to make it absolutely insane and mandatory for every build, and now they can slowly tune it up with every other patch or every other expansion if they so choose. So we'll see. We'll see what they do with it. I'm excited to see the future of Ward. I think it can be really cool, but just needs a little bit more. A little bit something for me.
And I don't know if we're on screen or if we have 4 broadcasters right now.
We are, but I can take us off if you'd like. Oh, it's Lighty. Oh,
yeah, Lighty just came online, so I didn't want I didn't want to take anybody else out because I am interested in these other players and their progress. But we have one of our leaders and one of the few non-shield thrower gladiators in the top 10. Correct. I think the only non-shield thrower gladiator in top 5. Right?
And he's ranked 2. Yeah, the only non-gladiator. Period. In top 5. So I mean, special shield thrower or not, this guy's putting in a ton of work. I'm very comfortable with his build. He tested a lot of different things in Trade League this time around, because obviously things were so different. He actually, at least for me, popularized the physical trapper, which Unexile is playing. And I played right after. Lighty sort of showcased it on his stream, but obviously just felt like that Toxic Green was the stronger option. Not using an MTX on it, because I'll be honest, the grasping hands effect is really cool for Toxic Green. But hey,
I don't think I've actually seen that one yet.
Oh, it's really cool. It's really good. It was from the last box. I got it from my I bought a Weta for 2 coins and I got it, and it looks really nice. It actually made me roll a Toxic Rain build. Was that cool? No.
Lala just got a Bringer of Rain, which is actually core to a bounty, right? We'll see whether or not it gets vendored here, but I think there is a bounty around Bringer of Rain.
There is indeed. Yeah, it's. I think you know what? Let me bring it up here. And it used to be like an incredibly meta item as well. So first to slay Awakener 5 or higher with the unique item Bringer of Rain. There are conditions. You can only deal damage with the main skill gem. Main skill gem must be socketed into the Bringer of Rain, and the main skill must have the melee tag. So I'm actually not sure if Lollagate can ever do it, because if you're, I guess if you don't hit with your Cyclone ever. I mean, the thing is, Lollagate can contact the support staff, and then they can check in with the creator to see if like that would be okay. But I imagine that might be okay, but it doesn't, because it's in the spirit of the thing, right?
If you manage to chance into the boots, then that's passive corpse generation just for walking around, which would
sense,
work. Or you could just bring a self-cast Desecrate and be careful never to Desecrate under the boss.
Yeah. I mean, it would be insignificant damage, but to be fair, the creator did specify you can't deal any damage outside of the thing, so we really want to keep into the spirit of these things, right? Like, it's a fair bit of money too. It's $150 by Deedledoo, my man. Love Deedledoo. I'm surprised he made a melee tag. He's a big Stormbrand believer, so pretty cool to see him maybe go outside of his comfort zone a little bit and make a melee tag for Awakener. Awesome. Yeah, I agree, man, with that. The idea was just to avoid like Stormbrand just slapping Bringer of Rain on the existing build. Exactly, yeah. Like if you do like less than 1% damage with another skill, I imagine it's fine. But we have to check in with the Deedledoo before we sort of say anything's okay. It's better to be safe than sorry, right? You could do Brutality with Desecrate, yeah, probably, yeah. Look at chat coming up with all the brilliant ideas. Love it.
I wonder if you could somehow get the conversion for your Cyclone to convert it to Ellie. He's like Fizz to Lightning. I don't know where you get the other conversion portion though, because if you could keep the Cyclone in, that would be really, really nice. But
yeah,
like for Fortify and stuff, I don't know. Then I can't imagine it's the first priority here for Lala though.
God no. I mean, Lollagate wants to get rank 1 overall or rank 1 Marauder. But it's cool to talk about the bounties. I mentioned yesterday, it's like little side quests for our players. So pretty damn cool. I mean, it is the main quest for some players. We saw Hubu literally singing his heart out, and was rewarded with $500 for that one. Yeah, very cool. So there is a benefit to being the first person to enter this type of content, right? A lot of players have just been sticking around in these lower tier maps, yellows, white maps, but if you can't get the Awakener going, you can't get access to the fight. You're legitimately never gonna be able to even encounter Cyrus, right? So there is a benefit to getting there first. Turns out in races, being first is actually pretty good, Octavian. Turns out in a race, actually being first is pretty good.
He's not lying. I've checked it with the boys down in accounting. They tell me it checks out. I trust their numbers.
We have the facts. They're in. Breaking news. Awesome. Void manipulation.
I thought void manipulation just denied Ellie.
Correct. And then brutality. So if you're Fizz, you're still fine, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So there would still be some Fizz damage to Ellie.
And isn't void manip unless they've changed it this patch?
No, they changed it. The wiki's just not updated.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, void manipulation locks out all Ellie, and brutality would lock out all chaos. But there's still some Fizz damage on the Cyclone, which would be a problem for the bounty.
So then you have to use Avatar Fire, but then you're like.
Well, that would carry through to your General's Cry, and then you do no damage with your Chill Crush. So that's kind of a problem.
We're trying to solve a problem that probably isn't a problem, but yeah.
Yeah, I imagine in the spirit of the law, if not the letter of it, Deedledoo will be fine. But again, it's not something that'll matter for now.
No, he's a great guy. Like, he's really understanding, and I'm sure he's not going to be too anal about it. So yeah. So but on screen though, we got DS Lovely, Lollagate, Carve, and Lady putting in the work. I mean, I really appreciate Lady has his /played timer on there. Like he's 70 hours in, and he's prepping for bosses. He's getting into those T16s. He's starting to maybe start farming those Guardians, right, to get the fragments for his Shaper kills, for his Elder kills, so then he can do the Brother kill. I honestly think he might be, as far as progression goes, might be in first, honestly.
Oh, for sure. and basically completely done with his gearing at this point.
Yes.
I think Lighty's in a very good position to take home the first handful of boss kills, probably as early as tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, I mean, cause we imagine since he just got on, another 10 hours today kind of thing, playtime. So, yeah, there's definitely an opportunity for him to either start at least some of the bosses today, like some of the invitations, get those Uncharted passives going. Because I imagine you don't want to do all your stones, so you probably want the +1 Awakener from the Uncharted, even though there are better options, right? There's having access to maybe not needing as many stones as you otherwise would need is just such a powerful thing. Right? It just saves you so much time.
And you can see this is the point at which a lot of the mechanics start being skipped. Lighty is a very, very efficient player.
Yeah.
He's got his Anoint, no reason to do more Blights. You know, he doesn't have anything that he really wants to gamble for from Gwenin because he has all the bases he needs. Not going to bother with those unless he's going back for it after this. We'll see. But it wouldn't surprise me if like half the league mechanics he comes across in maps don't end up getting done, because what he really wants now is just a lot of boss kills versus high tier like T14 plus map bosses, so you can get Shaper and Elder Guardians.
I mean, you see it right there, right? I mean, he dips out of the map. It's probably a third or 2/3 done. Only does one ritual, but his is like, I just want the Orbital Horizons. Like I don't care. I don't care. Like even if they give me a Headhunter, I'm not going to use it. It doesn't matter. My gear's better, right?
Yeah, he's only like, as long as you get the map return back, then you can keep going and you can keep sustaining. He's good. He just needs to keep that thread of higher tier map sustain going, so he can push to a high level Cyrus for that kill. He can push to getting Shaper and Elder done. Uber Elder can be pretty heavy RNG fiesta as well. So that's you need a pretty big base of Shaper and Elder Guardians in order to ensure that you're not going to hit a brick wall there, and even then, there's no way to guarantee it. Which
is why, I mean, he has the Orbital Horizons, right? Just hoping against all odds, like he can at least maybe control some of that RNG. Oh, and just logs Cyrus dominated mobs, gets out of there instantly.
He can afford to sack the map. He has the sustain for it, and Cyrus dominated mobs are simply not worth the risk.
Yeah.
You know, like as much as the people watching, I'm sure, want content and want to see him do the risky rippy stuff, like it just objectively doesn't make sense.
Well, he's here to win, right? Like as much fun as it is to throw yourself at content, like there's legitimately thousands on thousands of dollars on the line. And for those that don't know, there is actually a bounty made by Lighty himself, which is $1,600 just to win. By the way, like to be first overall, like first guy at the race, not just win his class, but win the entire gauntlet. So there's a real incentive to not expose yourself to content that just isn't necessary. Like Cyrus mobs can one-shot you in the base game. Like a lot of players consider them very overtuned already, and in Gauntlet that just turns up to like not even 11, like 15. Maybe 25. So just get out of there if you can. Ignore
and
it.
you can see half the harvest patches were skipped because there's probably only like 2 crafts from harvest that he's going for anymore.
Yeah, well he probably wants to stockpile, I imagine, a lot of the flask duration ones and flask effect ones.
Fragment swaps are good from harvest too.
Yeah.
If you have a plethora of minotaurs and you haven't seen a chimera, you might be able to do that. The ones that give you free master missions could also be quite good. So there's a few that are probably still worth doing, which is why he's checking these patches, but he doesn't really need it for crafting anymore because, again, his gear's pretty much finished.
Yeah. And, to answer your question in chat, 21 Rob Gem, I'm doing really well, buddy. I'm having a great day. I think Octavian is as well. I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but maybe I will just today. But we're having a great time casting. It's day 5. We're just over halfway through, or just under halfway, because tomorrow I guess is the beginning of day 6. But it's been a hell of an adventure, and the next few days are going to be amazing. There's tons of content coming your way, because people are now going to start throwing themselves at these bosses. So instead of like 2-minute clips here, 30-second clips here, we're going to be showing you how these bosses, how these characters, how these players tackle each of these bosses in turn. And we're going to discuss the strategies that they're using, that we would use, what we would prefer to see, and hopefully get you over that hump so you can face them yourself.
And this is a T14 or T12. It's hard to read the number. Al-Hazmeen map. This is Lighty's actually going to take the time to run this one, as I don't think there's dominated maps or dominated monsters in the map that actually contains the Conqueror. And obviously he wants the Conqueror kill because Cyrus is one of the bosses that'll give you points, so he's got to get around to spawning that.
Well, it explains also why he was dipping out of those maps so quickly. He was just doing enough of the map or just killing the map boss really quickly to trigger the +1 instance of his tracker for the bosses, right? So he has to do 8 maps to proc the Conqueror fight. He just says, okay, I'm gonna do this as fast as possible. I don't need to fill the whole map. Just get that +1 map. Boom, next one.
Yeah, slams are not particularly popular this time around. We've seen a couple people go for them, but none of them are in the top 10 or top 20 even, I think. And even Quantric, who was league starting with slams and might still be playing them, was planning on eventually swapping to other attack skills. Briefly taking my eyes off Lighty, Lala Gate's damage looks a lot nicer with that 6-link now, as packs are just insta-evaporating as soon as one general gets an attack off, which has got to feel a lot nicer on the clear. You don't have to wait for that second summon.
There is one thing I would like to see. Oh, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But one thing I would like to see from Lala Gate is actually just socketing a steel skin. It's not steel skin. A steel skill into the just to use Call of Steel, right? So if you have a big pack, you can get just a full whack of screen clear, especially against like harvest mobs or like something like that. I think that would just be really cool tech. I know I played Shield Crush myself. Definitely not the General Cry version, but it just feels so good because your AoE is so massive. And Jay's going Impale as well, so... Oh, it doesn't work. It doesn't work with the General's Cloud clones. Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I like the swap over to a second mana flask here in preparation for the boss fight, because we have seen Lighty run dry on mana charges in, I think, the Verana fight that he did yesterday. So, makes sense to bring the second one along, and yeah, we'll go full screen.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a little bit ahead of you there. But his DPS looking real nice, actually.
He's got about 3-point-something million, from what I was hearing earlier, which is quite good DPS for Gauntlet.
Now, don't switch directions. Exactly, chat. You guys have learned. You saw the rips before. Just keep going. Yeah, I love this strategy. He's just, during this phase, you don't need to indulge the Poison Conqueror.
You just wait.
Just let him run out of steam. You don't have to chase him around. The odds that you get hit by the snakes with shotgun, by the way, in Gauntlet, it's just so much higher if you're trying to damage him around. Just wait 30 seconds and you're free and clear.
Yeah, he even swapped into his weapon swap with the one-handed shield to have the minimum endurances and fortify the whole time he was dodging around. Easy mode.
Smart. And some players might be seeing like, oh god, I kill this boss so fast in software trade and stuff like this. And maybe you do. But this is with 40% more monster life, right? So these guys are pretty insane. Oh, actually, what is he crafting here? Oh, just Cold and Chaos Res? Okay.
Oh, we lost him. No. Where'd he go?
No, I think, yeah, we dragged him out. No, we got him. You got him.
There. He's back. Oh, and let's look at Lala Gate single target with the 6-link. Still a bit scuffed on the claw and a little bit low armor on the shield, so I don't expect dominating levels of single target, but I'm curious to see how strong it is at this point.
And this is just a palace boss, but I think this is a red tier map, so let's... Wow, that's...
Okay, it's gone.
Yeah, with Maven as well, so that's...
Maybe it is dominating levels of single target now.
No kidding. Oh!
6 links are good.
Dropped a currency charge from... Doesn't... Actually, you know what? So you are actually guaranteed nowadays to get a catalyst organ, but didn't kill every mob in the map, so it didn't have access to it. And I'm glad we can help Drink and Dance. Yeah, if you do go around, the snakes typically, they're going to shoot where you are, but if you're constantly moving, those shots will always be behind you. And generally there aren't 3 of them at a time from each spit, because this is Gauntlet, but yeah, I'm glad we could help, buddy.
And that is actually one of the really nice things about the General's Cry build, is for fights like that, if you have the Corpse Walker boots, or are able to just occasionally stop and manually cast a Desecrate, you have the instant Warcry and left click, so you'll be getting damage out very consistently, even while running around and dodging, because your clones will be spawning and doing their damage regardless of what you're doing.
And Next Door Lurker brings up another good point about the Hunter fight. After that phase, the next phase is... But you now have to stand in the middle, because what'll happen is snakes will start appearing around the border. So yeah, just be aware. Like, you know, familiarity with the fight is half the battle in Path of Exile, right? The first time that Lighty, who won the Awakener race, fought Cyrus, it was like, oh god, it's this crazy bullet hell. I don't know what the hell's going on. This is crazy. And then now it's like, okay, now I can just walk over this boss. So practice does indeed make perfect. And when we see Baron and Veritine specifically, we will go over some tips. There are some tips that actually make those bosses significantly easier. They still shotgun you, and they're still insane, and personally not my favorite bosses in the game, to say the least. But there are some simple tricks, tips and tricks that we can go over when we see the fight that hopefully can help you get through those tough fights.
Yeah, one of the things about Baron is that I've never really liked is how incredibly melee unfriendly he is. Yeah. His most dangerous ability, which is actually basically just his basic attack, will spread. It's a bunch of overlapping or potentially overlapping AoEs, and the spread on that changes depending on how far away he's casting it from, which means if you are playing a ranged character and can stand far back, you're probably going to get hit with like 2, maybe 3 at most. If you're playing melee, though, the spread is going to be extremely tight, and he might even hit you with like up to 5 on a high-level Baron. So it gets almost doubly as dangerous if you're melee.
I did just pop us on screen, by the way, Octavian, just giving you a heads up. So
Sure.
Let the people see us, you know. Not that they were asking for it, but hey, I'm in control here.
Is that a threat?
A promise, actually. A promise.
Okay, sure.
But if there are certain other casters you guys want to see, not casters, we're here to stay. We're here to stay. Sorry about that. But if there are any other streamers that you want to see on here, you have some rip clips that you want to share, just DM us, guys. Get out of here, Zai. Other casters. Okay, slip of the tongue. All right. But if there are any feedback you guys have, or is there anything you want to see, any new players you want to see on the stream, let us know. We're all ears. This is only the second time we're casting the Gauntlet event, so if we can make it any better for you guys, we're gonna do those things. Even if it might only happen for the next Gauntlet, but we're our ears are open, guys. A third caster. Let's watch Ziz. And you're gonna be watching Ziz soon. In about 15 to 20 minutes, Zizaran himself will be here.
We're almost done for the day, chat. We're almost out of here.
And he was ranked 41 this morning when I checked, so he's in the top 50. He's pushing really hard. Hasn't died in maps. Pretty damn impressed with his progress so far. So yeah, let's see how it goes tomorrow. Hopefully, I don't want to see any rip clips, but if so, I mean, we are the people to cover it. Oh, thanks, Guy Boyd. We really appreciate that. We do put there is a lot of effort that goes into a cast like this, and it's not just Octavian and I. As you can see, we have Mr. Madike, we have Man with Hat, we have Kronax, we have Fader on in here, we have Scrya making content, we have Vyro, Ziz. Like, it does actually take a village. This stuff is not easy. Hell, our sponsors, Shopify Rebellion, have been incredible partners, and have a lot of the prizes that you actually see available to us, to you guys, at the different level thresholds, and the prize pool itself is brought to you by them. So yeah, we've been really lucky that, on top of that, we've had Redbull sponsor us. As you can see, this beautiful fridge sponsoring Octavian and I for the cast. So it's really cool to see that Path of Exile going a little bit more mainstream. And if we can make this cast bigger and better, we're gonna do the things, all the things.
And if you guys are enjoying the content and you're enjoying this cast and you want to see more of it for future Gauntlet events, make yourselves known. You know, the things like this will continue to happen and it can continue to grow if there's positive feedback from the community in regards to it. That is the most powerful thing you can do, really, is, you know, tweet about it or post on Reddit or just make it known that this thing you like.
And I'm gonna full screen Lollygate here. We got a big old fight. I think it's a 5-way?
I think it's a lower level one because Lollygate was doing like white maps in this region, so hadn't progressed the Maven.
Oh yeah, definitely a white tier version. Easily crushes these bosses.
Yeah, just like 2-tapping the bosses.
You know what though? Sometimes you just need some feel good content. Sometimes you need to drop down to a white map and be like, my build's good. It's not me. It's the content. It's the content. I'm still good.
Why is the bear just running in place and not doing anything? Excuse what? Okay.
Well, there you go.
I wish all the bosses that I had to fight ran in place and didn't use abilities. That would be nice.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be? Actually, Octavian, you're going to be nearing that point soon because you're like, as you said, like 85. Surely you have a couple of these boss fights yourself coming up.
Yeah, I'm working on the Tyrann's End ones in order to get invasion bosses for 6 links, like we were talking about earlier.
Oh yeah. Actually, let's see.
I got a couple ones of Valdo's Rest by accident early on because I forgot that now Zana missions can give you Maven progression. So my intention was to get Maven progression in Tyrann's End first, but I ran a Zana mission and suddenly Maven popped up. I forgot that was the thing. I think that was added this league, maybe last, and I'm just big dumb.
You know what? I can't recall. But in other news, Octavian, I just was peeking at Lighty's screen, and he does have 2 Elder Conquerors, not completed, but in his stash, and he does have an entire set of Shaper Guardians.
Awesome.
So he can actually access the Shaper fight whenever he wants.
He is going to need to do that at least twice, though, because Uber
Correct.
Elder is one of our... I mean, that's assuming he wants to get maximum points, which probably does. Uber Elder is one of our targeted bosses in the event, and you only get the 1 fragment per fight, so hopefully you only have to do it twice, but that is the minimum.
Yeah, I mean, I think someone... It might have been... It actually might have been Rise, or it might have been on Exile. I actually had to do Shaper like 8 or 10 times, or one, like Class Gauntlet, just for the 1 fragment. Just kept getting the same one over and over and over again, and in the end, actually got it through Harvest, I think. Or maybe that was his Uber Ziri. Either way, fragments can be really, really annoying. We do try and limit RNG as much as we can, which is why we don't have any of the synthesis bosses or anything like that as our as sort of goals for the actual event. But you know, there still is some RNG, but you can sort of force it by running just tons and tons of Guardian maps, right? And preparing yourself to do those fights over and over again, right? If you're only ready to do them once, you have to swap your build. Okay, I'm not res here. I do this. That's not the way to go. You really want to prep for all these things individually and be ready to do it over and over again.
Zana being generous and offering a, I think that's a Purifier map right away.
I think he had Eradicator, like the blue one, in his inventory or in his map device, not device, in his stash. So he's going for the one that he didn't have. Does activate the portal. And you know what? Let's go full screen.
This is an Slaver map, I think, because he just respect a point over to Ignite a Void to become fully Ignite immune, which is something he wasn't bothering to do up, until this map. But for this boss fight in particular, it makes a lot of sense, yeah, because Instigator has some really nasty Ignites.
All those Ignites can hit you for like thousands of DPS a second. Like they get out of control very quickly. And let's see what this rank 2 gamer has to show us. Show me something, lady. I'm damn impressed already, but my opinion can only go up, my friend. Actually, that sounds terrible. That's I already hold you in very high regard, but let's see how it goes, guys. Ignore me. Let's watch the master here.
And unlike what you would normally see, I don't think Lighty went for 4 points into the phasing tree and dropped 2 points into the frenzy tree, possibly 4. I'd have to look at his profile. So he's going to have full frenzy uptime in these boss fights for a little bit of extra damage, which is quite nice. Instead opting to gear his way and passive point invest his way into ailment immunity. So he does still have the immunity that he needs for this fight. It's just coming from a different source.
We actually have an interesting question by Sincerastum, sorry. The level 86, 6.4k life, Spectral Shield Throw Glad. It feels tanky in tier 6 maps. How do you feel about entering Uber Lab at that point? Octavian.
I think those numbers are perfectly fine.
Yeah, so do I.
I think if you're feeling a little bit like daunted by the fight, you could maybe practice the mechanics a little bit by doing a lower level lab if you want to, just to like warm up. But I do think in terms of defensive layers, you're probably in a fine enough spot to do Uber Lab, yes.
Yeah, like again, if you're not familiar with like, or you're not very comfortable with the labyrinth as a whole, go on your standard character, go on your softcore character, right? Practice this day's lab, right? Get used to traps. Like, don't just go in there blind, right? Or half-cocked. It's a very different environment to maps and everything like that. So just take your time. Like, practice. Like, I keep saying, like, go. You're allowed to practice things, guys. Like, if Piety or Katava is you're really struggling, go back to your standard character and just make a tanky character and just see the effects over and over and over again. And just try not, like, just get used to them, right?
Denying the Izaro effects is also just a great way of making the fight a lot safer. I don't know what Izaro's mechanics are today, though. You may want to wait for the lab reset, which is in only like 5-6 hours from now, if it's really dangerous. So if it's something like dual swords and curses, then maybe wait for the lab to reset.
Yeah. There are a couple other tips we can give you. Next Door Lurker touches on one of them. There's 2 different minor pantheons, which are really, really strong. Rislatha does give you, I believe, recharge of your flask. So sometimes if you're really running low, you can get you can let them just slowly recharge and have regen, or just take less physical damage over time. From, I believe it's the Ralakesh, not Ralakesh. It's the bottom, the one you get from Gruthkul. Not Gruthkul.
Yeah,
Gruth.
I don't remember the name of it either.
Yeah.
Gruth, yeah, in X7. I think it is Ralakesh. I think you're correct there.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a couple different things you can do. And honestly, during the trials, make sure you beat down all the things. Don't make Izaro harder in the end. Maybe get the Dark Shrines. Maybe you get and it's a really nice shrine, or maybe you get a really take less damage from traps. Like, take your time and let us know how it goes, my friend.
The DPS here for Lighty seems quite good for this. I was about to say Conquer Guardian, Elder Guardian here, and with the Ignite immunity, doesn't really have to worry about much outside of getting Big Bop slammed by standing underneath the boss. So is probably just going to keep a solid distance and avoid that happening at all.
Yeah, very impressive fight. Right there. Very controlled. And it was one of the reasons I felt comfortable talking about the lab. Like, Lighty's just doing everything right. Is using his dodge, just being able to avoid a lot of stuff. Using movement speed when he can to just get out of dodge. I don't want to say get out of the way so he can avoid things, but it just looked really buttery smooth. And the fact that now we've seen him do a Guardian, I feel very confident saying that he can now just tackle all of them, and he's probably ready for Shaper and Elder as well. Like the way that looked was just so buttery smooth. It's I have a lot of faith that maybe later today and tomorrow we're going to see all the bosses down.
And the Withering Touch support on the Ballista totems means that he doesn't even have to get in close range for Withering Step if he doesn't want to. He'll still have decent Wither stat count. Like, he can boost that in boss fights where it's safe to go in close and get more Wither more quickly. But if he needs to play at a range, he's not sacrificing that as an offensive tool.
Exactly. Right. I mean, he's already stated he's done with his gear. Like, even when he dropped about, I think it was 10 different essences in the last map, he only picked up the maybe 1 or 2 that he actually wants. So he's ready to just blast content right now. And that we've said that time and time again, that that's Lighty's strongest suit, right? I mean, obviously, mechanically, God Gamer, he can plan ahead, he can do all the things. But the way he gears his characters and the speed and efficiency at which he does it is actually pretty mind-boggling. Right, it's damn impressive, and if you want tips on how to get that going, he's your man, right? It's there's literally no one better at doing that than him.
Carve is playing this Delve node super safe for good reason. This Graveyard tile set, or whatever the node is called, spawns a bunch of witches that can very rapidly shotgun you with EK if you're not careful. So is playing at essentially maximum distance with the Creeping Frost to deal with the witches from basically off screen.
I really like the Creeping Frost pickup from Carve. Like, a lot of the time you only see the Cold Snap and the Vortex as the 2 different options, but having the Creeping Frost, or as it's similarly called Arctic Breath as it used to be called, in case you're not caught up on the vernacular, allows you to play at range like that. Obviously, Cold Snap does have a ranged element to it, but can fall short, especially on some of these really long distance fights. So it's nice to have that option. Yeah, so I'm all for it, right? It's also just more DPS if you can stack 3 dots instead of 2, right? 2 times I love that card's still paying attention. 2 times 5 link is about 40 to 50% more damage compared to a single 6 link. So yeah, exactly. So an extra skill is just more damage than a 6 link, which makes sense. It's the same thing we saw with Exile and his Elemental Trapper. 3 different cooldown traps is better than just 1 6 link or 1 4 link, right? It's better to have multiple instances of damage rather than just 1.
And I'm gonna.
Very cool.
Are we in the bottom right?
We are, but I can take us off. I can take us off for now.
I want to briefly check in with Karn and see how his progress is going since he swapped to the Calm's Heart. And it's on a similar topic to what you were just talking about, where Karn actually used to be running a 5 link and a 6 link here with the 5 link Rage Vortex to help out with single target, but has dropped that source of damage for the Calm's Heart that he picked up from Gwennen.
You know what is kind of funny about what just happened? He just nearly vendored a life sprig, and it's like, oh no, okay, I gotta unselect it out of the window. But when he was harvest crafting his chest to change the colors, he re-rolled it entirely. So he's very careful with life sprigs, not so careful with his 6 link chest.
Well, he just got a Calm's Heart, so who needs it? Who needs the chest piece?
I guess now, yeah, but that was kind of funny to me. Or maybe because that happened, now he's extra careful. So
the global channel, I think, is global 220, right?
202.
202,
which I think is an ode to Steel Mage 202. Now that he's just Steel Mage, but for every past event it was always 202. So I think we just kept on with the tradition.
I had the right numbers in the wrong order. My bad.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it. No problem, dude. Easy. That's why we're a team, Brother Octavian.
I thought you were gonna call me Brother Bear for a moment there.
No, not today, my friend. Not today. That feels like a...
I don't have any of the song memorized, I'm sorry.
No.
I didn't study. for today's quiz.
It has been claimed already as well, so no need to memorize it either.
Yeah, no, I was right on the edge of that. My level 85 character. I was about to do Cyrus. Damn it! I was gonna claim that, man.
So close. I bet we laugh, but I bet you Lighty's actually a little bit pissed about that. Because I feel like Lighty could have claimed all those things, but maybe just doesn't want to sing in front of chat. But I mean, a lot of these bounties, these endgame bounties, Lighty probably after he secures first place, is just going on like a hunting spree and just gonna knock them one after another. Someone did it. Like, apparently, someone did the singing 3 minutes too late. Oh my god, that's a heartbreaker. Who will claiming it 3 minutes before the other person, having to go through the the whole song and still getting blasted, not making the money? Harsh. That's worse than ripping, honestly.
It's dangerous having both Carve and Karn on the broadcast. I'm gonna misspeak about one of them, I'm sure.
And then Lighty and Lollagate, like all the...
Yeah, true. I'm making this as hard for myself as I can.
Oh, we spent 30 minutes learning the song as well? Oh, okay.
Oh, gosh.
So who won? Because he had a buddy that was able to, like, whisper him all the lyrics. If he had taken the time to memorize it, he would have been later than the other person. Okay, so his buddy is actually the MVP there.
Nobody said you couldn't do that. It's you know, it's Airbud rules. Nobody said you couldn't do it.
Yeah, very true.
Nobody said a dog couldn't do Cyrus.
Airbud rules? Okay, friend. We're not talking about a dog playing volleyball here. There's a little bit of different circumstances. Oof. Great reference, though. I'll give you that. Great reference. Karn still has Rage Vortex? No, he's using... Actually, he does. But on a 4-link. Actually, you know what? Let's bring up his profile, actually, real quick. That's a really good eye. Basketball? Airbud defense? I mean, basketball, volleyball. I think there's a few Airbud movies. But,
I think there's like 20. Yes.
There's
one where like Airbud has kids and the kids go on to all the top stars.
What a cast!
They went hard on that franchise.
Whatever works, right? Oh, he actually is. He's using one link Rage Vortex.
One link? Wait.
So 2 link. Endurance charge on melee stun and fortify.
Okay. Neat. It
I
does give you really consistent uptime on that fortify, yeah. Because it just sits on the enemy.
I'm not sure I really agree with that. I think, like, but again, what else are you going to put in that space? But why sacrifice Rage, right? I'd rather use Berserk. Like, you're sacrificing a whole damage link, I guess, on your 6 link. But I don't know. I guess Rage support is actually pretty damn good for Onigoroshi.
Yeah, the flat is very relevant on that weapon.
But I would rather have... which means maybe you don't want to sacrifice it through Berserk, but... I don't know, like, that's... He obviously knows something that we don't. Right?
Yeah, it's just the utility from the Rage Vortex then, for, like, really long-range fortify sustain. I feel like Bladestorm does that already to some degree, but it's strong enough that Karn is keeping it, and he's the expert here, you know? He's the dude who got an Onigoroshi in Gauntlet. I defer to the expertise.
Well, not just got one in Gauntlet, he actually practiced getting Onigoroshis. Like, if that isn't dedication to the cause, I don't know what is. Like, that's a lot, right? But you know what? It's paying off. Like, Karn is rank... He's actually very high up on the ranks, actually. So, it's paying off. Like, he had a later start to everybody, but you know what's worse than spending 13 hours getting an Onigoroshi? Dying after 25 hours and not having a 6 link. So, yeah.
Not naming any names or anything, though. That would be...
No, of course not. Octavian. We have some tact on this stream.
Only a little bit, though.
Only a little bit.
Only when we're not talking about Disney movies.
Very true. Very true. Although it does look like my prediction that Karn might win the whole event. Lighty's kind of got his foot on the gas here. So I don't know. I don't know if my prediction's gonna be true, but I'd still like to see a top 3 finish, and maybe he'll win Duelist instead of over Lighty, right? Because he's playing Ranger, right? So yeah.
Mm-hmm. It'd be very impressive if Lighty took home a Duelist win on this character.
Just rerolls instantly.
It'd be very impressive.
I wouldn't be surprised though if Lighty does go either for bounty hunting and then on top of which like a second top 5 finish.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some competition towards the end of the event on the Templar ladder, since that's pretty sparse. And there's a few people who have been gathering Templar gear. I mean, we saw Steel 6-link the Soul Mantle earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Steel Mage is apparently for the last like day or two has really been thinking about a Forbidden Right Totem reroll, but I'm not sure if that's like gonna happen after he attempts with it, like all the content with his Gladiator, or just feels that his Gladiator in these late game boss fights is just not gonna have the DPS to sort of sustain them, or like I don't know, it's really rough if you don't have the DPS and not you can't sort of get these Guardians down in a timely manner. It just takes too long to get to Shaper, get to Elder, and especially for the Formed and the Hidden specifically, like things can get out of hand really quickly. Like 75% block or no. Like if you can't actually take the bosses down, eventually you're just gonna get one shot, right? I mean, blocking a lot of small incoming attacks, great, but the second like a big 10k damage hit gets through that 75% chance, yeah, you're looking at a reroll anyway, right?
And Hidden is where Lighty's build, I think, will struggle over some of the other top builds on the ladder, as Ballistas do get shredded really quickly and easily in that arena. They do not have a very long lifespan, so your DPS uptime is significantly worse on this build. But where it will shine is the fights like Shaped Formed. Is Hidden... Hidden doesn't give points, evidently.
My apologies.
Is there a bounty for it? I feel like there was some reward.
So it's the Formed and the Twisted, my mistake. It's not the Hidden.
There might be a bounty, because I seem to recall there being some kind of reward. Yeah, Hidden.
Okay.
So that would be something you do after everything else, then, to try and claim that.
I do get the invitations a little bit. I know the Feared is the Feared, but I do get the other three a little bit confused sometimes. And apparently, Zonovox is saying the reroll into Forbidden Right Totems is after his bossing attempt. So he's very happy with his current character. It's just that maybe go for, you know, a top 5 finish in Templar. And we're getting some love from chat, which actually genuinely brings a smile on my face, guys. So I really do appreciate it. We do work really hard, so the love is very much appreciated. I know we don't have our cams on, but I'm happy for that for once, because I've got a big old blush going on. So yeah.
I'm glad you guys are enjoying the broadcast. Yeah. It's been a lot of fun.
It has been. I've got 5 more days.
Yeah, it'll stop being fun soon. I'm kidding.
That's toxic, dude. No, okay.
Had to bring it down a little bit. Everybody's too happy.
We do have a question in chat. Why is Lighting playing Ward 4? He's not. He just had a really good item drop that was a ward base. It has, I think, like 110, 120 res plus 95 life. So it's just purely for the base. It just happens to have ward on it. There's no specific reason.
And if he gets a ward flask, he may make use of that as well. But iron flasks are pretty rare.
They are, yeah. But for now, he's just gonna do his thing, just trucking along. Does grab the fusions and alts, which, yeah, makes sense, right? Like the raw currency, you still probably want to pick up, even if you're trying to go fast. I'm surprised. I am a little surprised that he's skipping as much content as he is. I mean, he wants to go quickly, but there's no one really on his tail, right? Unless he feels Hulu is about to pop all these bosses, in which case it makes a lot of sense that he's just rushing as fast as possible.
Yeah, there is, as we've mentioned a few times, though, like the possibility of bad RNG leading to a much longer grind than you might initially anticipate. You know, you can't always just get screwed on Uber Elder fragments. There was something I was going to say, and I don't remember what it was, though, so I'll toss it back to you. Oh, no, the question in chat, does chaos damage bypass ward?
Actually, does it?
Damage over time bypasses ward, so some chaos damage, yes. But chaos damage specifically doesn't necessarily. If there's hit chaos damage, then ward will mitigate that. But damage over time goes past ward.
Zakarv is fighting, I believe that's Tool?
Zoff.
Oh, it is off. Okay, cool. And just takes him down easy. Lemon squeezy. Actually, I'm more and more, the more and more I see Car's build, the more and more a fan I am of it, actually. Yeah. And by the way, 8100 ES, by the way. So even breaking past the 8000 into the 8100 range. Hopefully by the time he gets these bosses, he can get maybe 83, 85. I'm not sure how many ES notes he has left on his tree to grab, but yeah, looking really, really cushy right now.
Yeah, and some more flight could still be gained too, I'm sure. I mean, I imagine the Rainbow Stride is not like the optimal endgame boots. They're just like a nice mid tier, and it's less than 100 ES on those.
Although I do like the spell block on them. Obviously, like having a bit low rolled, but I don't know. Like if if he does get the second cluster going and gets to 75, then maybe you feel like you can drop it. But for now, it's nice to get like 1 and 2 odds to block something feels pretty damn good. Or fairly consistent, right? I mean, obviously, Aziri Flame Blast can still one-tap you and all these things, but just for general mapping and a lot of like the spookier swarm-type spells, you're going to feel pretty damn safe.
And in answer to the question about Dewedre, ideally you want to stand in the Enfeeble circle, which is the green ring, but the priority in the Dewedre fight is to avoid her shotgunning projectiles, and if in order to do that you need to briefly run through one of the other rings, it's better to do that than to stay in the green ring religiously to the point where you get hit by a shotgun projectile, because that'll probably kill you regardless of where you're standing.
Yeah.
So priority number 1 is dodge away from the projectiles. Priority number 2 is try and stay within the green ring.
And
go ahead.
I was gonna say we have a pro strat: stand in all 3 to assert your dominance. It's a bold choice. That's all I gotta say about that one. It's a bold choice.
Venn diagram of pain.
For those that don't know as well, please don't curse your Dewedre. She does absorb the curse after like a second or 2, and then she gets Unholy Might, which does add 30% of her physical damage as chaos. So she does actually get buffed if she's cursed. So yeah, T-pose in the middle. Good luck. I mean, if it works for you, go for it. But it's not something I would suggest.
You can curse at her if you want to for stress.
You can scream at your screen, of course.
she can't hurt you in real life, but she can hurt your character quite a lot.
I mean, you say that Nightmare Dewedre that I see in my dreams. Woo, that's that hurts, brother. That hurts a lot. Any tips for Act 8 Dewedre?
Yeah. So, Act 8 Dewedre is pretty darn spooky. Very predictable in how she acts immediately on spawning or after using the lever. It's not a lever, but I'm forgetting the word for what it actually is. The thing that transitions the arena.
It's like the wheel, right? It's like
yeah. There's a better word for it, but it's slipping my mind. So yeah, every time you interact with that, or when the valve, that's it, or when she initially spawns, she will always pretty much immediately work to where you are standing after about a second, maybe less than a second. So if you're playing a build like Traps, or you're playing a build with, Orb Storm, Stormblast Mine, if you're still doing that at that point, or Cremations, anything where you can set up your damage, you set up all your damage in that one spot where you are currently standing, and then as she starts the warp animation, you blink away with Flame Dash or Frost Blink or whatever, then she'll jump into all the damage and hopefully chunk herself quite hard. And then you run away and click the valve again, and then do it again. And that keeps her controlled and keeps her abilities easy to predict.
Pro tips? Over level for all these fights, right? Get your gear in check. The generic Gauntlet advice holds true as well, right? Yeah. That's kind of like the status quo for Gauntlet. Just over level. Have your gear. There's no harm in rerunning content just to get like a better couple pieces, right, or better weapon for your damage to increase, right? So the fight is faster, right? So just do what feels comfortable for you, yeah. And again, go back on another character and fight her on in standard, right? And just don't kill her. Just experience her mechanics over and over again. So maybe that gives you a better idea. So when you fight her in the Gauntlet, you're not as taken aback, right? Especially a lot of these bosses can feel very jarring, or going to lab can feel very jarring if you haven't done it recently. So, yeah, don't be hard on yourself. Like, understand this is incredibly difficult what these players are doing, and yeah, hopefully you can get through it quite easily. Oh, and we have the CEO of production himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Zizaran. How you doing today, my friend? How did you sleep?
Our captain has arrived.
Oh, captain, my captain. The commander of our ship.
It's good. We were about to pilot the ship into the rocks.
How are my beautiful cast? Oh, you want to see us, my friend? Oh, I can show you my beautiful face. You know what? I had a good hair day today. I'm feeling pretty damn good, if you know what I mean. Feeling real smooth. Silky smooth hair today. But hopefully having a good day, guys. I'd like to even up here, but we are going to be passing off to the man, the myth, the legend, Zizaran himself. Soon enough. Craigasm. In the next probably 5 to 10 minutes, whenever he's ready to go. Obviously, I know you love us, chat, and we love you, but we do want to hand it off the channel to Zizaran at some point, because otherwise people are going to get confused. There's three of us, 4 if you include Naraziz. people are going to get a little bit crazy. And he is ready, so what I will do, Octavian, is I'll lead us to the talk show. We'll have a little outro. Where can they find you, Octavian? What are your handles? I know they can find you on Twitch, but maybe on YouTube as well, and maybe a bit of Twitter, right?
Yeah, Octavian0 on Twitch, Octavian Zilch on Twitter, because somebody took Octavian0, and just Octavian on YouTube.
All right. Awesome. We're going to be back here the same time tomorrow. That's 10 a.m. Eastern or EDT. I'm not sure exactly if the Daylight Savings is on or not right now. And then we're here for 4 hours every day. And then we're going to have tons of content. We can see Lighty's going to start bossing soon-ish. So, yeah, tomorrow we're going to have a ton of reviews, a ton of clips. Hopefully no rips, or maybe just a couple. And we'll see you then, guys. I'm going to run a couple ads. And then after that, we will pass you off to Ziz himself. See you guys, and have a good one.
Bye.
Hi there. I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.